Hunt and Henry Crocombe. That's the Sussex lineup.
And for Yorkshire, Adam Lyth, Finlay Bean, Sword Shaquille making his debut, batting at 3, David Milan at 4. Shai Hope playing his last of 3 matches, although of course nobody played last week. He is at 5. George Hill 6. Dom Best moves up to 7. Jordan Thompson at 8. Matthew Fisher playing his first game since the end of last season is in at 9. Ben Code at 10. And Mickey Edwards, the Aussie surf bum, the beach bum as people have been calling him since he arrived. Big, streaky, lanky, blonde-haired chap who bowls around about early 80s. He is at number 11, so changes for Yorkshire from the team defeated by Leicestershire in the first match of the season at Headingley. James Wharton, who made his first half century in that match, is missing. The tough decision, I guess, out of all of them was Matthew Revis. He's out of the side this time. He's just been out there having a little bit of fitness with James Wharton and Jonathan Tattersall. The other player missing from that first match is Matt Milnes, who of course signed from Kent, made his debut at Headingley, but he's been suffering. I'm not sure if it's a direct reoccurrence of that injury issue that he suffered during the winter, but he's certainly not fit enough to play at this moment in time.
So we're going to get underway. It is going to be Ali Orr who's going to face the first ball of the match. There are 4 slips, a point, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg, and the first ball of the match is going to be bowled by, and if he turns around I can recognise his number, it's going to be bowled by Ben Code, who's going to come in from the sea end of the ground. A very warm welcome to our listeners, not only listening on the ground but those around Sussex, those in Yorkshire as well, and hopefully got some listeners around the world as well. So we'll give you some details to get in contact with Jonathan and I throughout the game, but it's going to be Ben Code who's bowling up the hill from the sea end of the ground, and here we go. Running in to bowl to the around the wicket to the left-handed Ali Orr. He bowls, and Orr is forward to a ball a good length and just plays that into the offside, and there is no run. It's a chilly morning here. If you're thinking of coming down to Hove during the day, well, I'll put a coat in or a warm sweater, because certainly out of the sun there is a breeze, and I look across, I can see that the 2 flags of the counties on the clock tower scoreboard. I thought they were billowing a minute ago, but actually they're now limped to the flagpole. But it is a breezy day and a bit of a chilly wind coming in from the east, where the weather's coming from today, as Code is in and bowls, and that's a good delivery, and it beats Ali Orr outside the off stump through to Keeper Hope, and that was a good delivery, and Ali Orr goes about and does a bit of gardening. I must admit, I was thinking that whoever won the toss would bowl today, only because the weather forecast later today is for a bit of cloud, and I just wondered whether it might be conducive to seam bowlers.
Yeah, as I say, it feels like it's a decent batting track. It's been so hard out there.
In comes Code again, bowls, and Ali Orr is on his way with a nice shot, just flicks up off the hip down to fine leg and races back for the second run. So Ali Orr is on his way, and Sussex are on their way as well. You may remember Ali Orr when we were up at Headingley a couple of years ago, Jonathan, and he made his debut. And he made, from memory, I haven't got my book from that season with me, which is irritating. He made 14. He took quite a long time, but showed a lot of patience on that occasion. But since then, his game has just developed beyond all recognition. As in comes Code around the wicket, bowls, and Orr is beaten again. That's a good delivery by Ben Code. We're not quite wicket to wicket here. Jonathan's probably got a slightly better view because he's to the left of me in the commentary box, but I'm sort of looking over mid-off for the left-handed Ali Orr.
Yeah, I'm pretty much bang on 4 strips to the offside of Ali Orr as it is as you look at the pictures. So, yeah, not direct either. But yeah, he was substitute fielder, I seem to remember, in the match here 2 years ago, and then played at Headingley, yeah?
In comes Code again, bowls, and came a little low, actually, and it was a good take down the leg side eventually by Hope. But for the 3rd time in the over, Ali Orr's beaten.
And sometimes if you get a pitch that is this hard, it's hard to get, life out of it, isn't it? And when you bowl at Ben Code's pace, we know he's kind of mid-70s. It looked like with the dead grass on as well, that did die, didn't it, on its way through to Shai Hope.
4 slips, waiting as Code is in again. Around the wicket bowls to Orr, and Orr is forward and plays this to the fourth of those slips, who feels diving away to his right-hand side. I think that was Jordan Thompson who fielded that. So end of the opening over of the match. The sunshine has gone a little milky here. There's some high-level cloud drifting in, and the forecast is for that to continue throughout the day, and the possibility of a bit of rain later on. But at the moment we're dry, we're underway. Sussex have won the toss, and they are 2 without loss after 1 over.
Yep, so quiet start. Yorkshire supporters will be hoping for a fiery start from Matthew Fisher. Just seen him bowling along with Mickey Edwards in the warm-up quite a bit at the glove of Otis Gibson, the Yorkshire head coach. I've got to say, I'm not sure whether Fish was putting his full effort into it or whether he was saving it for now. But the thud on the glove was a fair bit louder when Mickey Edwards released the ball than what it was when Fish did. So, Tom Haynes then. George Hill at first slip, Adam Lyth at second, and Finlay Bean at third. And Shy Hope, by the way, Adrian, is number 11, as we can see now. And not the best of strokes, was it? First up from Tom Haynes, who was trying a little bit of a slash to a ball wide of off stump from Matthew Fisher. Through to Hope, no run.
I mean, it's one of his favourite shots, Tom Haynes, that shot through sort of backward point gully, but it's also a shot where he gets out an awful lot as well, Tom. And he didn't really move his feet then, did he? And I'm sure he'll be glad to put that one behind him, and pleased he didn't get a nick on that.
So 3 slips of gully. There is a backward point on the boundary edge. Very wide third man, if you want to call him that, as Fisher's in again. And once more, like one of the deliveries from Ben Code from this sea end in the previous over, that one from Matthew Fisher, who's bowling at the Cromwell Road end, also keeping a little bit on the low side. And that would be unusual from Fish. He's pretty tall, and generally speaking, for him, bounce is not a problem. Edwards taller still. Mickey Edwards sporting number 90 on his back. He's up there at mid-off. I've also got a straightish mid-wicket as Fisher's in again. It's up there a little bit more drivable, but pushed by Haynes into the offside, where Milan fields and the covers, no run. We've also got a long leg down away to our right. That is Ben Code. It's a great view here. You feel much closer to the players than you do at Headingley. I'm not saying it's not a great view at Headingley, because it also is, but we're sort of 4 floors up there by comparison to this.
George Hill's tall, isn't he? Crumbs.
Yeah, he's another one. There's a few on stilts compared to you and I, who are, well, I'm particularly vertically challenged, but now then, outside edge here, which is going to go for 4. No conviction in the shot from Haynes, was there really?
No.
Hard to tell whether he opened the face or drove at that from the angle we are, which is down at a pretty fine leg, as it were, behind him. But it squirted away off the outside edge through the cordon between third slip and gully, and his 4 runs. First boundary of the day.
Yeah, that was a shot lacking conviction from Tom Haynes. Perhaps that's just a bit of luck that he might need.
Fisher in again, round the wicket, and Hope takes this one, as Haynes has a push at one wide of off stump. So early signs are there's just a little bit of discomfort for this particular batter.
First email of the match in, Jonathan. If you want to get in touch, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and the first email of the match has come in from Bob Pook, who's in sunny Hastings. Hello, Bob. Lovely to hear from you, and I'll read your email after this delivery from Matt Fisher.
Who's in again, wide on the crease, and this is a little bit tighter in terms of line, and Haynes plays his best shot of the over to the final ball, so maybe getting used to it a little bit more. Opened the face this time and ran it down to third and picked up a single. So end of over number 2 with Orr on 2 and Haynes on 5. Sussex 7 without loss.
Yeah, and that is his favourite shot, Jonathan. That sort of cut away through backward point. He plays it very well, but as I say, often it's his downfall, Tom Haynes, and I think he'll be pleased to have survived that over with a couple of indifferent shots. But Bob says, good morning, I hope you're well. I'm looking forward to another Sussex win this week, particularly as Sussex are the only one of the 18 counties with a 100% win record so far this season. He says, all the best, Bob Pook in Hastings. So thank you, Bob, for getting in touch. Over in Hastings, I'm glad it is sunny, actually, because that's where the weather is coming from today, from the east. So if we do get any... we can see there's a bit more cloud, actually, as we look in that direction, Bob. It's high level. So let's hope any rain stays away. Anyway, in comes Ben Code. Round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Haynes, who's forward to a ball of good length and punches that to mid-off, where it's fielded by Edwards, the tall Australian. Has he been over for a while, Jonathan, or is he...
He's been over... Oh, in terms of what? As in, when did he land?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been over a little while before the season started.
Right, okay.
Can't remember specifically when it was, but it's not kind of like a last-minute rush thing.
Code. In again, bowls and Haynes. Good judgment. Lets that one go through, and that goes through about knee-high to keeper Shea Hope. Yeah, you often wonder with the overseas, when they come over, don't you? They sort of get off a plane and it's freezing, and they've just come from sort of Queensland or somewhere, and
that's very much the case with Shea Hope, who I think I'm right in saying he landed on a Wednesday, having only first found out about the interest from the county on the Sunday prior, so 3 days it was sorted out in.
Wow. So he would have felt it. In comes Code around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes is forward to a ball of good length, pitching round about middle and off. And Haynes is respectfully forward, plays it back to Code. There's no run. You
can get in touch, by the way, on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you want to get in touch on the emails, or at Jonathan Doidge on Twitter. I'll endeavour to get the email account open again after I've said that. Trying to log on now.
Code, back to his mark. 3 slips of the gully now for Tom Haynes. That's an interesting field placing by Adam Lyth. As in comes Code and bowls, and Haynes is forward to a ball pitching around middle and leg, and just plays it comfortably down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And I say an interesting fielding position because that's that gully area where Tom Haynes likes to play that little cut shot. So whereas we had the 4 slips in place for Ali Orr and no gully, there's now 3 slips and a gully. So the rest of the field, there's a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. The player's trousers just sort of rustling in the breeze as Code runs away from us. Inner bowls to Haynes, who drives nicely, and that's a lovely shot by Tom Haynes. Classy shot, over-pitched by Ben Code, and Tom Haynes, foot to the pitch of the ball, and he just caressed the ball through the covers. That was a lovely shot by Tom Haynes, who goes to 9, and Sussex to 11 without loss. In terms of where the wicket is cut for this game, it's not far away from being in the middle of the square, probably 2 or 3 tracks away from there, but it's almost, and we've almost got a full boundary. We've got a rope round the boundary, but probably about a couple of yards in from the boundary boards around the ground, as the sun is back with us. And Code is in, and he bowls to Haynes, who drives again. That's going to be 4 more. Over pitching is Ben Code, and Tom Haynes, having had an indifferent first over, he looked a little unsettled. He'll know a lot better for that. 2 lovely shots to finish off the over. 1 through the covers, 1 through extra cover. And as the ball rolls down the hill here at Hove, there's absolutely no chance of the fielders cutting it off. So Tom Haynes into the groove. He's on to 13, and Sussex are 15 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, and all sorts of radio stations around Leeds, Jonathan. I can never remember them all, to be honest.
Neither can I.
BBC Leeds and BBC Humber and all sorts of things, I think.
Yeah, BBC Humberside, BBC Radio York, BBC Radio Sheffield. Occasionally we dip into their coverage as well. We used to do Tees, but at the moment that's not the case. So down to 4 as we have a scratch away at his guard here. Still can't get the log on the password, by the way, for the email address. I did have it for the last game, and I've put in the one I've been given, but I'm wondering if I've changed it or something. I can't remember what happened against Leicestershire. Here's Fisher bowling over the wicket to Ali Orr, who's flicked that away backward of square leg, as Adrian says, aerially, and it has made it just over the boundary rope before Ben Code can get round. So another boundary to Sussex, who started pretty well here in that respect, even though a couple of these have been slightly less than convincing strokes. But clearly he feels, talking to Matthew Fisher about whether and when he bowls over and round the wicket, when he came to the commentary box in the match against Leicestershire, and he listed a few players who he'd bowl over the wicket to and a few he bowled round to. He's decided he's bowling over at the moment to Ali Orr, who drives this next delivery up to mid-off. Land fields and then flexes something as if he might have just got a slight niggle as he fielded that. He bowled round the wicket, didn't he, to Tom Haynes in that previous over from the Cromwell Road end, Matthew Fisher. So he's been looking at these guys on videos. He may have played against them before. Played such little cricket in the last few years. Here he is again. Now then, this is a good delivery because Ali Orr's looking to flick that to leg. He's got a leading edge on it and it loops up in the air. Nowhere near any of the Yorkshire fielders in particular. Dom Best comes in from gully to do the cleaning up, but Matthew Fisher will have just made a mental note.
John is sat in the pavilion enjoying the sunshine. Hello, John. And he says, morning, Adrian. He says, Haynes was batting well out of his crease in that last over. Thank you for that, John. It's always good to get these little insights because we can't see that from here.
Fisher coming in again. And solidly behind it this time, Ali Orr. Neil Pratt and Robert White, the two umpires standing in this one. And it's a very fine scene. I've got to say, it is fairly breezy out there at playing level. And we're not that high up, just at one floor up from ground level. And apparently the forecast is for it to get breezier as the day goes on. It'll be a stiffish breeze, I would have thought, come this afternoon and evening.
Yeah.
Fisher has switched to around the wicket now. So trying to look this way, and he's pushed that one straight. Mickey Edwards has a chase from mid-on and will field it for the concession of 1 run. But again, there was just something about, from where it looked from my angle here, down at sort of fine leg, it was slightly closed and tucked up in playing it, but credit to Ali Orr because he did at least have some control in the way he played that, and he kept it along the carpet all the way. You can tell that breeze from the flags away on the scoreboard, away to our right, flapping around almost horizontally. Here is Fisher. That's going to go for 4 more off the outside edge of Haynes' bat. He's probably opened the face on it to give him a little bit of credit for some intent, and as you say, favourite shot, and he's already bringing it into play. So final ball of the over goes for another boundary. Haynes on to 17 or on 7. And Sussex already 24 without loss after just the 4 overs.
Steve Pearce has been in touch. He says, morning, Adrian, from sunny Norwich. I'm enjoying cricket being back and excited for this season and hoping Sussex can get promoted. Looking forward to being at the county ground for the blast game against Essex on June the 1st. Hello, Steve. Good to hear from you. Over on the East Coast. Probably is chilly on the East Coast, actually, but thank you for getting in touch, Steve. Good to hear from you. Nick has been in touch from Haywards Heath. Nick Davey. Hello, Nick. He says, good morning, Adrian. Really looking forward to watching the next few days of cricket on the stream whilst working, of course. Yeah, right. Everyone says that, don't they? Working from home. In comes Ben Code running it around the wicket. He's in to bowl to Ali Orr, who lost that down the ground. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot by Ali Orr. Slightly overpitched by Ben Code, but Ali Orr just drilled that straight down the ground for 4 runs, and immediately Ben Code looked at Adam Lyth and he said, I want to change in the field. And he's moved his gully into cover, so one of the slips is out for Ali Orr. 3 slips in place, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. And Ali Orr always very aggressive at the top of the order. That was a good shot. In comes Code again, bowled, and Orr is forward to a ball of good length, plays it to mid-on. There is no run fielded there by George. For those of you who are listening in Yorkshire, who perhaps won't be aware, George Garton was hit on the head here in the previous game against Durham. As in comes Code around the wicket bowls to Orr, who lets that go. The ball absolutely dies on wicket-keeper Hope, and the ball has... he got something on it, but it's gone through for a bye. And the total advances by 1 to 28 without loss. Orr on 11, Haynes on 17. George carried on batting, but the next morning wasn't fit to carry on, and he clearly failed the concussion protocols. So Finn Hudson-Prentice came into the Sussex side and did very well, I have to say. And I'm told that Sussex are managing George's recovery. So I hope everything's okay with George, but Finn Hudson-Prentice keeps his place for this side, for this game, I should say. In comes Code bowls, and Haynes is forward to bowl of good length, plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. And lots of excitement around these parts about Sunday, and lots of the Albion, well, the Sussex supporters, also Albion fans, a lot of the stewards as well. So I don't know who's going to be working here on Sunday, but I'm sure a lot of the stewards who go to the Amex will be hoping to be at Wembley.
No surprise that I'm sure that there are many people in the nation who wish Brighton and Hove Albion a return trip to Wembley in a few weeks' time.
In comes Code bowls, and Haynes is full. Good delivery by Ben Code. Haynes had to play, and he played the ball to mid-off. And there is no run. So thank you, John, for your email. John Malone has been in touch from Bexhill-on-Sea. Says, good morning, Adrian and Jonathan. I'm looking forward to another 4 days of county cricket at Hove. Weather in Bexhill is sunny, but a nippy breeze out. The grass needs cutting. Do I do it, or do I watch the stream, which is coming through loud and clear? Keep up the commentary. I'll revert to the radio later. As in comes Code, the Smith must score. We do. Actually, we don't like to talk a lot about football on the commentary, because I know some people find it a bit irritating. But I think we can indulge a little bit. But we do a podcast on the radio station every week called Albion Unlimited. And Gordon Smith has been on a number of occasions and spoken to us. So, and who do we have on this week? We had... I'll remind you, I'll think of it in a minute.
Matthew Fisher continuing at the Cromwell Road end, and a good start to the over. And he goes past the shoulder of the bat of Ali Orr and through to Hope.
In fact, we had Gary Stevens on the podcast, who played for the Albion and scored in the first match at Wembley. And he came on and he was saying that a lot of people forget that Gordon Smith actually scored the first Albion goal in that game. So if he hadn't scored, Albion perhaps wouldn't have been in that position anyway. So, but anyway, he is remembered by Smith must score. But anyway, we'll see what happens on Sunday.
As long as he didn't let that moment define him, it's for other people to decide what.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's Fisher coming in and bowling again to Orr, who plays that exaggerated leave where he flips the bat right over the top. It does look, to all intents and purposes, the early overs are suggesting this is a good pitch with not loads of bounce in it. Maybe could be better in that respect for batters as well, but it looks like it's going to be hard work for the bowlers to get much out of it, and you're going to have to put your back into it.
We said we'd have listeners in Sussex and Yorkshire. We've got one in Cambodia already, Jonathan.
Oh, it's good to hear. Fisher in, or squeezes that one away backward of square leg. He's going to pick up 4 runs. Fisher's got his hands on his head, and I can sort of see that from the angle we're at, that he didn't play it totally convincingly, but having said that, he's clearly got somewhere near the middle on it, because that one raced away much more quickly than the previous 4 through that area.
Yeah, absolutely, and it shows how fast the outfield is as well. Ben Gibson, who's the head groundsman, and his team have done a wonderful job here, because it was really, really wet down here in March, as it was in many parts of the country. And but the ground's dried out, and that absolutely raced away to the boundary. But you're right, it wasn't the most convincing of shots by Ali Orr.
Waits again. High backlift, in comes Fisher, angling in towards the stumps. That is aerial on its way towards Mickey Edwards at mid-on. Couple of bounces before he reels it in, but Yorkshire so far, there's been 1 or 2 shots that they would have said weren't played out in the middle of the bat. They haven't yet created a definite opportunity. Signs out that the pitch looks pretty good, but then both players, in particular Ali Orr, even though he's only 2 shy of Tom Haynes on the scoreboard, maybe just still searching for a little bit of timing. Fisher again. This time, for the first time in the match, we see a ball banged in short, and you wouldn't say it exactly flew through to Shy Hope, but he did the job in just getting Ali Orr to think about it, and does a bit of limbo to get underneath it.
The pitch here for the game against Durham was a really good 4-day pitch, had really good carry through to the keeper throughout, and it was a game that went into the 4th day. Sussex winning by 2 wickets. But it was, Matthew Potts bowled a lot from that end and got some, and Bryden Carson, they got some really good carry in that first match.
Fisher in and Orr across, covering his stumps, and an exaggerated leave once again to complete that over. So half a dozen bowled in the first 23 minutes on day 1 here between Sussex and Yorkshire at home. 33 without loss, with Orr on 15 and Haynes on 17.
And it's Dean who's been in touch. He says, "Hello Adrian, loud and clear here in Cambodia, hoping for a good a game as the last one. It was a really good game of championship cricket. So thank you for getting in touch, Dean." Rick Piper's been in touch. He said, "Good morning Adrian, looking forward to watching from the deck chairs on Friday and Saturday." And he said, "I heard you discussing tall cricketers. The tallest player I ever saw was 6 feet 10 inches. He played only 3 first-class games, 1 for Warwickshire, 1 for the minor counties, and finally 1 for Sussex. All 3 of his first-class wickets were taken in the Sussex game against Cambridge University at Fenners. Who is he?" In comes Cope bowls to Haynes, who covers up and plays into the offside, fielded by the tall figure of the Australian Ricky Edwards, and there is no run.
Change of bowling, it's Jordan Thompson.
I'm
now
sorry.
From the sea end.
Thank you. That's me not concentrating, and I should have been concentrating on the cricket, not reading the email. I always think he's a really wholehearted cricketer, Jordan Thompson. What do you think's the reason for that, Jonathan?
He comes from a very competitive family. Steve, his dad, probably watching or listening at this point. He owes me a pint if he is.
Runs away from it. He's in and bowls, and Haynes is beaten outside the off-stump. Good delivery by Thompson, slanting across the left-hander, and Haynes was playing down completely the wrong line. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Shy Hope. There's no run. Yeah,
he's just a competitive family. Brother Chris also, good league cricketer, or has been. And Jordan's had other battles, hasn't he, as well? He's the only type 1 diabetic on the professional cricketing circuit. So he's faced a few challenges in his life. So a bit of cricket, what's that?
Thompson in the bowls, and Haynes is going to get runs here, but again, not the most convincing of shots, but he's going to get 4 runs down to third man. Does Tom Haynes, and he goes 21, the total to 37 without loss. And we're joined, just coming to the box, is Brian Holford. How lovely to see Brian, a journalist of huge repute in the West Midlands.
I've just tweeted that this is the loveliest county ground in the country.
Are you here for the 4 days?
Just today.
Oh. Well, it's lovely to see you, Brian.
Good to see you.
And Brian Holford, how lovely to see Brian, who's covers many a game up at Edgbaston, and lovely to see Brian here. So isn't it lovely when people come into the commentary box?
It is.
And Tom Haynes would you call it a streaky 4? I think he's totally in control of the shot.
I don't think he was, no.
Thompson runs away from us. He's in and bowls. Haynes is forward, plays this into the covers, fielded by Edwards, and there is no run.
Jordan, a few things about him. His resilience is clearly very strongly there. He's definitely up for a challenge. Last year he bowled a lot of overs, loads of overs. He played in, I think, all but probably about 1 possible day or match cricket-wise for Yorkshire. Also played in the 100. So whereas other players in the squad have had fitness issues, you certainly couldn't say that about him.
And he's on his way again in bright sunshine, comes into bowl to Tom Haynes, and Haynes is forward to ball of good length, plays that to mid-off, and there is no run.
I felt for him last year on occasions because he probably didn't have his best season yet with the ball, still finished as a leading wicket taker, but there were occasions when it was difficult for him, shall we say. But I think also because of the injury situation and because other players perhaps weren't pulling their weight at times, he did have to bowl, I would think, more than ideal. And so that's going to happen, isn't it? You can only do so much.
Thompson again bowls to Haynes, and Haynes slashes this one away through backward point. He's going to pick up 4 more runs, is Tom Haynes. Jordan Thompson throws his hands up into the air, but there again, that's that shot that Tom Haynes really likes to play, that shot through backward point. Again, I'm not 100% convinced he was in control of the shot. Nonetheless, Tom picks up another boundary. He's racing along. Tom Haynes on to 25. Ali Orr is on 15, and Sussex off to a flyer here. They're 41 without loss after 7 overs.
Yeah, I think that was a convincing effort, wasn't it? And Jordan threw his hands in the air. I reckon, I'm reading that was frustration with himself. He gave him a little bit too much room on this occasion. But, there's always this ongoing third man debate. We have it, match after match around the circuit, and some people saying you should always have one in place. And, I'm not so sure about that. I think you just got to take it on a case-by-case basis. But if that is his favourite shot, then why are you being super negative if you drop a man out in that area when he's on strike? It cuts out the boundary, disappoints him a little bit. Here's Fisher in and bowling to Orr on this occasion, who just is up on his tiptoes to play that one, suggesting it might have bounced a little bit more perhaps. It's been relatively low bounce, and as I say, you just put your hand down on the pitch as I was able to do when I went out there, and it felt very, very hard. No sort of feeling at all of any give, and that can sometimes play really dead and end up with bounce being on the low side, and so far that is looking to be the case. We've had nearly half an hour of cricket. Here is Fisher in again and bowling to Orr, who pushes out into the offside, no run. So BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. I'm pleased to say I have managed to work out what the password was and got that sorted, but you've all gone quiet.
Passwords are a nightmare, aren't they?
Yeah, because you've got to have them. You're theoretically supposed to have a different password for every single account you've got. Well, come on.
I tend to use the same one. I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Chelsea 1970, I bet, something like that. Here's Fisher coming in and bowling to Orr, and that's wide of his off stump, and he chooses to leave.
Benjamin's been in touch. Benjamin Cook, he says, I'm tuning in from the office in central London and introducing my Brazilian colleague to the wonders of county cricket. Just wondering if you knew anything about the availability of Stephen Finn this season. I read in the preview that he's injured at the moment, but come the height of the international summer, are Sussex expecting him to be available, or is there an agreement in place for him to be commentating on Test Match Special? Hope you have a great day and enjoy the match, says Benjamin. Well, we'll give you an answer to that in a moment. I don't know about the TMS bits and pieces, but we can give you a bit of an update on his fitness.
Here's Fisher, wide on the crease again, angled in towards Orr, who leaves.
Well, when I say an update, we were told at the press day a couple of weeks ago that Stephen Finn wouldn't play for the first couple of months of the season. He's got this long-standing knee injury, and I assume, although I'm not totally sure, I assume that is the issue. He came here last year and played very little cricket in the Championship and was clearly troubled by the knee. So whether the plan is for him to play more blast cricket than Championship cricket, I'm not too sure. But we're not expecting to see him certainly before the end of May, Benjamin. And I'd imagine he may well be doing some bits on TMS at some stage.
Fisher in, or solidly behind this one. Back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, and to be fair, he's one of the better summarisers, pundits on the circuit, I think, when I listen to him.
Yeah, I would agree.
Got to say,
yeah, and
fine player.
And we've been lucky on a couple of occasions that he's come up here into the commentary box and had a natter away as well. So if you're listening, Steve, or any other lads that are listening on the balcony, and you want to wander over, you're always very welcome to come and have a chat.
Absolutely. Get stuck in, yeah, an enjoyable listen. Here's Fisher though, running towards our commentary position. Short ball this time, and he really did bang that one in. There was some bounce on this occasion, so it does show that if you put your back into it, maybe there is a little bit of life for the bowlers. It was a dot. Norman Eastwood, by the way, has emailed in. Sussex 41 without loss after 8 overs now. Norman, good morning to you. He says it's good that we're getting play after last week's disaster. We need wickets. I hope the ECB will rethink only giving 5 points for a washout. I agree with 5 points for a draw, where there were at least completed first innings and the chance for teams to get bonus points. But I think that if the 2 first innings can't be completed, 8 points should be given to each team, otherwise washed out games are a big disadvantage to both sides. And I've got to say, I agree with that.
Yeah, no, I do agree.
Having been through that last week, you just don't have a chance to pick up any other points. There was talk that maybe they would play on day 4 at one stage just to try and, get a few bonus points in addition to the 5 that they're obviously going to get for the draw.
In comes Thompson and Bowles, plays to mid-off, does Tom Haynes, fielded by Ben Code, and there is no run. No, I think that's a really interesting point. And, it's been... and clearly, I saw the photograph that you took down at Bristol, I think on the Wednesday when you arrived, and I was looking at that thinking, there's no way they're going to play there for a couple of days. And then you had more rain, didn't you?
Yeah, well, actually, to be fair, that was a photograph that our colleague Ed Seaborn sent me on the Tuesday. So that was 2 days before the start, but it was no different on Thursday morning.
In comes Thompson Bowles, and Haynes is forward, plays that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I should clarify, it was no different on the Thursday morning in terms of what it clearly felt like on the outfield.
Yeah.
It wasn't underwater on Thursday morning, it was a beautiful sunny day, but it had just taken so much rain in the 2 weeks up to the match's scheduled start that was the main problem. There was nowhere for it to go.
I think we'll be going to an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments' time as Jordan Thompson wheels around in front of us. The sun has momentarily gone behind this high-level cloud, which is increasing as Thompson bowls and driven through the offside. That's a thumping drive by Tom Haynes and a very good bit of fielding in there by Mickey Edwards, who dived low to his left-hand side. And there is no run. That was a good stop because Haynes got that right at the meat of the bat. What are you laughing at? The music.
It's always great when the tech ops get in touch with you and you can hear the heavy breathing going on at the other end.
Yeah, that's people in our headphones. Stuart Glover has been in touch. Hello, Stuart. He says, "Hi, Adrian. Great to hear you back on commentary for a new Sussex season." As in comes Thompson running away from us. He's in and bowls. And Haynes is wrapped on the pad. Difficult to tell from here exactly whether it got a bit of bat and a bit of pad. The ball ballooned in the air and went through to the slip cordon. Thompson clearly thought he'd got his man and was... Well, he's followed through. He's taken him almost down to the far end of the ground, at level with Tom Haynes. Presumably it was an LBW shout, but the way the ball ended up made me think as to maybe Tom Haynes got a bit of bat on that.
It looks a good shout when you look at... I've just watched it in real time again because the stream's quite a bit behind the commentary. It's not bang on straight behind. It's one thing to say. It may have pitched just outside a leg stump, something like that, but it was certainly well worth a shout, and I think it probably would have hit. So you've got to be thinking maybe just pitched outside.
Sussex 41 without loss. As in comes Thompson bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes is thrashing that one away through the offside. But on this occasion, and very much in line with what Jonathan was saying a couple of moments ago, Adam Lyth has posted a deep cover point out on the boundary. So instead of the boundary that Tom Haynes has been picking up with regularity this morning, he picks up a single on this occasion. He goes to 26 and Sussex to 42 without loss, having won the toss this morning and decided to bat. Stuart Glover lives in Laos. He's enjoying the cricket streams. He says, "I hope we can get our second win after the thrilling but nail-biting win 2 weeks ago." Great start so far from Haynes and all. Great to hear from you, Stuart. So a listener in Cambodia and a listener in Laos this morning, where it's probably about tea time, I should think. In comes Thompson running away from us, comes in and bowls and all plays defensively into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, thank you, Sarah. Well, half an hour gone here. We've had 9 overs in that so far, and Sussex, having won the toss, are off to a really good start. They're 42 without loss. Tom Haynes is on 26. Ali Orr is on 15. In terms of the team news, Ollie Robinson makes his first appearance for Sussex this season. He's in the side as a replacement for Sean Hunt, and George Garton misses out. He's replaced by Finn Hudson-Prentice. But so far, so good for Sussex in the sunshine here. Having won the toss, they're 42 without loss. And if you want to send an email, you can send one through to sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or just remind me of your email again, Jonathan. I can plug that as well.
It's BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. And the short ball here from Matthew Fisher is nicely stroked by Haynes down towards Don Bess, who is deep backward point come third man. He's very wide sort of third man, just round too hard, which meant the ball, which was dropped shy of David Milan, who was in a sort of very popular album of that. Dare, yeah. And also on this day in 1981, Duran Duran released Careless Memories, their second single, the follow-up to Planet Earth. Full bunger here from Matthew Fisher almost. I think it probably, to be fair to him, did just pitch Yorker length delivery, hands on his head because he felt like he might have got through the defences of Haynes, but he found a way to jab the bat down on it. Well done to him. And that completes the over, with Sussex on 44 without loss, or on 16, and Haynes on 27. Jordan Thompson 2 overs for 9. Matthew Fisher 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20. Ben Code has also already had a go from this C end and lasted just the 3 overs before being replaced by Jordan Thompson.
I saw the Human League last year. I went to an afternoon Saturday. There was no cricket, and we went along with my brother actually, and we went along to Lingfield Park to enjoy some racing. As in comes Jordan Thompson running away from us up the hill, comes in and bowls to Orr, who plays this into the offside, fielded by the lively Edwards, and there is no run. And so it was racing. It was one of these, music and race nights. It was great fun, and the Human League were playing, and I thought, and they were really good. And I thought they were, what's the word I'm looking for? Very sort of humble as well. One of the lady singers stood up and said, we've been doing this now for sort of 40 years, and we still get great crowds. And it spoke really, really well. I don't know if they're the original singers. I think they might be.
They are. Well.
In comes Thompson. Bowls, and Orr's beaten outside. A good delivery by Jordan Thompson, and Orr was stuck rather in no man's land. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Hope. There is no run.
It's one of those. They're not the original singers, are they? Because the group did change. So
right.
There was Philip Oakey, there was Philip Adrian Wright, and there was both Martin Ware and Ian Craig Marsh in the original Human League, and then those latter pair went off and joined the Glenn Gregory Heaven 17, and then the girls came in, and a couple of others.
I'm impressed. They were very good. In comes Thompson. The sun is back with us, which is lovely. He comes in and bowls. Sure, Ali Orr looked to take that one on. If he'd have connected with that, that would have flown somewhere into the Spenkama Pavilion. But he didn't. He was rather beaten by pace, was Ali Orr, and that went through about shoulder high. Yeah. Tobin, I think, picking up on Jonathan's point, I think if you bend your back on here, there is a bit of pace, and Jordan Thompson really bent his back then.
But I think otherwise, if you're bowling it, if you like, floatily, then the pitch is going to sap the life out of the ball. It's not going to feel anything like as hard on the bat the other end, I wouldn't have thought.
He certainly running in hard here is Thompson. He's coming in to bowl to Ali Orr. He's in and bowls, and Orr is forward, plays into the covers, and there is no run. And actually, halfway through that afternoon at Lingford, I was standing there, and a gentleman came up to me. He said, "Oh, hello, are you Adrian?" And I said, "Oh, yeah, who are you?" And it was very nice. It was Tom Clark's dad, the Sussex number 5, who came and introduced himself. So he was enjoying an afternoon at Lingfield as well. So,
Adrian Harms, your reputation precedes you. I've seen the Human League a few times. Probably half a dozen, 6-7 times, something like that. Always very good.
Thompson runs away from us, comes in, bowls to Orr, and Orr is again solidly forward, a ball of good length, punches it into the offside, and there is no run. I think they're one of these bands, Jonathan, you think, oh, that'll be a good afternoon. Then the more you listen, you think, oh yeah, I remember that one, and some really good, if you like that sort of thing, some really good sounds.
Yeah, I mean, the story goes, obviously, you know the story about the girls being picked up in a nightclub dancing, and Philip Oakey just said, "Do you fancy coming and joining the band and dancing for us?" And they were off on top of the pops in a week or two, or something like that. I think the girls had some influence on choosing the songs, including "Don't You Want Me."
In comes Thompson again, bowls to Orr, who plays it off the hip to mid-wicket. There is no run, fielded in there by, who's that in there at mid-wicket? He had number 59 on his back.
That is Sword Shaquille.
Thank you very much. I didn't make a note of that, which was bad of me. But end of the over, there is no run. Good over by Jordan Thompson. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. Sussex, having won the toss here this morning, we've got off to a good start there. 44 without loss. Orr is on 16. Haynes is on 27.
And Yorkshire already, that struggle to take 20 wickets in the first game, even with Fisher and Code here. haven't managed to make a breakthrough, or Fisher and Code originally, Fisher and Thompson as it is now. Good morning to you, Kate Holdsworth, who says, you're right, listeners don't like you talking about football. Back to the cricket, greetings from freezing Amsterdam. So we have listeners in Holland today. That's going to make a cringe. In the Netherlands, as that's pushed out into the offside by not by Matthew Fisher. It's pushed out into the offside by Tom Haynes from a Matthew Fisher delivery. David Collicutt, as ever, is in Los Angeles listening in. What do you think about Johnny Bairstow potentially taking the gloves when he returns for Yorkshire? I'm only second guessing here, and I have no steer on this, David, but I should think yes to that. I would think that he will want to do that, and if he does, then I think Yorkshire will go with it. Here is Fisher, and that's pushed out into the offside by Haynes. Milan feels no run. He'll want to get ready for every possible eventuality for England. And we know he can do the job, of course. Johnny Tattersall, well, he was out there on the pitch today, so he's in the squad for this match. He is officially the Yorkshire captain, but he's not playing. I'll try and find out what the specifics of that situation are, whether or not he's just been left out, which I think is probably all we can assume, really, because he wouldn't have been named in the squad had he not been fit. And he got a finger injury in a warm-up game and ended up missing the Leicestershire match. Adam Lyth stepping in as captain. Here's Fisher bowling again. Good delivery this time, and a rare occasion so far this morning where I think the ball has genuinely beaten the bat.
Often here, Jonathan, it can take bowlers a few overs to get used to bowling down the hill. I was talking to Nathan McAndrew, who made his debut here for Sussex a couple of weeks ago. I said, how did he find bowling down the hill? And he said, it just takes a little bit of time, but he's settled into a good line now, has Fisher. And here we have the first look at the balls from the umpire. Or baller, I should say.
We ain't got a wicket, so let's change ball. Good morning to you, Andy Walker, as well, who's one of our regular listeners, of course. He says the human league knowledge in this one is strong. Kudos.
Very good.
I could go on, but won't bore you with any more.
Josh has been in touch. Josh Tollerfield, he says, I'm tuning in for the first time this year and I'm very excited for what the year has in store for Sussex. I'm currently trying to do some university coursework, but every time I look away, another boundary's been scored. Great start so far. So lots of questions on that, Josh. Where are you at university and what are you studying? Because we'd like to know, because we're nosy.
Right now. Hello from sunny Spain as well, says Charles Kitching. Good morning to you. Well, it still is morning. Fisher down the hill, round the wicket, goes short again, and Shy Hope does have to take off to take that away to his left. It wasn't particularly accurate in terms of getting the batter to show a bit of discomfort there. He was easily stepping out of the way away from it. But again, as Adrian says, it does show that if you do put your back into it, you can extract a bit of life out of this rock-hard pitch here at Hove.
Simon's been in touch talking about Spain. He says, greetings from you from a sun-drenched, I'm going to make a mess of pronouncing this, Chinchon, 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 a lovely town just south of Madrid.
Sun back out as Fisher bowls short again, and Haynes has to duck underneath this one. That was a better aimed short delivery. Dot ball.
He says, it's got the most beautiful plaza of any town in Spain. He said, I'm much enjoying the live stream and the commentary. Ali Orr is the son of my financial advisor. There we are. Well, Ali's doing a good job for his county at the minute. He's out there. He's 16 not out. And that's Simon who's been in touch. So thank you for your email.
I used to be one of those.
Did you? Right.
Back in the day.
Right. Is it more fun being a cricket commentator?
It with the lack of finance I have to my name now, but I was. Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Fisher in again, nicely driven this time by Haynes, right over the top of it and struck it well, but it was a good diving stop, as Adrian calls it, from, I think David Milan is the man in there. He's just going to get a handshake and a helping hand back to his feet by Mickey Edwards. So end of the over, 44 without loss, or on 16, and Haynes on 27. Matthew Fisher 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20. In fact, that's a second maiden, isn't it, for him? I don't think there was a run scored in the over, so when they update, it should be 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 20.
Yeah, and I think the Yorkshire bowlers in general have settled into a better line here. as the morning has progressed. For those of you just joining us, a very good morning from Hove, where the sun has momentarily disappeared. Lots of blue sky around, sort of Manchester City blue sky at the moment, and some high-level cloud. In comes Thompson over the wicket, bowls to Haynes, and as I say that, the sun breaks through. Sorry, bowling to Orr. Concentrate, Adrian plays it into the offside, fielded by Edwards, and there is no run. There are 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. If you just joined us, you may not know that Sussex won the toss. They elected to bat first, off to a bit of a flyer through Haynes and all, but just in the last couple of overs, certainly since Jordan Thompson has come into the attack, scoring runs has become a little more difficult for the Sussex openers, who nonetheless will be pleased with their start as Thompson is in, bowls to Orr, who plays to mid-on. I'm not quite sure he intended it to go there. I think he was looking to play that through the offside. Nonetheless, it's fielded at mid-on by Milan, and there is no run.
There's something about his setup. I don't quite know what it is, really, what in coach speak, what they would be saying, but it does feel like he might be a little bit susceptible to a nick-off. Ollie Orr.
3 slips are waiting in case he does, as Thompson is on his way in, bowled, and that's a beautiful shot. Well, it was slightly overpitched by Jordan Thompson, and Ali Orr was onto it in a flash. The ball was in the air through the covers, but it was a good shot by Ali Orr, and he does hit the ball very, very hard, and the ball raced away to the boundary. Good shot from Orr. He goes to 20 off of 38 deliveries, and Sussex to 48 without Noss.
Yeah, nice juicy half volley, wasn't it, with a little bit of width to work with as well, and he got his hands through that super little shot. So no nick off on that occasion. But it's hard to explain. I'd like to see it, sort of frame by frame.
A lot of your listeners up in Yorkshire wonder if Ali Orr played in that game at Headingley 2 years ago, as in comes Thompson and bowls, and Orr is forward, plays onto the onside. And I'm always a little reticent to say, I think this lad's going to be a good player, but I really think he is going to be a good player. I'm going to put my neck on the block because his game has developed. Grant Flower is here as the Sussex batting coach, and Ali's game last year came on leaps and bounds, not just in the Championship, but also in one-day cricket. He made a magnificent double 100 down at Taunton in the 50-over competition. And I know some people might say, well, yeah, that was almost a second 11 competition, but it really was an innings full of shots all around the ground. And I like the way he approaches the game. He works very hard on his game, and I think he's a serious player. And I hope he's not out next ball, as Thompson is on his way away from us. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and that's hits him on the pad. The ball balloons in. Oh no, he is caught. I can't believe it. I cannot believe that I've said that. And Ali Orr is on his way. I'm so sorry to all the Sussex supporters, having given Ali Orr that big send-up. He was looking to flick the. It was a strange dismissal, wasn't it? That must be the worst commentator's curse ever. Poor Ali Orr. He looked to clip that ball on the leg side, didn't he? And do you think he got an inside edge onto pad and the ball ballooned in the
I think that may well have been it. It certainly ballooned up a long way if it was a thick outside edge, and I don't think he'd got quite far enough across to play it off the outside edge. Just going to see if I can see it again. Sorry about the giggles, but it was just...
Oh, dear.
It was absolutely the law of sod, wasn't it?
It was. That was... Yeah. Oh, dear. Well, he's a good player, despite that.
And it wasn't a nick-off, so, he didn't go in that way that I was suggesting. He may have been susceptible to. And just... no, he's trying to play a pull shot. It's not even onto the pad. I think it looks like back of the bat, as if he's played too soon on it. Looks as though it might be back of the bat. Bizarre dismissal.
Well, it really was bizarre, and that's why when he looked to play the shot, I expected to see the ball racing away through mid-wicket, and all of a sudden the ball ended up in the slip cordon, and he was given out. He's been caught by Finley Bean. So Ali Orr is on his way for 20, and Sussex lose their first wicket on 48, and I'm not going to mention anything else about any other Sussex players for the entirety of the season. So Yorkshire get the breakthrough. In terms of Jordan Thompson, I think he's bowled very well, actually, and I think it was a very shrewd bowling change as well by Adam Lyth. He brought him into the attack, and since he's come into the attack, scoring runs has looked a lot more difficult for the Sussex openers. But the new man coming in is Tom Alsop, who's coming in at number 3 for Sussex. Another left-hander. 4 of the Sussex top 5 are left-handers, the one difference being Cheteshwar Pujara. As in comes Thompson to bowl to Tom Alsop. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Alsop drives firmly to mid-off, fielded by Ben Code, and there is no run. And a good over from Jordan Thompson. He conceded a boundary, but he picked up the wicket at Pallior. And at the end of the over, Sussex are 48 for 1. Haynes on 27, Alsop yet to score. Orr is out for 20, and Thompson's figures 4 overs, 1 maiden, has taken 1 for 13.
Yep, always trying, I think, is something that you could very much say about Jordan Thompson, and I call him the man that makes things happen, and wouldn't you know it, he gets to break through when, to be honest with you, there hadn't really been one that had obviously looked like coming. We're going to see a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end as well. Mickey Edwards is about to bowl his first ball in English county cricket. He's played a few first-class games in the Sheffield Shield Down Under. He has had injury problems over the years, but he seems like a real character. I've not yet done an interview with him, so tonight would be a good way of doing it when he's taken 5 for.
Steve Harris has just been in touch. Steve lives up in Aberdeen, and he said the funniest moment of the season so far. I can't believe I gave him the big build-up, Steve. And what was I doing? What was I doing? Poor Ali. He says, I agree with you, though, a long-term assessment. I agree with your long-term assessment of him, though. You probably owe him a beer. A decent, if chilly start, best regards for a great season. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I'm not going to mention to Ali or that I gave him the big send-up.
Here we are then, the tall figure of the Aussie, Mickey Edwards, right arm round the wicket and bowling to Tom Haynes, who has got away his favoured shot down to third for a single first ball. But Edwards' first delivery for Yorkshire is one that passes without any serious mishap. I cannot believe it. The man who won the Christopher Martin Jenkins Broadcaster of the Century Award, I think it was, Adrian Harms, and rightly so, because you're great at the job. But you've just put your size 15 and a halves, I think, in that, just for good measure, maybe even 16s.
I've got to send it back now.
I think that's got to be clipped up. I think I'm going to get in touch with your sports editor to make sure you don't delete that from the records, and they can play that out to you at the end of the season when it's the Sussex highlights. Edwards in and bowling here to Alsop, who is firmly behind that first delivery. Tom Alsop, number 45. So coming in at 3 rather than Pujara, who I think.
Yeah, sorry. Pujara always bats 4. They've on the BBC website they showed Tom as Pujara coming 3, but Pujara does always bat 4. And would you'd have seen him up at Yorkshire, Jonathan? Do you know him? Have you?
I don't. As Edwards fades one away down the leg side, also wants a little flick at it, but doesn't get anything on it. No, is the straightforward answer to that.
Okay. Very nice man, and his performances for Sussex have been extraordinary since he came here. David's been in touch. He says, "Oh dear, I was watching live and saw Orr get himself out as comms is a bit behind. Imagine the agony of listening to you talk him up when I knew his fate. I hope he doesn't get out next ball," in speech marks. Oh dear. Anyway, despite this, I'm enjoying the commentary. Thank you, David.
Edwards in again. And then Alsop will get 4 runs here, and there was, again, it's difficult to tell from behind the batter exactly how they're playing this. At first, the thought was he might have been an edge, but then he looked unruffled, didn't he, as he moved away from his position, to suggest that he might have just played it in that area. Hard to tell, unfortunately, folks, without us commentating directly from the stream, which is running about 40 seconds behind.
Yeah.
So I'm about to see it again just now.
Martin's been in touch in sunny High Wycombe. He says, hello Martin, good to hear from you. He says, there are commentators' curses, and then there was that one.
You might as well have walked out in the middle.
I'm going home.
I just had a chat with the umpire. Chucked him a $5 and said, just make sure you give him out this next ball.
I'm going home, yeah. Oh dear.
It was brilliant. It was that was one of the great moments in the 5th season I've been doing this now. As Edwards is in, bowling to Alsop, who's solidly behind it and pushing back up the pitch. Mickey Edwards was a bit of a character, and there was a bit of a spat between he and Harry Brook that went on when Harry was out there a few years ago now, when he went out there for a winter playing in the Sydney competition, which I think we may hear more about if the pair of them do play in the same team at all this year in Yorkshire's colours. I think it's all been laughed about now. Here's Edwards, and Allsop over the top of it, gets it towards the inside of the bat, diverts it up to mid-on, where Fisher does the fielding, and that will complete the over, with Edwards having gone for 5 from it. Sussex 53 for the loss of 1 wicket. Gary Balance, by the way, of course, in the news yesterday, having announced his retirement from the game. So went back to Zimbabwe, represented his country, got Test century at least 1 since then, but he's decided to pull up stumps, and that is disappointing for the game of cricket, I think, because, you know, in terms of what he brought out there on the field, one of the finest players to watch in the county game.
Yeah, indeed. And I was looking at hard playing, as in comes Thompson again, bowls, and Haynes clips this one off the hip, back to the square of the leg side. He picks up 1, they'll think about 2, and in the end it's a comfortable 2 because Edwards has a long way to come into field from long leg, gets in a nice throw at the top of the stumps to Hope, and Haynes picks up 2 more. He goes to 34, Sussex to 59 for 1. I remember a couple of years ago when you were last down here, Joe Root played in that game. Mm-hmm. So I guess Joe Root not playing. He's
in the IPL.
And Harry Brook similarly, who's making a huge impression. I mean, that lad just seems to be able to score runs in all formats of the game.
Class, top draw.
Thompson runs away from us again. He's in and bowls, and Haynes. Oh, Jordan Thompson falls over as he delivers that ball. I hope he's okay. Tumbles down halfway down the track, picks himself up. He looks okay. Haynes plays into the offside, no run. Would they be the only 2 who are missing from this side, or and Bairstow, of course? Yeah,
Johnny Tattersall I mentioned. Matthew Revis has been playing very regularly in the last couple of seasons, left out here. James Wharton has been in and out of the side and has only had a few opportunities, but did get his first half century against Leicestershire, and he's travelled but is not playing. So there are a few. Will Frayne, who got 71 I think it was in the second team against Leicestershire as well early this week.
Thompson in again, bowls to Haynes, who works this into the covers. There is no run, fielded by Milan.
Also Jack Shutt, who's had a few opportunities. He's still in and around, bowling his off spin. Dom Leach, Ben Cliff. So there are a few other players who, the coaching staff will kind of, as they do these days, point to this group of players.
Yeah. Yes, that's very much an in-term, isn't it?
Yeah, this group of players. Not the team anymore, is it? It's this group.
Thompson running away from us up the slope here at home from the sea end. He's in and bowls to Haynes, and Haynes is forward to a ball of good length, plays it back to Thompson, and there is no run. End of another Jordan Thompson over. 6 runs coming from it. He's bowled 5 overs. 1 maiden, taking the 1 wicket to fall. That of Ali Orr, who was caught in the slip cordon by Finley Bean for 20. Sussex having won the toss here this morning, elected to bat first, 55 without loss. Haynes on 34, Allsop is on 4. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leeds, and others. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Jonathan Doidge.
It's about being, as much as ability, when you get to that higher level, it's about being able to handle the occasion. Adam Lyth talked, in the past about how he struggled with that when he played his 7 Test matches for England. It was all a bit of a shock to the system for him, and he didn't quite adapt to it as well as quickly as he would have liked. But then again, I'm sure he would have adapted had he been able to have a longer opportunity, as it were. Gary Balance obviously went through that himself, didn't he? Scrutinised every time he was out, and that sort of helped to bring about his demise, as Edwards is in bowling to Allsop, who pushes out into the offside, and there is no run. And one thing I would say about Harry, and I haven't discussed this with him at any length, I did do a podcast with him back in January, which I'm sure you'd be delighted to go and have a look at Adrian Sporting Lives with Harry Brook. We did about an hour together, and we talked about his development over the last few seasons. So you'll get his words on all of that. But just observing from the outside and watching him handle the step up to England. You know, it's like being like water off a duck's back, hasn't it? And then in the IPL, Edwards in and Allsop behind that, and no run. In the IPL, you know, a couple of flops early doors. Couldn't get a run, and then bang, comes out with a century again. And you know, if anybody had any doubt that he could handle that, and the massive pressures out there, you know, signing for that huge fee and all the rest of it that comes with that, and knowing he needs to deliver. I know I watched him again the other day, and he started off really well and then got out fairly quickly. But he's proved already that he can handle that pressure on a big stage like that. Here's Edwards, and that's pushed into the offside by Allsop, and again no run. And Yorkshire supporters fear that they're never going to see him again. And the way he's been playing in the last 2 years, certainly in the last sort of 12 months or so, you'd think they're probably right, because there's so much going on in world cricket, and his game is so you can lay it down over any format really, and he's still got the sort of blueprint for success that you don't expect to see too much of him now for quite a while. Here's Edwards to Allsop, who shouldered arms, and there's no run. But I mean, he goes with the blessing of all the supporters, of course, because he's entertained them on the way through, and they'd love to see him do well. But
tell us
double-edged sword, they'd also love to see him play a few games for Yorkshire here and there along the way.
Tell us a little bit about him as a person, Jonathan. I mean, you've interviewed him.
Yeah, many times. Actually, his interviews, like his batting, have got better over the years. He was quite sort of clipped. You know, some people quite short with the responses, maybe a little bit not quite sure what to say here. Oh, Edwards is in, and Allsop has got a thick inside edge on this one, right down beneath our feet in the commentary box. He will get 4. Edwards might have been tempted to have a word or two in his shell like there. He certainly lingered at the end of his follow-through, and that's one of those that goes down as the moral victory, but still produces 4 runs on the scoreboard. 63 for 1. Harry is... there's a steely sort of inner determination, but I think he's quite laid back. Or if he isn't, he certainly is very good at acting laid back. If he isn't, and I think he's just got that more in a moment, because Edwards is halfway through his run in here and bowling to Allsop. Has got the same again. This time he gets absolutely nowhere whatsoever on the crease, just static at it. And Edwards, he certainly is having a word this time as he's walking off. And Allsop is not giving him the time of day and looking away towards the scoreboard, but another inside edge, this time a little thinner. It probably went around about 10 metres to the left of the last one before it crossed the boundary. Same result, 4 more. Allsop onto 12, 67 for 1, living dangerously. Back to Brookie before I hand back to you. Yeah, just I think he's just trying to mentally think about the next match all the time now. He's trying not to listen to any of the noise, because I think when he was younger there was a bit of that going on, because you're trying to prove yourself, you're a young player. If your coach says this to you, or if somebody else says that to you, you feel like you've got to try and work on that. And people like Gary Balance have helped him a lot in just saying to him, no, you go away and play like Harry Brook did to get here in the first place, and lots of work with Martin Spate, who you may have done commentary with before, and of course played down here himself.
Of course, and is a master at Sebra School. Yeah.
So loads of work, and still goes back to see Spatey, and I think that's a great relationship. And he also, helps to keep his feet firmly on the ground. I think it works really well.
We've got a change in bowling, and we've got spin into the attack. I saw an over or so ago some signals going up to the pavilion, and we're going to see Don Bess into the Yorkshire attack. He's coming around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes. Just the one slip in place. I'll give you the rest of the field after the delivery. As Bess is in around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, and that's down the leg side, and Haynes clips that to backward square leg, and there is no runs. There's a slip, a backward point, cover mid-off. Sorry. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, almost a short fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket as Bess is in, 5 or 6 paces, in and bowls, and Haynes, that kept a little low, and Tom Haynes dug it out and managed to clip the ball out to mid-wicket, fielded out there by Edwards, who gets in the throw. It's chilly out there, I can see some of the Yorkshire fielders have got sort of hands in pockets. And it's definitely a day for having a sweater on, although having said that, most of them seem to have short sleeve sweaters on.
Yeah, there's
The crowd are well wrapped up.
Somebody's left the field. I'm thinking it could be Ben Coe. James Wharton has had his back to us here at mid-off. He was out there as a substitute fielder. Number 23. And I'm looking around the field, can't see Cody unless that's him at backward square.
Bess in again, bowls, and Haynes is forward. Sorry, also his forward defence onto the leg side, and there is no run. So Sussex winning the toss this morning, electing to bat first. They've lost Ali Orr for 20. Tom Haynes, after a slightly sketchy start, has looked increasingly confident. He's on 35. Alsop on 12 as in comes Bess and bowls. Alsop is solidly forward to bowl of good length. Head right over the ball, plays the ball to mid-wicket. There is no run.
It is Ben Coe up there at backward square leg. So looking elsewhere, Jordan Thompson doesn't appear to be out there. So I think Tomo is the man who's actually gone off.
Bess again is about to come in, then stops and signals sorry, he says to Tom Haynes, but he's ready now, and Bess is in, bowls, played forward into the offside by Alsop. I'm sorry, and there is no run. I keep getting Alsop and Haynes confused. They are left-handers, I ought to know. It is Tom Alsop who's on strike. A couple of really streaky boundaries in the last over. Off the inside edge, could so easily have played on. But he's still there. He's on 12 as Bess is in and bowls, and also again forward to ball a good length, punches into the offside, good tidy over by Don Bess, just concedes the one run, and Sussex are 68 for 1, Alsop 12, Haynes on 35. Luke's been in touch. Hello Luke, he says, I'm tuned into the coverage in Manila. I had a short visit home recently and saw 2 days of the Durham match, the first time I've managed to get to the county ground since 2019 thanks to the COVID interferences. Back to the live stream for this match. He says keep up the good work, other than the commentator's curse. Yes, thank you Luke, good to hear from you over in the Philippines. So we've got lots of listeners in that part of the world today. Philippines, we've had Laos, we've had Cambodia, so good to hear from you all. And Bob Hutton, who's sitting over in the pavilion enjoying the commentary. Hello Bob, good to hear from you. As a Yorkshireman but a member of Sussex, I have mixed feelings today. I couldn't help but laugh out loud when I heard your comment about Ali Orr. Yeah, I feel dreadful about that. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Bob. Thanks for getting in touch, and I hope you're enjoying your day, and I hope you're wrapped up over there because it's a little chilly.
Mickey Edwards continuing at the Cromwell Road end, bowling here to Tom Haynes, who flicks one into the leg side. Might have been some thigh pad involved. So Shaquille is in to do the fielding.
And sorry.
I was going to say, shall we have a quick look around the grounds elsewhere?
Yeah, I was just going to say, just finishing up on Harry Brook, I was going to say, and it's a very interesting point you make about not looking too far ahead, because we all do that far too much, don't we? But I mean, he must be, and I'm looking ahead now, he must be well in contention for a place in the Ashes, isn't he? I mean, or nailed on, do you think?
It should be nailed on, shouldn't he, after the last few months that he's had. Here is Edwards in, driven by Haynes towards the inside of the bat, and a diving stop at mid-on.
So if they decided to go with Ben Foakes as wicket-keeper, England, and I'm a firm believer in you pick your best wicket-keeper, does that mean that maybe Brook and Bairstow could be competing for the same place? Or
there's definitely, that's a theory, although other theories include opening the batting with Johnny,
right,
and maybe Zach Crawley misses out, and then keeping pretty much the nucleus of the side that did so well in Pakistan and came back one apiece from New Zealand. Here's Edwards again. Haynes, oh dear me, another ball that nips in on him, and he's played that with no conviction whatsoever. He's got an outside edge on it, I think, and it's gone to the right of Shy Hope.
Yeah, it was.
It looked like an outside edge, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it might have been an inside edge. Well,
that's what confused me, but it's hard to.
Now, the lads down here are looking for the ball, but they might have to move that. That's one of the problems. I wonder if we ought to have someone down. This happens quite a lot here at Sussex, that the ball comes down. We've got all the. Oh, they found the ball. Well done. He's crawling under the covers here.
I should have got a photograph of that. It's right underneath our.
Well done, George.
Box.
He's retrieved the ball.
Yeah, I think you might have been right in terms of the angle it went. It looked like it had to be more of an inside edge. Either that or there's some magic applied to the ball after it gets an outside edge.
Yeah.
72 for 1. So there have been quite a lot of those sort of strokes this morning as well. I'd certainly say Sussex can't say they've not had any luck on their side this morning. one or two of these on a different day might have gone to hand. Here's Edwards again. That's a more confident push into the offside by Tom Haynes and fielded by Don Bess in the covers. So elsewhere, Division 1, Somerset have been put into bat by Lancashire at Taunton. They're 61 for 3 after 17. Hampshire 50 for 1 after 19. They're playing Northamptonshire at Northampton, and the home side won the toss and decided to stick the opposition in. Elsewhere, Division 2, Gloucestershire 36 for 6 against Worcestershire up at New Road, having won the toss and decided to bat as well. Edwards is in, and that's pushed nicely by Haynes with open face out to backward point. James Wharton doing the fielding. Let's just have a quick look at that. Who's been taking all the wickets there? For 6.
Joe Leach.
3 for 13.
I'll guess.
2 for 8, Gibbon, and 1 for 11, Dylan Pennington. And it was worse than that at one stage. Van Buren and Price have managed to make it into double figures. They're the only two players who have in the middle order. As this is driven by Allsop, nicely splits the gap between David Milan at extra cover and the stumps. And a lovely off drive for a couple to complete that over at 75 for 1. Allsop on 14 and Haynes on 40. Back with the roundup briefly before Adrian picks up again. And Division 1, Nottinghamshire 67 without loss, having been put in by Middlesex down at, or up at Lords. Used to saying down at Lords from when we're up in the north. Durham 55 for 1 in this division against Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens. It was the home side who won the toss. Division 1, Essex 82 for 1 after 19 against Kent. That is being played at Canterbury. Essex won the toss and decided to take first dig in that one.
And it's going to be Don Bess who's going to come in from the C end of the ground here on BBC Radio Sussex and various stations around Yorkshire, BBC Leeds, BBC Sheffield, and wherever you're listening from, a very good morning or good afternoon now from Hove. Adrian Harms and Jonathan Doige on commentary as Don Bess is in, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes plays forward, looking to play that one towards extra cover, gets a thick inside edge, the ball ends up a shortish fine leg or backward square leg, and another full shot, and there's been one or two of those in the last couple of overs. Tom Allsop picking up a couple of boundaries. Tom Haynes in the previous over. Haynes on 40, Sussex 75 for 1 as Bess is in again, bowls, and Haynes is down the wicket. That's going to be 6 runs right towards our commentary box. Bang! The ball hit the wall away to our right hand side, but he just got pace down the wicket and just hammered the ball. Go the bowler's head for 6 runs. Looks like he'd rather had enough of fiddling around, did Tom Haynes. He goes to 46. Don't see Tom hit too many sixes. Straight down the ground for 6, and the noise you can hear is the Yorkshire fielder who's now had to come and retrieve the ball from down below our commentary box down below us. There we are. He's done it.
Yeah, James Wharton sporting a moustache. Interesting. Yeah, I thought it was a reasonable move actually bringing on Don Bess. Didn't manage to get that in during his previous over, but he floated that one up, didn't he? Plenty of signs for the batter to use his feet. Played it well.
Bess in again around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes this time strokes this nicely into the offside, picks up a single, does Tom Haynes, fielded out there by George Hill. One more to the total. Haynes goes to 47, Sussex to 82 for 1. The cloud is increasing and it's coming from the east, which is to the right of where we're commentating from here at the C end of the ground, and there is more of a build-up of cloud. It's a lot brighter away to the west, but that's gone unfortunately, so the forecast is maybe for some interruptions later. Let's hope the weather forecast is wrong, or we get as much playing as we can as Bess is in. Bowls to Haynes, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Yorkshire will be desperate to play some cricket because, having spent last week no cricket at all, and you've got a week off next week as well. It's a bit of a stop-start to the season, really.
Yeah, very much.
Bess in again, just the one slip in place. He's in and bowls to Allsop. Allsop is solidly forward, head right over the ball and plays with soft hands. No run.
No obvious signs of major turn so far, but again, it's just difficult from the angle we're at to tell. But when I was saying it was a good move in terms of it being a dead pitch, one or two might keep low here, keep Don Bess in the game.
He's in bowls, and that was a quicker delivery, and also let that go through to keeper Hope. There is no run, and tidy stuff apart from that 6 runs from, it wasn't a loose delivery, Tom Haynes just used his feet and drilled the ball over long off for 6. End of the over, 82 for 1. Haynes on 47, Alsop on 14. The man, Ali Orr, who was caught by Finley Bean off the bowling of Jordan Thompson for 20 when the score was 48.
Don Bess, of course, got 6 for, didn't he, in the match, in the win here in 2021. Finished things off on that Sunday morning. What's it generally like for spinners? I've not been down here enough.
Yes, I certainly don't think there'll be a huge amount of, maybe as the game progresses, Jonathan, but I certainly think I would be surprised on the first morning if there'd be too much assistance for the spinner.
Then bowling here to Haynes, who pulls out of that. Thinking about it in terms of the time, 17th over of the first morning of a 4-day game, you're bringing on your off spinner. But if it is dead when you're not firing the ball in, then that might make it just a little bit harder work for the batters to get the ball away. Yeah. They're going to have to be doing the pushing rather than getting massive amount of assistance from the pitch themselves.
Yeah, for sure. Also took wickets, Don Bess in the win for Yorkshire at Headingley in that season as well.
Here's Edwards, straight, flicked to leg this time by Haynes. Jordan Thompson round with a one-handed pickup, and they're through for a single.
Tom Haynes went away with England in the winter. He went on the Lions tour to Sri Lanka, made a nice 100 out there on the back of 2 good seasons. Well, say 2 good seasons. The season before last time had a very good season. He's captain of the side, or he was captain of the side. But the decision was made here at Sussex to give up that captaincy this season, and Cheteshwar Pujara has taken over for Tom to concentrate on his batting. It's a big ask for a young player to open the batting and skipper the side. So I think it's been a good move by Sussex.
Edwards again, this time to Alsop, who's solidly behind that. The other thing, of course, with Bess bowling at this end, he's bowling at 2 left-handers and he's bowling off spin, so challenging the outside edge.
Yeah. He said he throws himself into his delivery stride here, Edwards, doesn't he? I mean, he's certainly giving it his all. So it's not easy sometimes coming down the hill here at Hove.
Here he is again. It's a good length delivery. Certainly no question that he's getting the ball up there.
Well, when you look at his figures, he's in his 4th over. He's got 0 for 21, but you would say that 12 of those runs have come off inside edges. Tom Alsop picked up 2 boundaries off inside edges, which he wasn't intending, and Tom Haynes the same. So if you take those 12 runs off, he's bowled 4 overs, or 13. 4 overs for 9.
Edwards again down the hill towards us. Alsop across. A couple of yelps from the Yorkshire fielding contingent, as if he might have got a little tickle on that, but he was trying to get his bat out of the way. It's a pretty good crowd in as well, isn't it, today?
There is.
People lining the side of the ground on the grass banking at the top side. There's plenty of deck chairs around and quite well populated in the stands as well.
Yeah, I think there's a feeling of optimism around Sussex. I mean, it's been a really tricky couple of years down here with some indifferent performances, not many wins, 2 wins. And I think the win against Durham really lifted everybody's morale. It's a game that, I know it's an old saying, but perhaps last season they may not have won.
Woodson again to Alsop. There's an appeal for LBW here. It's again not a bad shout, but we're not at the right angle to be saying that looks plumb on that occasion, and got the feeling that as we are leg side of the ball, it might have been coming down towards us slightly. See if we can gauge anything from watching a replay when that eventually comes round on the streaming. Shortly, fading down the leg side, I think was very much the case. So 83 for 1. What I would say about Sussex is that in those 2 games a couple of years ago, I can remember us talking quite a lot about the promise in the side at that point, and that I was saying I'm looking forward to seeing how they develop over the next 2 or 3 seasons. So this will be, for somebody who doesn't see them play very often, an interesting marker in that respect.
Yeah, absolutely. Don Bess is going to carry on from this CN. He's going to be bowling to Tom Haynes, who's on 48. Sussex 83 for 1. As in comes Bess. In fact, he doesn't come in now. He's just making a slight adjustment to his field. He's just got the one slip in place. Comes in around the wicket, bowls to Haynes. And Haynes is forward and plays the ball into his foot and the ball bounces out into the offside. And there is no run. And I think the feeling was, you know, I guess it's with all young players, you have to give them time. But I think the feeling around the club has been, you haven't had your time to prove yourself, but now is the time to really prove yourself. As in comes Bess and bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays it back to Bess, and there is no run. And you can't keep saying it's a young side, because ultimately I guess in all sports it's about winning games, isn't it? And Sussex have had a miserable championship for the last couple of years, but the Durham game was a good win against Durham, who I think it'll be a good side this season. In comes Bess bowls, and forward comes Haynes, and he's given out LBW, and Tom Haynes is on his way, and Don Bess has done the trick for Yorkshire, who are fighting back here. Tom Haynes furious with himself for getting out. I don't know if he's furious with himself or he's furious with the decision that's been given, but nonetheless Haynes is on his way, and Sussex lose their second wicket, and the Sussex opener is out for 48. LBW to Don Bess, 48 in 59 balls in 89 minutes with 8 fours and a 6. And Tom Haynes wanders off the ground, and he's absolutely furious either with himself or the decision, but he's taking a long time to wander back to the pavilion.
Yeah, I just watched it again in real time as it was when it came around on the streaming, and you're not quite close enough to tell whether or not there is an inside edge on it, but if there isn't, that looks out to me. So I think unless he has got some bat on it, and he'll tell you, he did look like it was missing leg, and he didn't really get very far forward. That was the key, and he looked as though he's played outside the line of the ball, and it's hit him, bang in front. So unless there is an inside nick, I think that's a good decision.
He was annoyed with himself. But in comes the Sussex skipper, Cheteshwar Pujara, who has made such a wonderful impact since he arrived at Hove last season. Skippering the side, made a wonderful 100 here in the last game against Durham, and I think his influence around the group of players when you're seeing a world-class batsman go about his craft. So he comes in. What have we got until lunch? About half an hour to go here until lunch. Sussex having won the toss. About even Stevens now. I mean, Sussex getting off to a bit of a flyer through Orr and Haynes. Ali Orr out for 20 when the score was on 48. And now a partnership of 40 between... Sorry, not 40. Is that 82? It is 82, isn't it? Between Haynes and Alsop. But now Haynes back in the pavilion, and Pujara comes in, and let's see what field we've got. We've got a slip, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Now, that's an interesting leg side field, Jonathan. There's a mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, a more orthodox mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a short fine leg. Yorkshire would have done their homework. They'll clearly feel there's a reason for this interesting field setting, as Bess comes in over the wicket, bowls to Pujara. Pujara's forward to his first ball, plays on the onside, there is no run.
Yeah, he didn't have the best of times in his spell at Yorkshire, did he? I don't think.
No.
I'd love to be able to bring those figures up, but at the moment I need to sort out my subscription to the website that does that. But it's all out there, isn't it? You can see plenty of Pujara in action, 102 test matches.
Bess in bowls. Pujara is forward solidly down the offside. Bess fields off his own bowling, no run.
I wouldn't know where he's more often dismissed, but maybe they feel they're onto something there.
But it certainly is an interesting field as Bess is in, and Pujara lets that go down the leg side. Well taken by Hope, and there is no run. So good over from Don Bess, a wicket maiden for the Yorkshire off-spinner. He picks up wicket of Tom Haynes for 48, and at the end of that over, Sussex are... I'm just looking at the scoreboard here, Jonathan, which I can't quite see from the angle. Is that 83 for 2? My apologies. 83 for 2. Alsop is on 14. Pujara is yet to score. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leeds, and other stations around Yorkshire. I'm Adrian Harms. and Jonathan Doige is with us this week, which we're thoroughly enjoying.
And good afternoon to you, Nigel, who says it's great to be watching and listening to the live streams. Am I right in thinking that subtitles were available on the YouTube stream? These are not available now. They would be useful when watching the streams when on the phone or conference call, or for last week when I watched the Durham v Worcester stream and couldn't find the English language stream. Okay. Well, as you probably are aware, Nigel, and certainly as I am at pains to point out on Yorkshire broadcasts, the stream, our commentary may be overlaid, but we are not in any way, shape or form responsible for the pictures that are going out or any of the paraphernalia that goes with those pictures, as that's pushed into the offside. Pajara when he came. Hope, and they pick up a single. Pajara yet to get off the mark, but we'll have an opportunity with this next delivery.
Off mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As Edwards runs in down there. I've been impressed by Edwards. I think he's bowled a good lick, comes down the hill, bowls to Pajara, and Pajara, is he caught down the leg side? No, he's not. Bit of kidology there, perhaps in the Yorkshire close field, as it was down the leg side. Good take by Hope. And there is no run. The sun is back with us, and actually this morning, the 2 wickets they've lost to Ali Orr, who was out for 20 when the score was 48, and just in the last over, Tom Haynes, who was LBW to Dom Bess for 48, clearly very unhappy with the decision, was Tom Haynes, but he had to go when the score was on 83. Pujara is yet to score. Tom Alsop is on 15. Sussex are 84 for 2 as Edwards is down the hill, bowls to Pujara, who very nearly plays on. Inside edge, the ball misses the stumps. And I've been very impressed with the way that Edwards has bowled here. He's running hard down the hill, hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's bowled his 5 overs, no wicket for 22. At the end of the over, Sussex are 84 for 2.
Thank you very much. And Dom Bess going to continue then from this C end with that peroxide blonde hairdo that he's sporting in 2023. Just having a chat with George Hill, who's making his way back to what will be mid-off to the left-handed Tom Alsop. 15 from 27 for him. Pajara just taking a little bit of time to get used to things out there, yet to score from 6. Good delivery from Bess, who's gone very full here to Alsop first up, and he nearly fell over that one. Not sure whether or not he would have clipped leg stump or might have gone down the leg side of it. Hope didn't appear to move too far to his right. Dot ball. Sun shining brightly, as Adrian was just saying. Again, right arm round the wicket. This one straying away down the leg side, and well watched, I've got to say, by Alsop. So easy. I'm sure plenty of people who've played the game will agree that sometimes when somebody throws one down the leg side, you lose your balance over the offside, you miss out. But he watched that really well, did Tom Alsop, and punched it square on the leg side for a single, taking him to 16. Pajara back on strike. Adam Lyth at slip, very, very tight into the right-hand shoulder of keeper Hope. Bess rolling his off-spin, turning that ball in towards the right-hander, who drops it out into the leg side. Adrian mentioned that field to the right-hander in the previous over. He's just making sure Jordan Thompson doesn't come in too far from the mid-wicket boundary and pointing him back in the direction of the rope. Milan's in at a short straight mid-wicket. There's a man 45 backward of square, Finley Bean. And George Hill a bit deeper at mid-on than mid-off is. And he's going to come into play here because Pajara uses his feet and pushes that one along the carpet all the way to Hill and picks up 1. Sword Shaquille has been placed at the wicket ends at short extra cover to the right-hander, who's now off strike. Edwards is the man who's going to be at mid-on here to the left-hander. They've got a sweeper back just in front of square out on the boundary away to our left. And Bess's delivery, well, Alsop, he almost played that in 2 instalments really. He got there very early to play the shot and then had a waft at one that did look like it turned a little bit away from the outside edge of the left-hander. No harm done for him on this occasion. Allsop on 16. Best round the wicket to him, and he's over the top and driving this, and Hill into play again, doing the fielding. End of the over, 86-4-2. We are 22 minutes from lunch. What's on the menu, Harmsley?
Do you know? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what surprises await for us. Last week we got little vouchers for the burger van, so I don't know what's going to happen this week, but I'm sure we'll find out. Just coming back to Cheteshwar Pujara, so last season, which was his first season here at Sussex in the Championship, in 8 matches in 13 innings, he made 1,094 runs, top score of 231. He averaged 109 with 500s. So. And he started this season with 100 in the first game against Durham as well. And he's going to be on strike. And it's going to be Edwards who's going to carry on down the hill, the tall Australian. 3 slips in place, a backward point, extra cover, mid-on. There is a short leg who's just sort of backward of square from where I'm commentating from. It looks like he's just backward of square as in comes Edwards. Bowls. And Pujara is forward. Plays it onto the onside. There is no run. This is a good contest, and I think credit to Yorkshire. They fought back this morning because early on, Sussex off to a flyer really with Orr and Haynes. They were rattling on at well over 6 and over Sussex. Ali Orr out for 20. Tom Haynes. We'll probably find out a bit more of that dismissal, but I think the bowling change that made a difference was when Jordan Thompson came into the attack, and suddenly scoring runs didn't look quite as straightforward for Sussex.
Yeah, it just helped, didn't it, having one end that little bit tighter, and then Matthew Fisher continuing what he was doing at the other end. And Edwards has bowled pretty well, stays wicketless.
Been impressive in his 6 over, running it down the hill, bowls to Pujara, who to a ball that's short of a length covers up and plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Away to our right-hand side, I can see a few people have made their way into the corporate hospitality area. Often there's a lunch club or a business meeting or something going on down there. A couple of people enjoying the sun is out down there, enjoying a glass of, looks like champagne or something down there, so very nice too. Might not be champagne at all, but certainly in a champagne flute. As in comes Edwards over the wicket, bowls. Pujara drives. Edwards fields of his own bowling, shies at the stumps, misses, but gets a pat on the back, does Edwards, who's in his 6th over, figures of 0 for 22, but as we were saying in the previous over, 12 of those were deliveries that came off sort of an inside edge.
Got any influence with these people away to our right? Can you get
none. I've got no influence.
Volley into the com box this afternoon?
That'd be nice. We might get some cake, which would be nice, but yeah. Well, comes someone else that's definitely champagne. He's got a champagne flute as well. That gentleman coming out in his jacket. In comes Edwards, bowls to Pujara, and Pujara managed to get that one down to fine leg, but momentarily Yorkshire thought they had a sniff of a wicket there. They've got that man at backward short leg, and they've obviously done a bit of homework here and feel there's something that perhaps they can see in the Pujara armoury that they can exploit. But Pujara picks up a single. He goes to 2, and Sussex to 87 for 2, having won the toss here this morning and elected to bat first. A breezy day, a chilly day, but the sun is with us at the moment. We do need some warm weather, don't we? Do you remember in lockdown 3 years ago? I mean, the weather was amazing, wasn't it? Week after week of lovely warm weather.
And nobody around to enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 slips in place as Edwards is racing in around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Allsop, and Allsop drives firmly only as far as short extra cover. There is no run. Fielded up there at the top end of the ground by David Malan. So apart from those 4 slips, there's a point. Malan at mid-off stroke, yeah, I'd say he's mid-off, wideish mid-off, almost extra cover. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket Benko down here at fine leg, where the people behind him, about 10 yards behind him, are enjoying the sunshine and a glass or two. Edwards bowls and covering up. This time is also punches the ball onto the leg side. There is no run. Another tidy over from Edwards, who's bowled 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 23. Sussex are 87 for 2 with Alsop on 16, Pujara on 2. Listening to BBC Radio Sussex, various BBC local radio stations around Yorkshire. Adrian Harms and Jonathan Doyd, your commentary team, here today. About 15 minutes to go to lunch, and I reckon it's about even Stevens.
Yeah, I probably agree with that now. His best in again, and also pushing out into the offside. No run. David Collicutt again says you're an honorary tyke for taking that. And FPL Spartan says, who needs Code Fisher and Thompson when Yorkshire's best wicket taker is Adrian Harms? Best in again, and Alsop, fuller length delivery, has driven this down the ground where Edwards fields mid-on. Andy Walker's even clipped it up and put the clip up on YouTube, so that's going to be going viral, especially after I've just about retweeted it any second now. Harmsy.
Thank you. I thought you were a mate of mine.
Yeah, some things must be recorded.
Shot.
Bess is in. That's a lovely shot by Pujara. Stepped away to leg, opened up the offside, and has cut that away square. Bobbles over the boundary rope now with Code in vain pursuit. 4 runs. No, it's only a bit of fun, isn't it? Anyway,
Yeah.
it's one of those things.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
We all know there isn't such thing as a commentator's curse. We can do nothing about what goes on out there in the middle.
Except
on this occasion. Pujara waits, taps the bat quite feverishly, waiting for Bess to come in and deliver, and he's over the top of that, pushing it into the leg side, and there's no run. Lily says Mickey Edwards looks like a good bowler. We need to have Sussex 2 or 3 down at lunch. I'm listening on holiday in Barcelona.
oh, nice.
And James Hobbs says he's loving the wicket replays on the live stream, showing the celebration again, but not the wicket. Okay. I haven't noticed that. End of the over, 93 for 2, 14 minutes before lunch here at Hove. 25 overs have been bowled so far this morning.
Yeah, I need to double check actually with the Sussex scorer as to which, because there is the clock on the clock tower scoreboard, and then there's the digital clock which shows 12:46. They're pretty much in sync, but it looks to me like the clock tower scoreboard looks like it's almost showing 10-2. So I reckon they go by the digital numbers on the scoreboard. But we've got a change of bowling, and Edwards' spell has come to an end, and Ben Code is back into the attack. 3 overs for 14. He bowled this morning, but he's coming in now down the hill. He bowled up the hill earlier on. He's coming in to bowl to Tom Alsop, and Alsop works this one between third slip and backward point. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Here's Tom Alsop. He may even pick up 3, actually. Pujara thought about calling Tom Alsop back for the third, but I think it was the right decision not to do so. He'd have been running down the hill, Pujara to the danger end, and decided to stay instead at the non-strikers end. So Alsop goes to 19, and Sussex. I had this problem last week, or the game against Durham, looking at the score. Is that 95 for 2, Jonathan? I need to get my glasses checked. It is. As in comes Cody again bowls to Alsop, and Alsop drives pleasantly to mid-off, fielded by the tall figure of Edwards, who's very quickly down to field. No run.
48 for 7 now, Gloucestershire in their first innings.
Wow. Sounds like it's doing a bit at New Road. I bet it's been wet there over the winter. It seems to flood pretty much every year on the banks of the Severn. One of my favourite grounds. I love going to Worcester. I love the cathedral in the background.
Yeah, lovely spot.
Comes Code again, bowls to Alsop. Alsop is forward and plays to mid-on. There is no run. Since you were here last time, because the flats, you were talking about the flats at the far end of the ground and how much they would cost, and I guess the answer is a fortune, particularly because they're looking towards the sea. But when you were here 2 years ago, the apartments that have been built on the site of the old pub, they've shot up since then. They would have just been free foundations at that stage, I'd have thought.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that, actually, because it's not something I thought about this morning coming in.
Coded again, bowls. Also, he's back on his stumps, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
I mean, it's shameful, isn't it, really, getting rid of a pub and building on it.
But there is going to be a pub in there.
Right.
The pub is going back in. The Cricketers is going to be back in there, but the old Cricketers is gone. I don't know, actually. Someone might be able to tell me when the pub is due to open. A very popular pub just inside the ground. 3 slips go down, some back with us. And that earlier cloud has melted away as Code is in. Bowls to Allsop with a flick of the wrist. Plays that through backward square leg. He's going to pick up 1 and will come back for an easy second. Will Tom Allsop, who goes to 21, and the score goes up by 2 to 97 for 2.
Just to put it in context in terms of how Sussex are scoring here, only 2 scores higher around the grounds. Essex have made it to just over 100, 101 for 1, and Nottinghamshire without loss are 113 in the 27th, so all comparable time scales, if you like.
Code in bowls. Allsop is solidly forward to ball, a good length, and just pushes that out into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of another over, an over than which Ben Code conceded 4 runs. He's now bowled 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18, and with 10 minutes to go until lunch here on the south coast. Sussex are 97 for 2. That looks like Tamel Mills, who's just making his way out the far end of the ground, perhaps doing some work as Sussex look towards the T20, of course, starts in May. Jonathan's had to disappear to do an update to listeners on one of the Yorkshire radio stations, so I'm sorry you're stuck with me for the next few moments. It's going to be Dom Bess who's going to carry on, though, from the sea end of the ground. Means he's bowling up the hill. The sea is about 400 or 500 yards behind us here at Hove. He's bowling to Pujara. There's a slip and a silly mid-on who's very close in as he comes Bess and bowls, and Pujara is forward and he plays it straight to that man who's Milan at silly mid-on. He's got 1 foot almost on the cut strip, so he's very straight. And then those 3 men in a ring on the leg side and a deep mid-wicket as well. 3 men saving 1 on the off, just the 1 slip. Bess in bowls to Pujara, who clips this between mid-wicket and backward square leg, picks up a singles as Pujara. He goes to 8, total to 98 for 2. And one of the things, when you watch Pujara a lot, his placement is immaculate. He knew exactly where the field was there. And despite there being those men on the leg side, he was able to turn it onto the leg side and pick up a single. Bess bowls, Allsop shoulders arms, lets that one go through to keep a hope, and there is no run. He returns the ball to Bess, and then cleans the ball on his jumper, wipes it on his trousers, wanders back to his mark. Allsop on 21, and Bess is in again. Bowls, and Allsop is solidly forward, head right over the ball, foot right to the pitch of the ball, plays it down the track. Bess fields of his own bowling again. There is no run. Bess round the wicket bowls to Allsop, who's forced back on his stumps and plays it with a bit of discomfort onto the leg side. Fielded backward square leg, and again there is no run. Looking at the ice cream van at the far end of the ground, not really an ice cream day unless you get yourself out of the wind, it might be, but it's got a chilly breeze here and the flag's billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard as in comes Bess and bowl. Also is forward and plays this into the offside. There is no run, fielded out there by Shan Shakil. End of the over, and a nice tidy over from Dom Bess. He's done a good job for his county here. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. The wicket of Tom Haynes, who was LBW for 48. Sussex are 98 for 2. Tom Allsop is on 21. Cheshire Pujara is on 8. We've had 27 overs bowled so far today, and you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every match in every competition throughout the season here on all the counties. Line, and in this case alongside the live stream here from Hove, where it's going to be Ben Code who's going to carry on bowling down the hill to the right-handed Pujara. 3 slips in place and he's on his way. Right up over the wicket, bowl to Pujara. Pujara is forward and Code fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Slipcord having a bit of a natter to each other down there. Adam Lyth, the skipper, hands deep into his pockets. It's that sort of a day here at Hove. As Code races in over the wicket, bowls to Pujara, and Pujara is solidly forward and plays that to mid-on, and get the feeling that Pujara here is just thinking, yep, lunch is just around the corner, about 6 minutes to go until the interval. Thank you very much for all your emails and your tweets this morning. Great to have so many of you in touch, and from all sorts of places around the world as well. The Philippines and Laos, Amsterdam, Cambodia, over in the United States as well, we had a listener, so thank you very much for getting in touch. As in comes Ben Code bowls. Oh, that's a surprise, Pujara. That was a good delivery by Ben Code, and Pujara was caught in two minds. The ball rattled past the outside edge into the gloves of Hope, and certainly we were saying, if you're prepared to bend your back on this wicket, there is a little bit in it for the bowlers. Pujara goes down and just does a little bit of guarding, a bit of prodding and poking, and then goes through this routine which he does every single delivery, where he holds the bat out horizontally before he gets into his guard. Comes Code again, bowled, and Pujara this time shoulders arms and lets the ball go through to Hope, and again there is no run. We'll see him do it again here. If you're watching on the live stream, you'll see Cheshire Pujara literally as he gets ready for the bowler to come in. He goes through the same routine with, there we go, every single delivery. The ball, he just holds the bat with both hands and just horizontally, and then he settles into his guard. And Code is running towards us, bowls, and Pujara is forward, playing away into the offside. There is no run. Jonathan is back with us, and I think what with 4 minutes to go until lunch, Pujara's very much got his eye on making sure that Sussex don't lose another wicket here before the break.
Which is fair enough, isn't it? What we have, we hold type of thing. And they've certainly got, in terms of runs on the board, a pretty decent session behind them.
Yeah, I think as I say, I think it's still pretty even. As Code again, 3 slips go down in and bowls, and Pujara's right in behind this, plays it back down the track. Code fields of his own bowling, maiden over from Ben Code, who bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 18. Sussex 98 for 2. Tom Alsop on 21. Cheshire Pujara is on 6. This may say 58 or 56. The clock 58.
It is 56.
Oh, well, let's just go over to 57 actually. So this may be the last over, but it depends how quickly Don Best gets through.
Yep. Well capable of getting through in a couple of minutes if the ball doesn't disappear off to the boundary. Finlay Bean's been brought in with the helmet on at silly mid-off. Bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, who's flicked him backward of square for a single first ball. So Bean will remove the helmet and disappear off out to his position backward of square leg to the right-handed Pujara, for whom David Malan has now been brought in just off the cut strip, just to the leg side of straight. He'd probably be about 18 yards from the bat, something like that. Fisher has gone a bit wider at mid-on. Still got a man in at straight mid-wicket as well, that's Saud Shakeel. Best going over the wicket to Pujara. Fisher comes into play with a tumbling stop away to his right. And Pujara was thinking about going because he was one of those where he just had some momentum from playing the shot and walked into his first couple of strides, but Alsop said, hang about, let's just stay put if you don't mind. Pujara on 8. And again, flicking this with the turn to Shakeel at mid-wicket, no run. Pleasant scene after the cloud had come in, as Adrian said, from the east. That's blown on. But you can see it's pretty stiff, the breeze blowing from the east. If the cloud movement's anything to go by, Bess's latest delivery is flicked to leg by Pujara. Fisher gives that a bit of a rub. 2 balls to come in the 29th. Still 12.58. 12.59 has now clicked over on the clock. Jara waits. Best runs through the crease.
Yeah, I think that will be the. That was Pujara showing his experience there. I think he'd made up his mind. He doesn't want there to be another over before lunch.
It's again. Pujara over the top of it, flicking it once again to Shaquille. So final ball of the morning session, possibly. Bess is not hanging around and he's backing and bowling again. And Pujara opens the face, runs it out to point. It is the end of the over. It's still showing 12.59 on the scoreboard clock, and it also shows that Sussex are 99 for 2 with Allsop 22 and Pujara on 8.
Well, we're going to get another over. The clock's still showing 12.59. Umpire is in place. And we're going to get another over before lunch. Just to mention, if you are on the ground and you're listening to us, or you're listening to us and got some friends around you, particularly if you've come down from Yorkshire, the excellent Sussex Museum will be open at lunchtime. It's away by the Spen Karma Pavilion. And just break off as in comes Code running in down the hill. Bowls to Allsop wide. Allsop clubs that way. Lovely shot. That's the best shot that Tom Allsop has played. It was too wide from Ben Code, and Tom Allsop back and across and hammered the ball away through the covers for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Allsop, and it brings up the Sussex 102 for 2. Allsop goes to 26. That was too wide from Ben Code, but Allsop been waiting for that and he wasn't going to miss out. Yeah, so go and have a look around there. There's all sorts of exhibits to do with the history of the oldest county cricket club. As in comes Code, round the wicket bowls and covering up his Allsop, plays into the offside. And there is no run. And it might be someone to get out the wind as well. And have a little mooch around the museum for half an hour or so. Ben Code in his 6th over, and Jonathan, just looking at that scoreboard, Jonathan was saying about the wind, and you can see the flags which are really billowing now away to our right hand side. 3 slips weight, backward point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg as Code is in. Round the wicket bowls to Allsop, and Allsop is forward and plays a little uncertainly to backward point, but safely nonetheless. And there is no run, fielded there by Shaquille. So the men out this morning, Ali Orr, who was out for 20. He was caught by Finley Bean off the bowling of Jordan Thompson for 20. And then Tom Haynes, after a partnership of 35 with Tom Allsop, was LBW to Don Best for 48. And he didn't look very happy about the decision. As in comes Code bowls, and that kept a little low to Tom Allsop. He did well to keep that out. That was the reason for the howl from the bowler, Code. And there is no run.
Paul Spencer, good afternoon to you. Paul from Todmorden says, whenever this fixture comes around, I always recall the evocative piece by famous Yorkshire Post correspondent J.M. Kilburn around the match that finished on Friday the 1st of September 1939. More in a sec.
Code is in and bowls. I think there's a little stop forward plays for the covers. There is no run.
He says, with war inevitable, everyone knew this would be the last county cricket that would be seen for some time, perhaps even ever. The great Verity had bowled Sussex out for 33 on the final afternoon, and the Kilburn piece is excellent if you can get your hands on the book featuring his best writing. He talks of travelling back through a perfect English late summer evening in the South Downs with the clouds of war gathering. Headley Verity, of course, was later killed in action. He was in Italy, wasn't he?
Bowls, let's go past the off stump. There is no run taken by keeper. That's a very poignant email, isn't it? Thank you very much. And what we can tell you here at home on this occasion, it is lunch with Sussex 103 for 2, with Pujara on 8, Tom Allsop on 26. That's been a good morning's cricket, actually, Jonathan. It's Sussex off to a bit of a flyer through Orr and Haynes, but I think all credit to Yorkshire. should be better. We've got various...
And the flapjack? No, the flapjack coming through at this end.
I think just apology to those who are listening around the ground that you may have not had the sound coming through, but hopefully you have now got the sound. See if we can get a wave from up in the top tier of the pavilion. We are getting some sound, which is good news. Thank you for that. Apologies, a slight technical delay. As in comes Fisher again, bowls to Allsop. He's up on his toes, plays in the offside, and there is no run. I also remember going to it would have probably been the Gillette Cup. It was a semi-final I watched at the Oval between Surrey and Yorkshire. This must have been late 70s because certainly Jeff Boycott was playing for Yorkshire. I think Bill Athy was playing. And Sylvester Clarke bowling in that game and bowling unbelievably fast. I think Jack Richards was the Surrey wicketkeeper, and Richards was, 2/3 of the way back to the fence. He was frighteningly quick. In comes Fisher again. Allsop defends, plays it onto the onside, and they take a cheeky single with a good call by Cheteshwar Pujara, because I don't think Allsop realised quite where the ball gone, but in the end, Hope had to come running up from behind the stumps to field, which he does so, and there's one more to Allsop, who's pinched the strike at the end of the over. Sussex are 119 for 2 with Allsop 32, Pujara on 18.
Yeah, so I've added 16 since the lunch break, at which point they'd bowled 30, so 16 in 3 overs. Yorkshire will just want to, settle things down, tighten things up. I think they've done that already to an extent after that loose first over from Matthew Fisher. But they'll want to exert some pressure as well. And wicket's obviously not easy to come by so far. Jordan Thompson, the only seamer to have taken a wicket. He broke the opening partnership, and the only other wicket taken has been by Dom Bess. Mickey Edwards is keeping himself loose at mid-on. I used to remember this ground being on television quite a bit back in those days in one-day cricket terms. It seemed to be you turn your telly on and it was either the Oval or Lords or here. A lot of the matches, that's what it felt like.
Yeah.
There's probably somebody with some stats that'll tell me that Ed Dinley were on every week.
Perhaps the producers all lived around here, I don't know.
Yeah, well, maybe so. It's not a bad run, is it, for the television team from London to come down as it was in those days, as Cody's in for his first ball of the over, and Allsop turns that into the leg side where Bess fields no run.
I mean, actually, growing up, my sort of cricketing hero was Jeff Boycott, and I remember my first cricket bat. And I might have told you this, I had a list of all the Yorkshire team on that bat. So it was, I'm thinking from memory, it was sort of Boycott, Lum, Sharp, Pageant, Hampshire, Bairstow, Old, Carrick.
But not Code, who's in and bowling here to Allsop. Was flicked to leg. Graham Stevenson, David Bairstow.
Nicholson.
Okay, right, so you're going back.
So, yeah.
Tony Nicholson era.
Yeah.
Illingworth.
Yeah.
Did you mention Closey? I can't remember.
I think it was, yes, I think perhaps it was when did Brian Close stop playing for Yorkshire? He wasn't on my bat, but I remember Doug Pageant and Paget, and John Hampshire was certainly on it.
Code in, and Allsop gets a full-length delivery and a push rather than drive, really, back past Pujara. Edwards doing the fielding. Yeah, some famous Yorkshire names of the past. F.S. Truman, was he still around? Or did he
I don't think he was.
Derbyshire by then?
Yeah.
Or had he retired by then?
Yes, this would have been probably, I don't know, early 70s, I think, something like that.
So still playing. Code in, and Allsop solidly behind this one. They've gone with 2 slips at the moment. George Hill at first, Adam Lyth, Yorkshire's captain, of course, in the absence of Jonathan Tattersall. He's at second. Finley Bean's moved wider to gully. I thought for a moment there was a fielder down to the left at third man, but actually it's the reflection in the glass on the commentary box of Matthew Fisher, who's actually away to our right down at long leg. Dom Bess is at mid-wicket. Jordan Thompson at a short catching position straight mid-wicket, really, for a little bit of a lazy flick perhaps from Allsop, who's not flicking lazily here, he's flicking very positively past Bess, who's done really well to get across there and stop the ball going over the boundary, but he looks like he's got an injury as a result of that. 4 has been signalled.
Oh, he's okay. Oh, did he climb with the boundary board, with the advertising hoarding?
No, he didn't quite get as far as that, but just something maybe about how he fell on his shoulder in trying to flick the ball back, maybe? Or is it the hip that he's landed awkwardly on? He's certainly not walking with his usual fluency as he comes back in, but he's trying to shrug it off, and he's holding the rib cage to the right-hand side just momentarily there. Code is in and bowling, and Allsop is beaten this time, playing at a ball just outside off stump. A little bit of bowling from Code. Allsop 36 at the end of the over. Bess is, well, he looks to be over the worst of that immediate pain that he suffered. 123 for 2 Sussex after winning the toss, batting, and 34 overs played here at the county ground in Hove.
It's interesting, isn't it, with cricket these days, that the way that bowlers chase balls down. I mean, everybody slides around the outfield, but you do see quite a few injuries. I remember poor Henry Crocombe, the Sussex quick bowler, who mercifully is okay, but he damaged his shoulder last year up at Durham. I think it was second to last game of the season, sliding around the boundary. He saved a run, but you think sometimes particularly for bowlers, you seem to see no end of injuries with players throwing themselves around the ground. Matt Fisher's in deep conversation here with David Milan, who's fielding at mid-off. What if they're going to decide upon a fielding change? Would Milan be vice-captain, or just sort of a senior ear to have a natter to?
Yeah, just the latter, I think, really.
Yeah. Well, he's running away from us, is Fisher, on a lovely afternoon. If blustery here at Hove, he's running in and bowls, and Shorten Pujara hammers that one away to backward point. He'll be annoyed with himself, Pujara, that he's missed out on that. That was wide outside the off stump, and he hit it straight to Don Bess, who's fielding at point, and there is no run, and that's normally a very strong part of Pujara's game. He very rarely hits the fielder, but he did on that occasion, and he was such his standard, he was annoyed with himself. He's on 18. Sussex 123 for 2, having won the toss here this morning. Fisher runs away from us in his 9th over. He's in and bowls, and Pujara is solid in behind that delivery, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Better line on that delivery from Fisher.
Yeah, it's just been a little bit more loose than we're normally accustomed to Matthew Fisher so far. It is his first match of the campaign, of course. Got the requisite number of overs under his belt. Overs in inverted commas, I suppose they are, away from first team level, in the nets and all that sort of thing. Done all the S&C work.
Has he had quite a few injury problems?
Loads.
Yeah. Running away from us in and bowls. Pujara lets that go. Good take by Hope behind the stumps. There is no run, because he was in and around England, wasn't he? I mean, that was...
Yeah, made his debut last year in Barbados in March of last year. He's played just that one test match. But when you consider that he made his first-class debut against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, corresponding with this actually, 19th to the 22nd of April 2015, so 8 years ago, he's played 26 first-class matches in 8 years.
In comes Fisher bowls, Pujara 4 down the offside of the track. He fields of his own bowling, no run. And in terms of injuries, one particular injury or just a variety of different injuries?
Yeah, various, really. It's just been a bit like a curse. Whenever he seems to return, something else goes wrong fairly quickly. Now, definitely I'm not doing any commentators cursing on that front, because I love watching him bowl and hope that this is it now and he's fit for the rest of his career.
Fisher in bowls, that's down the leg side of Pujara again. He was going to turn that one down to 5. There's no run.
83 first-class wickets in 47 innings with ball in hand. It's a pretty good return, isn't it? He's averaging 26.68 going into this match. He's well capable of bringing that down if he plays enough. And he's somebody who Yorkshire very much need, I think, in this bowling attack on a very regular basis.
Fisher on his way. 2 slips in a gully go down. He's in and bowls, and Pujara is solidly fought a ball of good length. Plays it back to Fisher. There is no run. Pujara's bat must look about a foot wide when he plays that forward defensive, because he's got his bat and pad absolutely locked together. But a better over from Fisher, who's now bowled 9 overs, 3 made, and 0 for 35. And Sussex are 123 for 2.
He gets the ball to swing, and he certainly can get the ball to move off the pitch. When he's really bowling well, you think of a spell that he bowled at Scarborough this back end of the season before last, red-hot spell when he got 4 wickets in quick time against Somerset, and they won that game in 2 days. And a lot of that second innings collapse was Fish doing his thing and just getting the ball away, and then just bringing one back. And it was almost to order his code in bowling to Allsop, who's shouldering arms to one. And we just talked about, my favourite fast bowler and the players who played with him, including Otis Gibson, Malcolm Marshall. He was even more so, and as much as I respect him, like Matthew Fisher, and he's got the ability, it looks like he's got the ability somewhere down the line to be, if he's playing regularly enough, to start sort of doing that. With Malcolm Marshall, he was doing it to order for a long time, wasn't he? His code, and Allsop pushes out into the offside, and there is no run. I still remember reading a piece about that Mark Nicholas wrote about him having captained him at Hampshire. I think it was when Malcolm had just died, and he talked about skippering him, and obviously didn't need to skipper him when he was bowling because he knew exactly what he wanted, and he'd be telling the captain what he was going to do. And Otis sort of corroborated that in a way last week from a different angle in the piece that I was doing with him as codes in, and with an open face Allsop plays that on the floor to Gully by Beanfields. And he said I think he said in his first spell on his debut for Barbados, Malcolm Marshall was open the bowling with him, and he said he just came and stood at mid-on or mid-off, whatever, and he said he just talked me through my whole first spell. And he said he was a really generous sort of cricketer in that, he didn't keep his brilliance to himself. He'd share what he did with the ball and see if other people could do the same as well. His code, bowling to Allsop, who flicks it in front of square on the leg side to Bess, and there's no run. Ben Code, well, because he went for a few late on in the match against Leicestershire, I still don't feel that when he comes on in those situations he's probably seen to best effect. There was some talk about whether or not they could have been more defensive with the field on that occasion. He went for something like 18 or 19 in an over near the end, which would probably tip the scales totally in the favour of Leicestershire. Here he is again down the hill, bowling to Allsop with a ball that clearly looks like it bites off the seam and just holds its line. And you sort of felt for him really, because he's done such a good job for Yorkshire over the last few seasons. Didn't really deserve that, but he'll continue to take wickets at whatever level he plays. I think in the county game will Ben, bowling mid-70s, canny bowler, and while he's not taken a wicket in this one so far, that could be any delivery as he bowls full there to Allsop, who flicks it up to mid-on where Mickey Edwards fields, and there is no run. 123 for 2 after 36 overs.
I think Yorkshire have bowled quite well here after lunch, Jonathan. We've had the best part of half an hour since lunch, and Sussex have only added, they've added 20 since then. I just felt there with Tom Walshot shot there, if he's just getting a little tied down, he just wants to get on with it a bit, Tom, and I'm sure Pujara probably noticed that and called him down just for a little chat, and probably said, look, it's a 4-day game.
Yeah, change of bowling this CN. Jordan Thompson coming back on to replace Matthew Fisher.
Yeah. Jordan Thompson, I thought, well this morning, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19, but just sometimes I think that's when you clearly got the runs that Pujara scores, but also just that little bit of advice. It was a very un-Allsop-like shot there. He just it looked as if he was getting a little frustrated, and it's a 4-day game, a bit of litters just blowing across the ground, and I think Don Bess is probably going to pick. Pujara says, I don't want to be taking guard by what happens, so a bar of something or some sort of litter is now, oh dear, it's going to be one of the, well done Tom, he traps it with his bat and gives it to umpire. Now I'm not sure which umpire is at this end. I think that is umpire White, but we'll get confirmation of that as in comes Thompson and bowls, and Pujara shoulders, arms, the low goes through to Hope, and there is no run. Real cotton wool clouds above Hove at the moment, just a few drifting across in the stiff breeze. Those that are sitting in the sun, I can see 1 or 2 people sitting in t-shirts, so if you're out the breeze, it's really very pleasant, and Hove looks an absolute picture. as Thompson turns in front of us. He's running up the hill from the C end to bowl to Cheteshwar Pujara. 18 not out, he's in and bowls, and again Pujara just shoulders, arms, and the ball passes through to keep a hope, and there is no run. We're in the 39th over, is that right? 39? 40th over.
It's the 37th over.
I'm sure it's my eyesight that's not great, but I'm struggling to make that out, whether that's as 36 or 38. And obviously it says 36, so we're in the 37th over. As in comes Thompson again, bowls. And Pujara said that's dangerous. He's padded up outside the off stump, and well, the decision is not out, but it's always a dangerous game. Not too often do you see Pujara doing that. But Thompson clearly thought he was in business, and Yorkshire just reaping the rewards here for bowling a very good line and length since lunch.
Yeah, it did look a decent shout. Hopefully get to see it again in a moment or two. Try and give you a little bit more of a clue as to what was happening. Just sitting about 4 strips away to the leg side of Pujara, so nowhere near straight on. Yeah, hits him out. He's got his pad outside the leg.
Thompson bowls. Oh, that's another good shout, and he's given out, and Pujara is gone. Well, the previous delivery, Pujara padded up. This time he's trapped in front. I sometimes wonder on those sort of occasions when you get one, and but the umpire had a good long look at it. And Cheteshwar Pujara is gone, and that's a huge wicket as far as Yorkshire concerned. Every time Pujara goes, but he's gone for 18. And Sussex, he was rather trapped on the crease, I think. And Yorkshire, I think, have bowled extremely well since the break. And Sussex are 123 for 3.
Yeah, just looking at again now, midway across the crease, Jordan Thompson, but he's straightened things up from the ball before. That was the key, and this time you're saying that's definitely hitting. And it looks like it strikes him pretty much straight in front, doesn't get much of a stride in, so it looks pretty good.
And you have to say credit to Adam Lyth for the bowling change as well, because he's brought Jordan Thompson back on. I thought he bowled really well this morning as well. Only a short spell of 5 overs, but he picked up the absolutely crucial wicket of Pujara. And Yorkshire will feel they've really fought themselves back into this game.
Yep, good comeback. Man that makes things happen, doing it again. 2 for 19 in his 6th over. And he'd obviously just put a little bit of doubt in the mind of Pujara with that delivery before.
Yeah.
It was clearly not out, I think, the one prior to it. Maybe it was all part of a set-up plan by Tomo, something like that, but he just straightened it up this second time. And Pujara, if you look at the replay, I've only just seen it the once, but you could also argue that maybe he was playing it with, bat slightly behind hand, really. He didn't seem to push out at the ball that much. I'd like to see it again, slowed down.
But it was a very Pujara-like shot, the padding up as well, and it just made me wonder whether perhaps he was slightly unsettled, and we saw the all-shot in the previous over, so anyway, new man in is Tom Clark, another left-hander. As in comes Thompson, bowls, and Clark is forward defensively, plays that to backward point, and there is no run. Tom Clark, 22, for those of you in Yorkshire who haven't heard or seen of Tom Clark. Played for England under-19s back in the day. Really cemented his place in the side last year. Got 100 here against Nottinghamshire in the opening match of the season, then another 100 up at Leicestershire. Rather missed out in the first match of the season. What did he make? He made 4 in the first innings against Durham. As in comes Thompson short, and Clark eases a short delivery down to fine leg and picks up his first run and 22 in the second innings, but he's picked up a single, he's on his way, and he will retain the strike. Good over from Jordan Thompson, who's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, has taken 2 for 20. Sussex are 124 for 3 with Allsop on 36. Clark on 1, you're listening to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leeds, amongst others in Yorkshire. Adrian Harms and Jonathan Doidge on commentary on what is a lovely sunny afternoon at home, if a bit chilly if you're out of the sunshine.
Chat between the two batters out there in the middle then. Tom Allsop's been out there for some time. 72 deliveries he's faced. Tom Clark, just the 2 for his 1, and it's the latter who is going to be on strike for the first ball of this. Ben Code over. Ben Code, talking of strike, would love to strike early with Tom Clark, I'm sure. What an imposing figure, isn't he, Tom Clark? Tall figure. His Code's in, and he plays that with an open face out along the deck towards Gully. No run. They've brought a third slip back in. Finley Bean now.
Yeah, I always think with sides when they're playing Sussex these days, Jonathan, that when Pujara is at it probably almost feels like 2 wickets because he's such a key player for Sussex. That was one of the good things when Sussex won the last game here against Durham. You know, Pujara was already out, so someone else had to do it, which was important.
Going in again, and Clark covering his stumps and shouldering arms.
The pitch, you know, we were saying a couple of deliveries earlier on this morning went right through very low to the keeper. Since lunch, the ball's come through at quite a nice height, to be honest.
Yeah, it's felt like it's carried that little bit more, hasn't it? Maybe a bit of sun on it, something like that. Warmed it up a bit, I don't know. Who knows? Code turns and makes his way in towards his right arm round the wicket. Clark solidly behind it, pushing to the wicket-taking Jordan Thompson coming in from mid-on. The 3 wickets to have fallen today. Ali Orr, the first to go. He batted for 54 minutes. He was out on the 5th ball of the 13th over, caught by Finley Bean off Jordan Thompson for 20. Sweep shot that hit the back of his bat off the seam bowler, looped up in the air and Bean caught it. 20 off 40 balls, including 4 fours. Here's Code for ball number 4 in this over, similar to one of the previous ones in it. Holds its line from wide of off stump, but Clark not drawn into playing a shot. Then in over number 21, just before the 12:30 mark, Tom Haynes was LBW to Dominic Best for 48. 8 fours and a 6, 103 for 2 at lunch, and then Pujara LBW to Jordan Thompson for 18, 49 deliveries. So he got himself into a rhythm out there, got himself off to a good start. Hit 3 boundaries, but gone for 18. Here's Code trying to add a 4th wicket for Yorkshire, and does. That is a superb delivery and sees the back of Tom Clark's 7th ball with just 1 run on the board, and Sussex 124 for 4, and the off stump poleaxed.
Yeah, look, he was playing down the long line there, Tom Clark, didn't he? But he's a great sight for a quick bowler. Well, we said how well Yorkshire have bowled since lunch. I think they've bowled just a much better line and length. I mean, the first over after lunch actually went for 10 runs, where Pujara tucked into Matthew Fisher. But apart from that, the bowling has been excellent for the visitors since lunch. They've got their lines and lengths right. And Sussex have lost a vital wicket of Pujara, and now Tom Clark, who's struggling for runs in the early part of this season. I mean, it's only the 3rd innings, of course, and he's a good young player, but a bit of pressure on now, and I think Yorkshire will be very, very pleased with the way this is going.
Yeah, so Ben Code coming round the wicket, angling the ball in towards off stump of the left-handed Clark, as we'd seen already in this over. He'd got him across in that general direction a couple of times, but too wide to interest Clark in playing at 1, and he's only just fractionally changed his line there. I think that was a skill involved, and Clark having left a couple, there just looks like there's a little bit of doubt as to whether he wants to play at that ball or not. And it looks as though he could have done him through the gate, but it looks to me more like he's either a little bit late on playing that,
right,
or he's played maybe just inside it. But yeah, just full on top of off stump, what Ben Code loves to do, and it's brought him his first wicket. You can't say he's not worked for that one today, I don't think. 1 for 27 off 9 overs and 5 balls. The righty out there.
Yes, this is Ollie Carter, who is the wicket-keeper, who saw Sussex over the line against Durham last week. So at the beginning of the season, there was a big debate, not a big debate, but the debate was who would keep wicket for Sussex. Ollie Carter spent the winter out in Australia, where he played for Newcastle. Made a lot of runs. He was named their player of the season, and his wicket-keeping Sussex were delighted with, and felt that because he had a difficult season with the gloves last year, Ollie Carter, and his place was under threat. A young keeper by the name of Charlie Tier was pushing him hard, but Carter got the nod to start the season, made runs, kept wicket well. So he's a man in form with the bat. But this is a big test now, as it was indeed against Durham, which he came through with flying colours.
Code switches back to over the wicket, 3 slips in place. It's short of length and just dropped out the feet of Finlay Bean, who'd gone in there at short leg. Some respectful applause from the home support. The majority of those in here will be, and I know there's some travel down from Yorkshire today as well. 124 for 4 then, at the end of a wicket taken over for Ben Code. He's bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27.
And Jordan Thompson is going to carry on. Now, for the benefit of Yorkshire supporters, the rest of the Sussex batting order, Finn Hudson-Prentice will come in next. The former Derbyshire player began his career here at Sussex. Nathan McAndrew, the Australian. Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson batting at 10. He's got a first-class 100, so plenty of batting still to come for Sussex. But good inroads here from Yorkshire as in comes Thompson, comes in and bowls to Alsop, who lets that one go by outside the off-stump, watchfully taken by Hope, and there is no run. And then Henry Crocombe. But I think when you've... I think it's always nice to think about how a game is going. I think when you've won the toss and elected to bat, 127 for 4, I think the opposition will feel they've had a good, they're in a decent position here.
Yeah, certainly coming back strongly after an ordinary sort of start.
Thompson in bowls, also drive to a ball of good length, drills it to mid-off, fielded by Edwards, who shines the ball on the back of his trousers. Jordan Thompson in his 7th over, figures of 2 for 20. He's bowling with 3 slips to the left-handed Tom Alsop, a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And as Jonathan said earlier, there's a decent crowd in at Hove today. Thompson turns and is running up the hill, away from us, in and bowls, and Alsop again has to cover up the ball of good length, plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. There's actually been very little to hit since lunch. As I say, that opening over from Matt Fisher, which Pujara took 10 off. If you take that 10 out, that would be 114. So Sussex have only scored 11 runs apart from that over since lunch.
Yeah, which says plenty, I think, about how they're bowled sort of collectively. Good comeback. Regrouped at lunchtime and had a chat about why they want to bowl.
Yeah. In comes Thompson bowls and also clips firmly to mid-wicket, but straight to Shaquille, and again there is no run. Tom Alsop, who will captain Sussex when Pujara is away, and certainly when Pujara will be away, I think it's the Worcestershire game here, which clashes with the World Test final, which is at the Oval in early June between Australia and India, and Pujara certain to be around the squad whether he'll play. I mean, he has had a very good chance of playing, I would think. Jordan Thompson in and bowls, and also again clips straight to Shaquille. Again, there is no run.
Well, not doing himself any harm, is he, by scoring runs and playing in English conditions?
Yeah, absolutely. And Sussex will have the additional benefit of Steve Smith, who will be here for the next Sussex home game.
Who, sorry?
When they play Glamorgan. When presumably Smith and Pujara will play, which will mean, well, you'd have thought they'd have both played. It will mean there'll be no overseas bowler in that game, which will be quite interesting. See who plays in that one. But in comes Thompson bowls to Alsop again, plays it to mid-on, there is no run. That's another really good over by Jordan Thompson, who's making Tom Alsop play at pretty much everything. Maiden over, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 20 for Jordan Thompson, 124 for 4, Alsop on 36, Carter yet to score, and the runs have rather dried up. What are you laughing at?
Steve Smith.
Oh. Why are you laughing?
He might have had a history in cricket. I can't remember now specifically. Is there a B&Q, by the way, around here?
Oh, don't. Just as we said, for 3 games. His first game will be at Worcester in a couple of weeks' time. Sussex go to Gloucester next week, or to Bristol. We hope you have better weather than Yorkshire had. And then we go to Worcester and then Glamorgan. I think they're the... and then we go to Gloucester. He won't play in that game, but he plays at Worcester, here against Glamorgan, and then away against Leicestershire.
Here's Ben Code, meanwhile, bowling to Ollie Carter, who pushes out into the offside. No run. I did notice, actually, it is a bit sandy out there, isn't it? As I walked on the outfield. So I'm sure he'll be made to feel at home.
So I'm just looking at a couple of emails that are coming that I've missed, so apologies if you sent those in.
3 slips in place, Code in again, good delivery, and, well, Ollie Carter, you'd probably say he played inside the line of that, but he was interested in having a little flick at it. And there is no run through to his counterpart, number 11, Ollie Carter's counterpart, that is, Shy Hope, sporting that number for Yorkshire. You can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. At Jonathan Doidge is the Twitter handle, or is it at Adrian Harms?
Yeah, at Adrian Harms, or at BBC Sussex Sport. Oh, good delivery.
Again, was a good delivery this time. I think he did play inside the line, and there was clear movement off the pitch for Ben Code. Finlay Bean is back under the helmet at short leg. Saud Shakil is just over his left shoulder. Not the tallest of figures, Saud Shakil. First impressions, 5 foot, not much. He's just walking out in a sort of mid-wicket position at this moment in time. Mid-on, mid-off. Gap through the covers, which Ben Code has offered the right-hander. See if he can get the ball away, but he can find the outside edge as a counter. Can't on this occasion. It's just short of length, and he shoulders arms, and it's through to Hope. There is no run. 103 for 2 after 30 overs was the lunchtime score. So 21 runs added for the loss of 2 more wickets for Sussex here in 9 overs and 4 balls. It's been tougher going. Batting conditions out there look pretty good, you'd say. Sunny. It's a rock-hard pitch. Ben Code throws his latest delivery well wide of off-stump and can't tempt Carter into playing at it. We talked about the breeze this morning. There's no change there. Flags certainly showing that it's plenty blustery enough. Now on the east side of the ground. Well, I wouldn't describe the cloud movement overhead as rapid, but there's certainly movement. Plenty of encouragement out there from the Yorkshire fielders as Code turns and comes in again. Bowling to Carter, but similar delivery to the ball before. It's wide of off-stump, and he's able to leave. So having a look at a few now, Ollie Carter. At the end of that over, he's faced 7 deliveries and is yet to get off the mark. Allsop 36 from 78. 124 for 4. I've got to dip out and do a BBC Radio Leeds update.
Thanks very much, Jonathan. So yes, we were saying the next championship game here against Glamorgan when Steve Smith will be here, so I'm sure Sussex hoping for a good crowd. Can't wait to see the Australian in action, and I'm sure his influence around the Sussex young players will be of huge benefit as Jordan Thompson runs away from us, coming into bowl to Tom Alsop. He's in and bowls, and Alsop lets that go. That's a good delivery by Jordan Thompson, and for a moment he had Tom Alsop in 2 minds whether to play or not. In the end, it was a good leave by Tom Alsop, who then wanders away from the crease and looks in the direction of the dressing room where the Sussex players are sitting on the balcony. A helicopter crosses the ground at the far end. Background of some lovely blue sky and cotton wool clouds, but it's a lovely afternoon here at Hove, and so far the forecast cloud has stayed away, so let's hope it does. As in comes Thompson again, bowls, also drives, but only as far as mid-off, well fielded by Edwards, and again it's a dot ball. So Sussex went to lunch on 103 for 2. They've added just 21 runs in this afternoon session. In the 50 minutes that we've had, some really tight, accurate Yorkshire bowling. And in taking those 2 wickets, out of Pujara for 18 and Clark for a single, the runs have really dried up. Rebuilding job for Sussex as in comes Thompson and bowls. And Alsop gets a single, but not the most convincing single. He was looking to play that away on the leg side. I think a little finer than he did. Nonetheless, he picked up a single to square leg, and Tom Alsop picks up his 37th run. Sussex to 125 for 4. If you've only just joined us, very good afternoon. The news here that Sussex won the toss, elected to bat. Ali Orr and Tom Haines putting on 48 for the first wicket before Orr was the first man to go. Caught in the slips by Finley Bean for 20. Tom Haines was out for 48 LBW to Don Bessie. It looked like he didn't like the decision much, did Tom Haines. Here comes Thompson bowls, and Carter's on his way. A little casual flick away through square leg. They've taken one. They're thinking about 2. They'll need to get a move on as the throw comes in. But it's not the best of throws. It's wide of keeper Hope, and in the end, Carter was very easily, comfortably back for the second run, so he's on his way. Then since lunch was in the wickets of Checheshwar Pujara, who was LBW to Jordan Thompson for 18, and Tom Clark, who was comprehensively bowled by Ben Code for a single. And it's Jordan Thompson who's on his way, running away from us. He's in and bowls. Carter is forward, a bowler of good length, and Carter plays a model forward defensive shot, plays it straight back down the track, fielded by Thompson off his own bowling, and there is no run. 3 slips in place, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
On Sunday, part cloudy with sunny spells and a few light showers, and Monday, sunny breaks and feeling cold.
Thompson turns.
Championship, Sussex playing Yorkshire at the county ground in Hove. Nice day for it, Adrian Hart.
Yeah, lovely day, Danny. Just a few cotton wool clouds around, but chilly if you're not sitting in the sunshine. And Sussex not going so well now. They went to lunch on 103 for 2. They've lost a couple of wickets since lunch. Checheshwar Pujara, LBW to Jordan Thompson for 18. And then Tom Clark having his off-stump uprooted by Ben Code for a single. Sussex now 127 for 2. Tom Alsop is going along nicely. He's on 37. And Ollie Carter with him. He is on 2.
Adrian, thank you for now. More verbal commentary on the BBC Sports website and app.
So it's going to be Ben Code who's going to carry on the Yorkshire attack. He'll be bowling his 12th over. Figures 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 27. I don't know if they could hear me in the studio, but if they could turn off the clean feed, that'd be great. Much as I like Amy Winehouse. As in comes Code around the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who plays that into the offside. And there is no run. Not very much on the attack here, Adam Live. He's got 2 slips in place, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's 2 men set back on the leg side. There's a deep square and a fine leg. As in comes Thompson is in and bowls, and also trying to force this away through the offside. Doesn't time it. Played into the offside, fielded by Shaquille, and there is no run. Code wanders back up the hill. He's going to come into bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop. He's in and bowls, and Alsop is forward. Another good delivery, and it's been really noticeable here since lunch. The line and length of the Yorkshire bowlers has really improved. There's been very few balls that the Sussex batsmen have been able to hit. 10 coming in the first over after lunch. Since then, there's only been, what have we had? 24 Sussex have scored since lunch, and 10 of those came in the first over. So it's a really good battle. As in comes Code again bowls, and also good judgment, lets that one go through, and good carry as well. Throw to Shy Hope, get some warm applause from the slip cordon. And again, there is no... good, they've turned off the clean feed, so that is good news. We're in the 42nd over of the day. Benko trudges away up to the far end. He'll have been buoyed by that wicket of Tom Clark. Figures of 1 for 27 as he comes racing down the hill. Around the wicket, he's in and bowls to Alsop, who drives, and Code stops that with his right hand and then looks rather ruefully at his hand. Is he okay? He just made a signal there as if to say, no, he's all right. I thought for a moment that he'd hurt his hand and tried to stop that. Ben Cody did stop the ball. In fact, the signal was to bring his deep square leg up to an orthodox square leg. So just the one man down on the fine leg boundary. That's probably all about giving the new batsman Carter the strike, I would imagine. As Code is in again. Bowls. That's wide of the off stump. Also has nothing to do with it. Through to the keeper. Another maiden over. As Yorkshire just keeping the pressure on Sussex here. 127 for 4, also on 37. Carter is on 2. Ben Code's figures 12 overs. I think that's going to go up to 5 maidens. Yes, there we are. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 27. And it's going to be Jordan Thompson who's going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground, who's going to be coming into bowl to Ollie Carter.
Just been doing my update to Radio Leeds, Richard Stead, on his afternoon show. And he said, just describe the where you are, Doige, you just describe the backdrop, because it sounds like you're in an echo chamber. It really, I don't remember it being like that next door in the little room.
Well, probably because last time you'd have had the effects microphone with your ISDN.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is soundproof in here, so the only effects we get is from our microphone dangling out the window.
So dot ball first up there by Jordan Thompson. At the moment to the right-handed Ollie Carter. Comes Jordan then, running away from us, right arm over the wicket. Just has Carter on the stretch as he pushes that one into the covers. Sword Shaquille dives to his left and makes a half stop, but they get through for a single. Looks like Jordan's going to switch and bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Alsop. 37 to him. 128 for 4. We're just about at the halfway point of this afternoon session.
It is umpire Neil Pratt who's at this end of the ground. And umpire White, who is standing at square leg. Because the Edwards is warming up.
Thompson in, it's straight, and balloons off the pad of Alsop. Back in the general direction of David Milan, who's down at mid-on and does the fielding. There is no run. Have a look at the scores elsewhere as well, if we can, in a mo. Try and keep you up to date with what's going on. Gloucestershire still surviving, having been 36 for 6. 9 down at the moment, 151 for 9 as Thompson's in and bowling, and also solid push into the offside where Mickey Edwards fields. Somerset 134 for 4 in the 43rd against Lancashire at Taunton. Hampshire 123 for 2 up at Northampton against Northamptonshire, who won the toss. Gloucestershire 151 for 9 in the 41st up at New Road, Worcester. Gloucestershire won the toss and decided to bat there. Notts 152 for 3 against Middlesex at Lords. Middlesex winning the toss, decided to bowl first. Thompson in, nicely clipped this time off the legs by Alsop, just a little bit leg stumpish from Jordan, and he's picked off for a couple. Durham 157 for 2 in the 43rd against Glamorgan at Sophia Gardens. It was the home side who won the toss there. The other match in Division 1 is Essex-Kent. Essex 159 for 1. Good day for them so far, having won the toss and decided to bat at Canterbury. I've had a message from Steve Thompson, Jordan's dad, after I mentioned he was competitive earlier. As Alsop pushes that to mid-on. where Milan fields, and there is no run. 130 for 4 after 43 overs. That one going for 3 by Jordan, so he's now gone for 26 from 9 overs, which have included 2 maidens and, vitally for Yorkshire, 2 wickets, and a very, very big one getting out Cheteshwar Pujara.
Well, it's the big wicket. You know, you got someone who scored 500 in the county championship yesterday, last season. He averaged over 100 as well.
He's good, but he's not quite that good. Was that 500s? How's that in the county championship yesterday?
So we are going to get a change of bowling, I think, at that far end, are we? Yes, it is. It's going to be Matthew Fisher. So he's rotating his bowlers here, Adam Lyth. I think to be fair, he's done a good job. Just rotating bowlers around, but it is going to be Fisher who's going to come down the hill. He's going to be bowling his 10th over. Figures of 9 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 35. So there are 3 slips in place. A point cover mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And it's going to be Matthew Fisher who's coming in to bowl to Ollie Carter, who's on 3. Comes in downhill bowls. Oh, I thought Carter got a little nick of that. Give Ollie Carter the benefit of the doubt that he just maybe pulled the bat inside the line at the last moment. But the ball went through again. Good carry there through to Hope.
Yeah, it was one of those where you could tell he was thinking about playing it. His instinct was to play at it, but then I think something got the better of that, and he did manage to pull the ball inside the line. Different pace, of course. Matthew Fisher's got a few more yards in him than Ben Code, who did his job, didn't he, from that Cromwell Road end. Kept it tight, took a wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. Fisher in again, bowls, and a very similar delivery and a very similar response from Carter, who, again, he looked like he was going to play it, and then at the very last minute, I think, changed his mind. They bowled a really good nagging line here. What have we had? We've had an hour since lunch. And the runs have pretty dried up here for Sussex, but it's a case of rebuilding. Pujara and Clark, the men out since lunch. Pujara for 18, Clark for a single. The other 2 out today. Alistair Orr for 20, Tom Haynes for 48. 2 wickets for Jordan Thompson. There's one for Dom Bess and one for Ben Code. As in comes Fisher. 4 slips in place now. Comes in and bowls. That's a good delivery. And I think that's beaten the outside edge. I think that's a good delivery by Ben Code. That's 3 in a row. And Dom Bess goes running up from 4th slip to have a word to that Fisher. I can remember
Or so. More so Ben Ridley, I suppose, than Matthew Fisher. Well, and he only bowled the 3 players out there who are not necessarily bowling. The Milans, they'll have had all that, I'm guessing, as well at lunchtime in the dressing room. And things have looked tighter. And that just, even if you're not taking stacks of wickets, that just asks more questions of the batters. And you talked about Tom Alsop not so long ago playing a shot where he might have been just getting a bit frustrated that the scoreboard wasn't ticking as much. That's happened for him in this over now. He punches one quite firmly this time to Milan at mid-on. Another full-length delivery from Jordan Thompson. So he's gone full on leg stump, being clipped away for 4. He's gone not quite as full, driven down the ground. He's gone full again. So there's clearly some thought behind the length he's bowling here, Jordan Thompson. He's got 2 for 34 to his name now. 2 left in his 10th over. Turns again. Quite a crouch stance, isn't it, from Tom Alsop, who's solidly behind this, pushes it back past Thompson. It might have the legs to get there, or may not as well. Mickey Edwards flicks the ball back. Oh, well. Jordan is throwing his arms in the air in disgust. Probably frustration. He's been hit for a third boundary, and that boundary also brings up Tom Alsop's 51 runs to his name, 3 boundaries in the over. It's taken him 96 balls and 134 minutes of batting to get there, and has included 9 fours. He's played well. Not always played convincingly, with a few edges earlier on, but he's taken his opportunities in this over. And just to complete what I was saying about that, Mickey Edwards probably a little bit disappointed that having made the ground to get there, we were probably going to be saying really good piece of fielding, but as it turned out, he dragged the ball over with him. Thompson in again and driven into the covers this time. So Matthew Fisher doing the fielding. So clear plan to go full. It's not worked for Jordan Thompson there. He's going to need to make some adjustment about what he does in his next over if he gets another one, having been hit for 12 in that one. But there's clearly something going on in that respect. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 38 for Jordan, 142 for 4, with Alsop on 51 and Carter on 3.
Yeah, very difficult when you're chasing the ball down the hill here at Oval. When Tom Alsop played that shot, you could almost think it was going to go for 4 runs because the ball just gets away from you. You never seem to catch up with it. So I don't think Jordan Thompson should be too hard on Mickey Edwards there, because it's very, very difficult to stop the ball once it's got past you down the hill. So some relief for Sussex, and well batted Tom Alsop, who was a bit sketchy early on, a couple of inside edges that very nearly went onto his stumps, but he survived that, and he's flourishing and playing a really good innings, and he's been a great acquisition for Sussex. Came on loan initially from Hampshire last year, then that loan was made permanent. But coming down the hill is Matt Fisher, comes in and bowls to Ollie Carter, and Carter again plays inside the line. Ball goes through to Hope, and there is no run. And I was saying about the carry, there definitely seems to be better carry since lunch. I don't know whether perhaps the pitch is hardening up or whatever, but certainly Hope took that one, round about shoulder high. Still the 4 slips in place. The backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Armsy doing a few stretching exercises.
I'm stiff as a board. A friend of mine taught me into doing a charity bike ride at the weekend, and it's 4 days ago, and I could hardly walk. In comes Fisher, running in. Over the wicket bowls, and Carter is forward, clips that to mid-wicket. There is no run. I
do a little sort of hit workout quite often on a morning, I've got to say, just to try and keep, like you do when you get to a certain age, just to keep the joints going. And last week I made a mistake in the hotel when I was down at Bristol killing time when it rained off one day. I went in the gym, and I went on one of those cross-trainer things and not been on one for yonks. And I felt like I'd been shot in both calves. And it's today, I can still feel it now, but today is the first day when I've walked what you'd call anything like normally in a week since I went on that.
Yeah, it's not good, all this exercise, Fisher. Carter, again, good judgment. That was a definite leave from Ollie Carter, a more exaggerated leave, wasn't it? The ball goes up again, could carry through to Hope, and there is no run. Yeah, I was with 3 other guys, and my bike's got very sort of wide tyres on and completely unsuitable for anything on a road. And this was a road charity cycle ride. It was 30 odd miles, which doesn't sound much, but it was uphill and down, and by the end of it. But the other fellas all had these thin tyres, and they were waiting for me. Every hill, they were waiting for me. It got a bit embarrassing in the end, to be honest. Fisher in bowls to Carter. Again, he lets that one go. Again, through to Hope, no run.
I've got one of those with the thick tyres as well, and it's not been used in years. That's precisely why, because every time I went out, I got it when I was doing a job in Newmarket down at Bloodstock magazine, going back a few years, and I used to go off riding around the sort of stuff. So that kept you fit. Nice, yeah, but dear me.
But it's nice and flat in Suffolk as well.
It's the drag, isn't it? On the road,
crumbs. Yeah, it was really hard work. It really was. So I've been suffering ever since. Still, it was for charity, so that was a good thing. In comes Fisher bowls to Carter, who looks to flick that one away on the leg side, but he gets a little inside edge. The ball ends up at fine leg, and all the slip corners, all the hands on heads. And Carter goes to 4, but not with a very convincing shot. 143 for 4.
David Coleman says, I hope he's not out next ball. What did he expect? He says, can Adrian Harms do commentary for Bradford City's opposition strikers for the last 4 games of the season as the official Bantams push for automatic promotion from the EFL League 2?
No. Well, it might help. Is Mark Hughes manager at Bradford?
He is.
Is he? Right. So a change in the field, obviously, for the left-hander, because they're all changing over, but there are 3 slips and a gully in place. A point. Now, this leg side field has changed. They've still got the fine leg, and they're pulling out the deep backward square as well. So let's see if we're going to get a double bluff here from Matt Fisher, who's got one more ball to bowl of his 11th over. He's running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in a bowls, and it was a short delivery, and well played by Tom Alsop, who just bent his knees and watched the ball pass by the end of his nose and into the gloves of Hope. There is no run, so end of the over. 143 for 4 are Sussex. Tom Alsop with a very good half century. He's on 51. Ollie Carter is on 4. And very much a case of Sussex rebuilding here since lunch after the loss of Chetishwar Pujara for 18 and Tom Clark for a single. You're listening to Live Cricket, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Jonathan Doidge here from a very sunny Hove, where the forecast cloud so far mercifully has pretty much stayed away, or the rain I should say. Let's hope that remains the same.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the trailer load of used rubber tyres is out there for.
Yeah, to hold down the covers. Or the yeah. Yeah, so we've got all the paraphernalia down here. We got 3 big covers, a load of tyres, and then we got the blotter down below us as well. So that's where Ben Gibson and his team keep all their equipment down here.
So Don Bess coming into the attack at the C end for Yorkshire in over number 47. Already taken a wicket, that of Tom Haynes today. Trapped him LBW for 48. George Hill just been dispatched out by the scoreboard to mid-wicket, and they've packed the leg side here with Carter on strike, going back to the first delivery from Bess, which was around about an inch or 2 outside off stump. Pushed into the offside, so 3 men in a line in the ring on the offside point. Cover and mid-off, Matthew Fisher, Shaquille at cover, and Ben Code at point. Carter flicks this latest delivery to Mickey Edwards, who's in a more regulation 1 saving mid-wicket position. George Hill would be squarer out on the boundary. Finlay Bean is just backward of square leg, probably only about 5 or 6 yards backward of square. A catching position at a short straight mid-wicket. Looks like it could be James Wharton out there subfielding again. No, it's not. That's David Milan. My apologies to both. But he gets up and fields his next delivery. Got his back to me in my defence. And then Jordan Thompson is at deepish mid-on. Dot ball. Adam Lyth at slip, of course. And here's Bess over the wicket. Oh, now then, look at this position that Ollie Carter took there. Stepping away to leg and then pushing at a ball that was pushed through a little more quickly by Don Bess, outside off stump, straight into the gloves of Hope. Not far off getting a little tickle on that. Carter on 4. He's been out there and faced 27 now. Here's Bess again, loops one up this time, and Carter right over the top of that and played it much more assuredly.
He's giving the ball quite a bit of air here, isn't he, Don Bess? It's not as if he's sort of firing it through.
Well, apart from that previous delivery, which he did fire flat and just wide of off stump. But yeah, out of the 5 he's delivered, 4 have been a little bit on the loopy side. Here he is again. Yeah, a little bit of air. And over the top of it, Carter to complete Bess's 8th over with 1 maiden, 1 for 18 against his name. A reminder again, he took 6 for in a Yorkshire win here a couple of years ago during those COVID-affected couple of seasons when we had conferences.
Wow. Yeah.
And 143 for 4.
Almost seems like it didn't happen, doesn't it, really? It seems, I mean, it's 3 years ago, wasn't it? And it's, I say it clearly did happen, but it's, well, you always can't believe it happened, really, that we had all those months of lockdown, and I remember us very little cricket was there till about the August, I think we started, wasn't it, when we had a very shortened Bob Willis Trophy.
We had 5 matches, I think.
Yeah. So Tom Alsop, who's on 51, he's waiting for Matthew Fisher, who's going to bowl his 12th over of the day. Figures of 11 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 36. And he waits. The sun has just disappeared. There's a little more cloud drifts across Hove as in comes Fisher around the wicket, in and bowls to Tom Alsop with good judgment. Lets that go through, taken by Hope, and there is no run. A little sign has come out that they want a helmet bought out for somebody. Who's that wants? Is that Finley Bean who's asking for a helmet to be bought out? So I wonder whether we're going to see some closer fielders in the next over from Dom Bess.
Yeah, there's already one out there.
So perhaps we're going to get a close fielders as Fisher is back to his mark. So we've got those 2 men back on the leg side. There's only 1 man in front of square saving one as in comes Fisher, bowls, and up on his toes is Alsop, and they think about a single. He plays it into the offside, but it was never there. And it's fielded by who's that with number 70?
Matty Revis.
Oh, thank you. Is that the...
He's subbing in this game.
Right, okay.
Played in the first game against Leicestershire.
We'll have a little rattle around the scores in the other games in a moment's time.
I think it's Ben Code who's not on the field at the moment.
Fisher is in and bowls. Alsop is back. Well, he gets an edge through the slip corner. There's 3 slips in there and a gully, and the ball flew, I think, between third slip and gully and raced away for 4 runs. But Tom Alsop wasn't in control of that shot. He picks up a boundary. He goes to 55 and Sussex to 147 for 4. But these are slightly anxious times here for Sussex. Another wicket goes down here, and Yorkshire will feel, as I said, there's still plenty of batting to come, but you're down amongst the all-rounders, all of whom are very capable, I would add. But he wasn't in control of that, Tom Alsop, and the ball sped away for another boundary.
Yeah, I think it was over the top of Finley Bean at third slip, really. It was that direction looking at the replay. But definitely top edge material.
It's raining at Canterbury, where Kent are 164 for 1. Sorry, Essex are 164 for 1 against Kent, unsurprisingly. As in comes Fisher, bowls, and Alsop shags down on that one a little late. All just trickles away on the offside. Alistair Cook out for 39. Tom Westhoe is on 71 for Essex, but it's raining in Canterbury. Nottinghamshire 166 for 4 at Lords against Middlesex. Middlesex have had a pretty desperate start to the season, losing both of their matches. At Northampton, Hampshire going nicely against Northants, 144 for 2. Hampshire looking to bounce back from their defeat to Surrey at the weekend. And the final game in Division 1 at Taunton, where Somerset are 149 for 4 against Lancashire. Fisher in bowl, short, and also it's squared up the ball. Well, that could have gone anywhere. As it's turned out, he's run all the way down to third man, and Tom Alsop's going to pick up a couple of runs, but he had no idea where that had gone. He was looking to turn it on the leg side. He got a thick outside edge. The ball ballooned away into the backward point region, and it ran around down to third man for a couple of runs. Very fortunate for Tom Alsop. That didn't go to hand. He goes to 57.
Yeah, not dissimilar to the dismissal of Ali Orr earlier on.
Yes.
It was...
Yeah.
He was playing it completely the opposite way to where the ball went.
Durham are 169 for 2 in their game in Cardiff. Michael Jones not out on 63. Scott Borthwick out for 59. Fisher in again, bowls to Alsop, and Alsop clips this one away on the leg side. They've taken one. I think they'll think about coming back for a second. He's good, very quick between the wickets. His Tom Alsop throw comes in. It's not the best of throws, and well backed up actually, and well stopped. But a couple more runs to Tom Alsop, who picks up 8 runs in the over, but 6 of those runs were rather fortuitous. But he won't mind about that. He goes to 59. The Sussex 150 is up, 151 for 4. Matthew Fisher concedes 8 runs in the over, in which he probably didn't deserve to, in truth. 12 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 44. And the other game in Division 2 of the County Championship, a good recovery by Gloucestershire, who Jonathan was telling you was in all sorts of problems in that game against Worcestershire. Gloucestershire are 188 for 9, having at one stage been 45 for 7. And that recovery led by Tom Price, who batting at number 9 is
his best. This one slung down the leg side this time.
There was a quick cry of catch it, wasn't it? In fact, it wasn't taken cleanly, but
Carter, who flicks it round the corner, but bowling to his field best, it's flicked straight along the deck to Revis. End of the over then. Best maiden, that's 3 of them he's bowled now from 9 overs, and it's 1 for 18 against his name. Sussex 151 for 4 after 49.
Will's been in touch. Hello, Will. He says, afternoon, Adrian. Hope you're well. Yes, I'm fine, thank you, apart from me aches and pains from my cycling trip. He says, I'm listening here from a sunny South London, hoping the Canterbury rain doesn't come here. Hoping to come down to Hove tomorrow before heading off to Wembley on Sunday. Can't wait, he says, exclamation mark. Showed a good bit of resolve here after losing those wickets. Allsop really is a lovely batter to watch. Yeah, he is. Tom Allsop in full flow, and he's been a really good acquisition for Sussex, as I say, on loan originally from Hampshire last season, now fully signed. And he's facing now as Fisher comes in again from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Tom Allsop, who drives down the ground, and Fisher dives forward to stop the ball and tumbles in a heap halfway down the track. And there is no run. So thank you for getting in touch, Will, and thank you everybody who's been in touch today. Lots of emails, lots of tweets and messages. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to get in touch with us here, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sports or at Jonathan Doige. Your message will find its way through. 3 slips already, as are the gully, and Fisher is on his way. Down the hill, bowls, all sort of forward foot right to the pitch of the ball, plays it down the on side of the track, fielded by Shaquille at mid-on. And there is no run. Stuart McPherson has been in touch. Hello, Stuart, good to hear from you. He says, the sun is shining here in Northern Ireland, not far from your favourite place. Yeah, you must be a regular listener. I was saying how very much I enjoyed my visit to Northern Ireland, coming up for 3 years ago now. Right up to the north coast of Northern Ireland. It was beautiful. As in comes Fisher round the wicket bowl. Short, pulled away by Tom Allsop, and not picked up immediately there by Mickey Edwards, who's fielding at deep backwards square. In fact, Allsop didn't time it as well as he would have hoped, but nonetheless, he picks up a run and he goes to 60, and Sussex advance by 152 for 4. So Stuart goes on to say, it's great to see the cricket back and some optimism about the county this summer. Just wondering how Nathan McAndrew is with just wondering how long Nathan McAndrew is with the club this summer. On a different note, I'm flying over to watch Sussex play Surrey next month at the Oval in the Vitality Blast. Could you recommend best seats to watch the game? Best wishes for the summer, says Stuart. In comes Fisher, bowls, and Carter is back and steers this one between third slip and backward point and picks up a single. In fact, they'll come back for a second as Edwards chases back towards the boundary. When Ollie Carter picks up a comfortable 2, he goes to 6, the total to 154 for 4. Best places to sit at the Oval, well, you get a pretty good seat wherever you're sitting at the Oval, really. I think that's a Sunday game, so it'll be... I think that's a 2:30 start at the Oval, that game, Stuart. So if it were me, I think that is around the early part of June, as in comes Fisher again, bowls, and Carter is forward, eases that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I think probably I would elect to sit somewhere where you're not, if it's going to be hot. You don't want to be in the full glare of the sun, really, at the Oval. So maybe at the Vauxhall end, where you get sort of cover of the stand. He's just talking about the best places to watch at the Oval, but it's a pretty good watching ground, isn't it?
I'm going to say it pretty much anyway.
Anyway, you sit.
Good view.
So looking forward to you coming over, Nathan, so enjoy that. Yeah, I think that game is on the final... I think that might be the 28th of May. I think that's the final day of the football season as well, from memory. In comes Fisher, bowls, and Carter ducks out of the way. Got down quite low, but the ball didn't get up that much. Through to hope there is no run.
And of course, on Yorkshire's last T20 visit there, only T20 visit there, I think, they managed to do what they couldn't do against Sussex in a quarter-final a couple of years ago, and that was Win.
Yes, I remember that. And didn't Jordan Thompson play a starring role in that?
He did it, well, the last over, yeah. When they needed... now then, what was it? Not many.
Yeah.
To win.
Yeah.
Less than it was a scoring shot to win.
And Thompson prevented them doing it.
Did, yeah.
Yeah. End of the over. 154 for 4. Also up on 60. Carter is on 8. You're listening to live on 6 rather. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, various BBC local radio stations around Yorkshire. Adrian Harms and Jonathan Dodge. Thank you, Stuart, for your email. Yes, Port Ballantrae was the place I stayed in Northern Ireland. It was absolutely lovely. So thank you for getting in touch.
So Don Best's going to continue. And he's down at this C end of the ground. He's round the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Tom Alsop, who pushes out into the offside.
I reckon Mickey Edwards is going to come on for Matt Fisher at the far end. He's getting loosened up, isn't he, just down in front of us? Unless he's just cold.
There's certainly plenty of regular rotations by Adam Lyth with his Yorkshire bowling cohort. There's an appeal for LBW here. Alsop didn't get particularly far forward in playing at the ball. Let's have a look at it again. Very wide on the crease. Bess, tell you what, it's not a bad shout, but I think enough angle from Bess's delivery to suggest it was probably going to miss leg. Here he is again. This time Alsop uses his feet and flicks it away past the diving Saud Shakil in at mid-wicket. Revis is round to do the fielding.
Very, very quick between the wickets is Tom Alsop, and he was always looking for 2. So it was a good bit of fielding to prevent the second run. But he likes to lose his feet against the spinners as well. He's always looking to keep that scoreboard ticking along.
Ben Cody's back on the field. Revis is still out there, so looking around, it appears it's probably Matthew Fisher. Oh no, Matthew Fisher is at mid-off. So forget that one, as Best dives to try and field one off his own bowling. And the bat of Carter can't get there, but Mickey Edwards is round to clean up. Who's missing? George Hill's on the boundary. Could be Finley Bean, possibly. Short ball here, Bess. It's got what it deserved, hasn't it, really? Carter stepping across to the offside to open up backward of square and has pulled that one away along the deck all the way. Not the best of best deliveries on this occasion. And got a little bit of treatment.
Yeah, he's very patient, Ollie Carter, and he played really well. It was Carter who saw Sussex a victory in the last game here against Durham, because Sussex only needed 59 on the final day with 6 wickets in hand, and in the end, Ollie Carter saw him over the line.
It's not Finley Bean who's off either, because he's under the lid at short leg. Bess in. That one past the right hand of Bean to Code, who does the fielding, and there is no run to complete that. Bess over 5 from it. He's now 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 23 against his name. Sussex 159 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Well, one thing that Don Best bowling is it's keeping the over rate, because at the moment Yorkshire are level on over rate, and so often now against Durham we had a couple of 7 o'clock finishes here. There were overs to be made up from the previous day as well, but it seems to have almost become the norm, to be honest.
Yeah, Leicestershire went to -5 in the game at Headingley. At one stage they had both spinners on for quite a while and absolutely firing through their overs to get it back up there.
So we are going to get a change of bowling, and so far the changes of bowling have worked today for Adam Lyth, but he's turning to the tall Australian Mickey Edwards, 6 overs for 23. Making his debut here for Yorkshire. I think he bowled pretty well in that spell before lunch. He's going to be coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop. 2 slips in place and a gully. He's bowling with a backward point, cover and a mid-off. So on the leg side, a mid-on, and then backward of square. He's got a deep backward square and a fine leg. The sun is out. It's a lovely afternoon here at Hove, out of the breeze, and Edwards is a tall man, right arm around the wicket. He comes steaming in down the hill past umpire White. He's in on bowls, and also is up on his toes and steers that into the point area where it's fielded by Finley Bean, and there is no run. Nice sort of. I like days like today, Jonathan, because there's a nice sort of expectant sort of, people just enjoying the cricket, just absorbed watching. There's not much noise around over. There's a good crowd in, and people just sitting here enjoying the cricket.
The cricket hum.
Yeah. In comes Edwards bowls, and also a familiar shot. He just sort of punches that through the mid-wicket region. He's picked up a single. As I say, he's very, very quick between the stumps, is Tom Alsop, and comes back for a comfortable second. Moves him to 63, and Sussex to 161 for 4. So good recovery by these two. As Will was saying, because Sussex, when Tom Clark was out, were 124 for 4. And just rocking a little. But these two have batted sensibly. They've taken their time in face of some good Yorkshire bowling. It's been a good contest all day as Edwards is in around the wicket bowls, and also is rather cramped up by a good delivery by Edwards, who then plays a bit of football, trying to a bit of keepy-uppy. And then the ball falls to the floor and he picks it up and throws it to mid-off to do a bit of shining of the ball.
You never quite know what football is in Australia, do you?
No. Could be Aussie rules.
Could be, or it could be rugby league, because they've got.
Do they call it rugby?
They've got a program called the Footy Show, which is rugby league program.
Right. Have you done commentary on rugby league?
Yeah, lots.
Yeah.
In fact, I was asked to do a game this Sunday.
In comes Edwards bowls. Alsop pulls, and he's going to pick up a boundary. That's good placement by Tom Alsop. There's the two men back on the leg side. There's a fine leg and a deep backward square, but it completely bisected. So you have to give credit to Tom Alsop there. Good shot. He goes to 67 and Sussex to 160.
5
for 4.
Yeah, I'd like to do more, but of course this takes up a lot of the summer, and it's predominantly played in the summer these days, rugby league.
Yeah, because when does the season start? Is it?
In this country, it's starting sort of start of February these days.
Right.
And runs through until the final in October time at Old Trafford.
In comes Edwards around the wicket bowls, and also is back in defence into the offside no run. Because back in the old days, and I'm thinking back to when rugby league would always be on grandstand on the BBC, back to Eddie Waring days. I mean, then it was very much a winter sport, wasn't it?
It really was a winter sport. You're right there, Adrian. That's right. Marvellous for rugby league.
Why did they stop? What was the idea? Just to...
And the winter game took an early bath.
In comes Edwards, running in around the wicket bowls, and also his forward. I wonder if we've got a little inside edge onto that, because I think had he not done, there could have been a loud appeal.
It is well documented in a book called Super League, The First 10 Years. A couple of really top draw authors wrote that piece in 2006. You should read it.
End of the over from Edwards. 7 overs, no maidens, 0 for 29. And Sussex 163 for 4. Alsop 67 and Carter on 10.
In a nutshell, it sort of broke apart a bit like it had done 100 years earlier when the game split 1895. So 1995, Don Bess over the wicket, bowling here to Carter, who's turned it round the corner, fielded by Code, no run. But yeah, when 100 years on, it was about money really. The game struggling financially. It was still a semi-professional sport. There was only two full-time teams by that point, Wigan and Leeds. Here's Best bowling, and that's hit over the top of the bowler's head for 4 runs straight down the ground by Carter. So he wants to attack. He's looked a little bit unsure about quite what to do and how to handle what Don Bess has been throwing down at him. The previous over, just one loose delivery wide of leg stump, went for 4 down through long leg. On this occasion, he's danced down the pitch and hit him over the top. What has Bess got in response? And he's bowled another one round about leg stump, flick round the corner to Code, no run. So yeah, financially there was a discussion about a television deal which took place, and this was all part of the book. I interviewed Maurice Lindsay I interviewed Vic Wakelin, who was the head of Sky Sports at the time. Bess in again, that's flick round the corner to Code. He does the fielding, no run. And Phil Kaplan, who wrote the book in conjunction with, he spoke to Maurice Lindsay, who had been the chief exec of the Rugby Football League at the time, for his version of events. Here's Bess again. That's pushed along the deck to Finlay Bean. And so there was a discussion between Lindsay and Wakeling about the latest Sky television deal for Rugby League. It had been played during the winter. In comes Bess, and that is wide of off stump, and that's hammered away through the covers. Nicely played by Ollie Carter, given too much width by Don Bess on this occasion, and he smashed it away for another 4. So little win for Sussex in that over, 2 boundaries from it. Bess 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 31, 173 for 4, with Carter now on to 18 and Allsop on 67. And so it depends on which side of the story you listen to, but basically Maurice Lindsay claimed that he went to Sky and said, want to renegotiate this deal, what will you give us? And Vic Wakeling said, we'll give you X, and Maurice Lindsay then said, well, if we kind of changed our season and played in the summer when you don't have any other rugby competing against us, i.e. Union, would you give us more? And Vic Wakeling, to paraphrase, was sort of, well, think about that. So that's Maurice's sort of version of events. Vic, it was more of an even discussion, he told me, that the idea was floated by somebody, and they offered £87 million, which basically saved a lot of clubs.
Here comes Mickey Edwards around the wicket, bowls to Tom Allsop. Allsop eases this to backward point, and there is no run.
87 million or 89.7, something like it was along those lines anyway. The high 80 millions, and so the game accepted it, switched to playing in the summer. I can remember feeling nauseous when I first read this. One of my sports is moving from the winter to the summer. Well, how was that going to work? I felt really weird. It's hard to describe that, isn't it? But it's just the movement of a season. It's still the same sport, but it just felt weird.
In comes Edwards round the wicket, bowls, also up on his toes, plays into the covers field by Shaquille, and there is no run. And has it proved a good move?
It depends on who you talk to. I think a lot of that money for me in the first few seasons, everybody went full-time straight away, and you were paying basically the same players who had the same skills as you had before, a lot more money to do the same thing. So it doesn't necessarily show you've improved, does it? Everybody got fitter. There's a lot of things I could say about that.
Edwards in bowls. Allsop is forward, places down the road. Good shot by Tom Allsop, and it's going to go down towards the long-on boundary. At least a couple of runs, maybe 3 for Tom Allsop, but he's so quick between the wickets. Tom Allsop, he comes back for his 3rd, and I think it's going to be the 50 partnership between these two. Lovely shot by Tom Allsop. He goes to 70, and Sussex to 170. It is the 50 partnership. 52 off 94 balls in 64 minutes. So good partnership between those two after losing the wicket of Tom Clark at 124. And these two have really steadied the Sussex ship. They're now 176 for 4. Yeah. I just can't see the number on the top line.
It's a bit faded, isn't it?
It is faded.
Yeah.
And is it the same on the clock tower, or is it just the angle?
No, that's fine. It must be just the angle for you,
okay.
I think.
Yeah. Okay.
There's lots of things I could say about whether it's worked or not. But the things to take into account, stuff like the international game, when the seasons were not the same as they are in Australia. They'd finish a season here in April, May, and then they'd head down under on a tour, which was fantastic. Nowadays, they're both played concurrently, so getting internationals on is more difficult.
Edwards in over the wicket, bowls to Carter. That's a good delivery from Mickey Edwards. A rising delivery taken by Hope round about his shoulders. There is no run. And
as we know, as cricket lovers, whatever sport it is, if you've got the international game is strong, that is a great sort of top line thing, isn't it, to attract people in? And it's one thing that Rugby League has struggled to do by comparison to the other code, where the game is massively strong internationally and not as strong at club level. It's more a club feel about Rugby League.
Edwards in down the hill, bowls, but Carter is rather squared up by that delivery from Mickey Edwards, who's bowling with good pace here, but Carter defends out into the offside. There's no run.
When you see what's happened to some of the clubs, Worcester, for example, in Rugby Union, the game, I'm saying, is really strong internationally. Where's all that money going?
Yes, who's the other one? Who's Wasps, aren't they in trouble?
That code, Wasps, yeah.
3 slips in a gully. Bright sunshine now here at Hove. As Edwards is in, bowls to Carter. Carter is solidly, stoutly forward, plays it to mid-off. Edwards gives him a long, hard look and probably says something to Ollie Carter, who's not bothered in the slightest. It is the end of the over. Sussex 176 for 4, Allsop 70, Carter 18. Julian's been in touch. Hello, Julian. I haven't heard from you all day. I wonder if you've gone to sleep up there on the top deck. He says, I'm still hoping Sussex will win inside 3 days for obvious reasons, but I fear the weather may have the final say. Yeah, I don't think the weather forecast is great, but then, Julian, it wasn't that great for today later on, and it's okay. He goes on to say, on Monday, I become eligible for my free bus pass. I don't know when they give out free bus passes in Sussex. I mean, does it vary across the country, or is that a standard you get a free bus pass at? I'm assuming it's 60.
What are you asking me for? I've got absolutely no idea.
So I'm assuming it's 65. But Julian might say, I can't see him taking off his cap. Yes, he is. Yes.
Here's Bess, meanwhile, bowling to Allsop, who turns one around the corner to Code, and there is no run. You're buying the curries tomorrow night for that.
I better remind Julian. I better send him happy birthday wishes then on Monday. He might be a very happy Julian if certain things happen at Wembley on Sunday.
Breeze looks to have strengthened as Bess comes in again, round the wicket, down the wicket for Allsop, and he smashed it back past the bowler, and you can hear the thud on the boards down to our left, because that is 4 runs, nicely played as well.
Yeah, it was a good shot, wasn't it? Well, in terms of the field here for Yorkshire, it's quite interesting that I do like a spinner bowling with his mid-on and his mid-off, either up, saving the one, or back on the ropes. It's a bit of a bugbear of mine, really, Jonathan. And,
yeah,
and now he has got one back on the rope and one up, so... he's just preventing that shot now by having the one back.
It's to Allsop again, who punches it this time towards mid-off, where Edwards fields and slings it into the gloves of Hope, who can't take it cleanly. They got through for 1. Fletch is listening.
He says, Julian says it's 66. You get your free bus pass.
66, is that right?
Right.
Fletch is listening and says, not the Eddie Waring. Especially for you, Fletch.
Is that a regular thing, is it?
What are you doing for a try?
First time I encountered Fletch, I think I'm right in saying, was at the Shea rugby league game between the Halifax Blue Sox and somebody many years ago when he was working for the Evening Courier up there.
Shot.
They soon got shot of him. As Bess is in, and that's clipped away backward of point. Nicely played as well by Carter.
Well run as well.
Yeah. Good pace between the wickets. He's on to 20, 183 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Stepped on the accelerator slightly here, Sussex, haven't they? Having been tied down for a long period after lunch.
Edwards now drops out to long on, and Carter chooses to play this squarer where George Hill comes in from the boundary out near the scoreboard and does the fielding. They get a single. One thing I will say about league, and again I have commentated on some Union matches, I've got to say, a few over the years, but including one at Twickers some time back, but league, the lads and the girls as well these days, since the women's sport's taken off, are always great to deal with. I think that's one really good thing about the game. Very accessible. Shots.
Well fielded.
Shot by Allsop along the deck, and Jordan Thompson to his left with a tumbling stop to keep them to 1. That was boundary bound otherwise. Bess sort of throws the sweater over his shoulder in a little bit of disgust with himself. I think he'd gone for 9 in that over, 40 off his 12 so far. He's taken 1 wicket and bowled 3 maidens. So 76 for Allsop, 21 for Carter, 185 for 4 after 55 overs. 41 therefore remaining in the day, and we're 10 minutes or so from tea?
Yeah.
No, we're not. We're not 10 minutes.
No, we're not, because they'll go to
32,
so we've got a little while longer to wait for a piece of cake, another 9 overs. But if you just joined us, a very warm welcome to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leeds and other local radio stations in the Yorkshire area on a lovely sunny afternoon at Hove, where Sussex, having won the toss, are just starting to get themselves into a good position. They looked in a bit of trouble on 124 for 4 when Tom Clark was out, but Allsop and Carter have compiled an excellent 50 partnership. And it is going to be Tom Alsop who's back on strike. It's the tall Australian Mickey Edwards who's coming in from the Cromwell Road end. It means he's running down the hill with 2 slips and a gully. He's in and bowls, and Alsop covers up and plays straight back down the track, fielded by Edwards off of his own bowling. Always feel very sorry. I didn't watch. I mean, when we were kids growing up, the rugby league would always be on, and we would watch it on a Saturday afternoon. But I do remember that poor chap who missed that kick in the final, when I think his kick would have won the game. And I remember just being so desperately sorry for him.
Yeah, I once did about a half-an-hour interview with him.
Did you?
Around all that, yeah.
Oh, poor Matt. Just awful. Oh, we're doing an update on the radio in a moment as in comes Edwards over the wicket bowls, and Alsop tucks this one away to the leg side. Again, look how quick he is between the wickets. Coming back for a second. Really good running by Tom Alsop. And in the end, by running that first one really, really fast, he picks up 2 runs. He goes to 78. Sussex to 180. You have to correct me here, Jonathan, because I'm just struggling. Is that 187 for 4?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. We'll just do this update, and you can tell me all about that gentleman who missed the kick.
Debbie and Julie, by the way, say that in Leeds you get your bus pass when you reach retirement age. In our case, 67.
Right. Okay. Yeah, everything's going up, isn't it? You can't get your pension now, so we're going to have to work forever. In comes Edwards, bowls to Alsop. Alsop is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So it's obviously not a countrywide thing. And yeah, lucky me, Danny. Lovely sunny afternoon here, and a Sussex recovery led by Tom Alsop, who's batting beautifully. He's on 78. Ollie Carter is on 21. These two with an unbroken half-century partnership after Sussex were in a bit of trouble. They lost a couple of wickets after lunch. Pujara up for 18, Tom Clark for a single, but these two have steadied the Sussex ship. Sussex 187 for 4, Tom Alsop on 78. Yeah, very much so, Danny. I think the game here against Durham a couple of weeks ago, Durham are going to be a good side this season. That was a really good win. And I think a game where, perhaps in the last couple of seasons, Sussex wouldn't have got over the line, as they say, but they did. I think it's given the team a lot of confidence. But this is a big test this week. Yorkshire are very much favourites to go up from the second division. They're a strong side. And Sussex are going well here. And good to see Tom Alsop in the runs. Chechua Pujara rather missing out today. He only made 18. But good to see some of the younger Sussex players again coming to the fore. So yeah, lots of optimism around, as well as lots of sunshine today. Edwards is in bowls, let go by Alsop through to keep hope there is no run.
We have to have music on everything these days, don't we?
Yeah, I do.
It's not a proper report if you've not got a music bed playing underneath it.
Interesting what you were saying about the bus pass. So 67 if you're in Leeds, 66 if you're in Sussex. So clearly it depends on the local authority, does it?
I tell you what, there's going to be a march now of 66-year-olds from Yorkshire to whoever decides that, because that's a year where they're having to pay. They're having to pay for a year when other folk are not. What's going on there?
In comes Edwards over the wicket bowls, driven by Alsop to mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, 187 for 4, Alsop 78, Carter 21. Talk about paying for things. I was talking to a fellow next door, and we were talking about the cost of living crisis and all the rest of it, and food going up in the shops. And I think I heard on the radio that cheese has gone up about 50% or something, hasn't it? And some strange things have gone up. I was in the supermarket the other day, and I went to buy some gravy granules. How sad is that? But they've gone up ridiculously in price. I mean, everything, isn't it? Why would gravy go up in price?
I don't know. Just get a clump of mud and mix it around with some water. It'd probably do the same. You'll be right.
Well, I don't know. But anyway.
They'll be right.
Yeah. Basically, well, you get a bus pass around our way, but get a bus about every fortnight. I think they're not very regular. Anyway, Julia will enjoy his free bus pass when he gets one.
So Best going to continue at the C end with pretty much the same field again against Ollie Carter, who's now, I think it's fair to say, got himself in 21 off 52. Goes back to this first Best delivery, drags it back into the path of the bowler and his follow through. going to be another, probably, it's going to be
7-1, and he's a better player than that. And I think a lot of that was during his time at Hampshire, when perhaps he didn't score, well, clearly didn't score the volumes of runs that he hoped he would. But I think you'd settle for someone coming to a club, coming in at number 3 and averaging 40. Edwards again. 3 slips and a gully go down, he bowls, and Carter just plays this into the mid-wicket gap. Good bit of fielding, a good chase across by Shaquille, and there is no run.
So they backfilled that, 3 of those 4 games by signing Hope. David Coleman says, do you think Yorkshire can get Carter of Sussex by blowing the beep stumps out?
Yeah, so he's talking about get Carter yeah. I bet he gets fed up with that.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably does.
Down the leg side from Edwards, and Ollie Carter was going to flick that one in the direction of Fine. He's a little annoyed he missed out because the Fine leg is quite wide. He was going to clip that one away. Good take actually by Hope down the leg side.
Ben Crossland, who's a regular contributor to our broadcast and also travelling Yorkshire supporter, says, afternoon JD, was travelling down the M1 this morning to my friends in Sutton Coldfield for a birthday long weekend, listening to the commentary, and I was on Tindley Viaduct when Adrian generously presented the Tykes with a wicket. Priceless.
Here comes Edwards bowls. Yeah, I'm not going to live that down anytime soon, and Carter plays defensively into the offside. Callum's been in touch. He says, hello from the not entirely chilly deck chairs. At the far end of the ground, he said, I greatly enjoyed the Harold Wilson impersonation. Can you say hello to my Yorkshire supporting pal Andy Walker, who is likely to be watching on the stream? So hello Andy from Callum, and that was Jonathan's Eddie Waring impression. Sounded a bit like Harold Wilson. In comes Edwards bowled, and Carter clips this one nicely away through mid-wicket. Couple of runs here for Ollie Carter, just easing the ball away. They're looking for 3. I don't think there's a third there. Tom Alsop was quite keen, but just a couple to Ollie Carter. He goes to 26. The total 194 for 4.
Wilson. Hashtag
They're not dissimilar, actually.
Hashtag Teams Like says, fantastic BBC coverage of Sussex v Yorkshire. Topics covered by Jonathan Dodge and Adrian Harms to make my working day go by include the fantastic Human League and a fascinating explanation of why rugby league, a sport I know nothing about, became a summer game.
In comes Edwards bowls, and Carter is forward, plays it straight back down the track. Edward fills off his own bowling, and this is the end of another over, his 10th over. 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 36 for Mickey Edwards. Sussex 194 for 4. Carter on 28, and Tom Alsop on 78.
Peter Ward tweets, it's gone viral, the commentary this morning.
Oh no.
And it's now been put up on footage by No Context County Cricket.
Oh dear. I'm not.
Sacked in the morning. Sacked in the morning.
Yes, my friend Sam's just texted me. He said, you've gone viral, Harmsy, with the laughing emoji. Oh Lord. Oh well. He's going to continue from the CN. There is no escape, is there? There is no escape.
Bowling to Alsop. That crouch stance, and he's right over the top of his first ball and pushes out into the offside. There is no run. Martin Rowe says, big mistake getting Pajara out. We'll never forget the time he played for Yorkshire at Scarborough. Biggest cheer of the day was when he got off the mark. Nice guy though. Taught Harry Brook a lot. And David Coleman says, as Best floats one up, and that's flicked to leg by Alsop, where it is fielded by Milan, no run. He says, in London, you get the bus pass at 60, gutted after living there for 35 years, then moving up to Yorkshire to find it 67 here, and they get it on trains and buses, called a freedom pass. Here's Bess again, Alsop back and flicking off the legs once more. In comes Fisher to field from the square leg boundary, 1 run. Once again, the rest of the country not as free as London. And he asks, when I get my own sports impressions show, all I can say, as David Coleman, is it will be quite remarkable, astonishing in every sense of the word. Final ball of the over, was it? No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
Ball pushed back.
I don't think David Common commented on cricket, did he?
Can you imagine?
Remarkable.
That commentary from earlier on, it would be something. Here's Best bowling to Carter, who flicks to leg, and there is no run. 195 for 4 at the end of the over. It'd be something like. Stands and waits now. Thompson in. He's flicked it to leg. Oh my word, no! It's too early offside, and he's caught him. Astonishing, quite astonishing, remarkable. I'm just hearing on the monitor that he's out. Bess's final ball of the over is turned square on the leg side where Finlay Bean does the fielding. And there is no run. Best 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 46.
And you've done that before, haven't you?
It hit the back of the bat.
Rick's been in touch and he says there are many advantages to living in the mighty county of Sussex. Free bus passes when you're 66, but in London you get the Oyster 60 Plus card when you're a mere when you're 60. Free buses, trains and tubes. 60 apparently. So presumably you have to be resident of. I've got an Oyster card. I've got my Oyster card, which is linked to my senior citizens rail card, which gets you a bit of a discount, I think. But everything is stretching in the distance, isn't it? I mean, you know, you used to be able to get a pension when you were 60. It's always been 65. I don't know. I checked mine the other day. It's years away.
You're closer than I am.
Yeah, I know. But it's still they still keep moving the goalposts though, don't they? Anyway, Mickey Edwards is a long way away from getting.
Got you back there.
Yeah. 2 slips he's bowling with. He's coming into bowl to Tom Alsop, who's on 79. Lovely day at home, lots of blue sky. And good cricket as well, as Edwards is racing in, bowls a bouncer to Tom Alsop, who ducks underneath it. The ball goes through to Hope, who takes it very casually down the leg side. There is no run.
Great fun in the com box at Headingley the other week, because with Richard Ray and Graham Orange doing the final day, I think it was, for the first time in forever, I think I was the youngest member of a 3-person commentary team.
Did you feel did you hold rank? And
not that I obviously mentioned that at all.
I'm sure you
session
didn't.
of play during the day.
In comes Edwards in bowls. Forward comes Alsop, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. In terms of balance, actually, in the commentary box on days 3 and 4 here, we're going to be joined by Liam O'Brien, who commentated for us in the last game here against Durham. He's an England from the England physical disability side, and he made me laugh a little with some of his terms that he uses. So, you know, whereas we would say thumping shot through the colours, he says, he smoked that through the covers, you know. So it was, Liam is back with us on Saturday, so looking forward to seeing him again at the weekend. Changing the field, there are 3 men back on the leg side, which I'll describe in a moment. As in comes Edwards, bowls, and Alsop just plays it off the hip onto the leg side and picks up a single to mid-wicket, who's the only man in front of square on the leg side. Alsop goes to 80, and Sussex to 196 for 4. He's suddenly changing his field around quite a bit, Adam Lyth, isn't he? Is he quite a deep... I mean, you know him, is he quite a deep thinker about the game? Or he's suddenly changed his field around. He's doing it again now. They're thinking about... They've got a leg slip in place for Ollie Carter. Now more discussions going on, so I'll describe this field in a minute. They're signalling towards the dressing room as if they want maybe some more helmets brought out, maybe. Yes, they are. Whoever's on 12th man duties isn't concentrating because they're signalling. That's George Hill who's signalling that they want something brought out. So this is going to delay things.
Yeah, it's Johnny Tatt that's just run down the stairs.
Yeah, and umpire Neil Pratt has now decided he's going to use this opportunity to walk across and umpire to the right-hander from point rather than square leg. Because presumably he can't see the line clearly. Presumably, but unless there's the fielder right in his line of vision at short leg, which there is. That's the reason he's moved across. So, the field, there's a slip, there's a leg slip, there's a short leg, there's an orthodox square leg, and then 2 men sat back on the leg side. as in comes Edwards and bowls, and Carter was expecting a short delivery. It wasn't actually that short, but he ducked anyway, and the ball passed by the off stump, taken by keeper Hope, and there is no run. Sorry, we got distracted to talk about something else. I can't remember what it was. So what was the name of that poor chap who missed the kick?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Don Fox.
Don Fox, okay. Yeah, I do remember watching it on our black and white telly at home and feeling so sorry for him.
From a very famous rugby league playing family.
In comes Edwards and bowls. Now that's a good delivery. That was short and it was rearing up towards Ollie Carter. It was well bowled and well played because Carter watched it all the way past the end of his nose into the gloves of the keeper. Good bit of cricket, no run. Good bit of cricket, but it goes down as a dot and a ball that will not live long in the memory, but a good bit of cricket. Well played by Carter, well bowled by Edwards. Good battle between the two.
It was. More on the... we've got one ball left in the over. I'll tell you a bit more about the Don Fox thing.
Thank you. In comes Edwards bowls. Carter covers up, plays it onside short leg. There is no run. End of the over, as Jonathan was saying. 26 for 4. Also on 80. Carter on 28.
Yeah, 4 more overs to go before the tea break. So that was the 1968 Challenge Cup final. I was about 2 weeks old, so I don't remember it happening live, but there's been a lot of talk about it. I've read the book as well. There was a book released not so long ago, written by, I think it was David Hinchcliffe. It was really through the eyes of a Wakefield Trinity supporter, who were the team who were beaten by Leeds that day. 11. Well, you can hear the commentary as soon as I say that score. 11-10, it's all on the goal. Because Leeds scored a try with... Wakefield scored a try with the last play of the game, barring the kick, as Bess is in. That's a beautiful shot. Just a bit too much width offered to Tom Alsop, and he's stroked that away through extra cover for 4 runs. 84 to him now.
Shot, wasn't it? Beautifully
200
played.
up. So first... No, it's not the first.
No,
batting point.
250.
We had this the other week. It's 250, yeah. And it is. You just get so used to saying it. Alsop 84, Carter 28. Messing again. This time, Alsop using his feet, but can't get it past Milan at straight mid wicket. No run. Leeds scored what looked like being the winning try, but then Wakefield came back from the restart. If you'll have seen the footage many times, I'm sure, because it gets replayed every year on Challenge Cup final day. Bess is in again, it's wide of off stump and also doesn't play at it. And then Trinity go and score a try underneath the posts. They kicked off and hacked the ball on. Everybody's falling all over the place because it was famous for the water splash final. The pitch was waterlogged and they were just aquaplaning everywhere. And the try made it 11-10. It was 3 points for a try in those days. That's pushed by Alsop up to long on, where Jordan Thompson does fielding and underarms it back in for the concession of 1. 2 to come in the over, 201 for 4. And then Don Fox, who was an ace goal kicker and had kicked a couple in those very difficult conditions from fairly wide on the pitch earlier in the match. He's got the cup final resting on a kick right in front of the posts. As Bess is in and it's flicked into the leg side this time by the right-handed Carter. Milan fielding it short, straight mid-wicket. Final ball of the over to come. Bess coming in again. Again gives it a little bit of air and he's back and pushing back to the bowl end of the over. 201 for 4. So then of course he sets things up and he had the topo kicking style and it went off the outside of his boot and off into the distance away to the right of the post, and that was it. 11-10, Leeds won. It was the last kick of the game. He won the Lance Todd Trophy for the man of the match, Don Fox.
Wow, in that game.
You'd have seen the interview. David Coleman interviewed him after the game.
Thought he was brave to do that. The player, I mean...
But that's voted for. I mean, I've voted for that many times myself, working at Challenge Cup finals, and you get the vote slip around about 20 minutes before the end, and they come and collect them in 7 or 8 minutes before the end of the game. So you've always got that potential susceptibility that you're picking somebody who at that point might be looking like they're going to win the game but end up on the losing side. And there have been a few Lance Todd Trophy winners who finished on the losing side, not just Don Fox on that occasion. So yeah, I did an interview with him, and he talked me through the whole thing and how he went and trained, practiced at Barnet Copthall Stadium the day before.
Change of bowling. Ben Code into the Yorkshire attack. Bowls to Tom Alsop, who punches to mid, and there is no run.
And he practiced when everybody else had finished training at Barnet the day before. He was left on his own, kicking goals. Kicked them from all over the park, and his wife was at the side of the pitch. I think that she was the only person left. And the last kick he took was in front, and he missed it. And she said to him, you know, do you think you better take that again, sort of thing? And he said, oh no, I'll be fine.
Wow.
And that was the last time he'd taken a kick in front of the goals before the moment itself.
In comes Code, bowls to Alsop, who clips this beautifully around the leg side. That is a wonderful shot by Tom Alsop, and it's exquisite placement from the Sussex left-hander. It was on his toes, he clipped the ball away beautifully, but there's a deep back square and a fine leg, and the ball completely bisected the pair. And on this very good, very quick Cove outfield, even at this stage of the season, the ball absolutely raced away for 4 runs. Alsop goes to 89. Lovely shot, beautifully timed, and as I say, the placement was everything there. And in fact, that's prompted a change in the field. Another fine leg has gone almost to a deep square, and we've got a deep mid-wicket as well. As in comes Code, around the wicket bowls to Alsop, and Alsop is solidly forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. 206 for 4, 205 for 4.
205 for 4.
Thank you. Alsop, I can see Alsop's on 89, Carter's on 28.
Don Fox's brother Neil, who is still with us, played most famously, I guess, for Wakefield Trinity himself, didn't play that day, so he would have been kicking the goals had he been fit.
In comes Code, bowls to Alsop, who clips this to mid-wicket, defended by Shaquille. There is no run.
And he wasn't a bad goal kicker, Neil Fox. 6,220 career points was a rugby league record, so when I talk about famous families, he's one of those all-time greats. Don played in the forwards, Neil played in the backs, and then their other brother, Peter, did play the game, but not to the level, I don't think, of the other pair, but then much more famously known as a coach. Coached Great Britain himself, Bradford Northern Featherstone Rovers.
In comes Alsop, it comes Code again. Alsop clips this one away. This could be a second boundary of the over. It's rolling up the hill towards the far end of the ground. It's just going to be hauled up by Edwards inside the rope, but not before Alsop comes back for 3 more comfortable runs. Another beautifully timed shot by Tom Alsop. He goes to 92, to 208 for 4. Lovely shot. 2 good shots in this over from Tom Alsop.
There are a few more passionate men about the game than Peter Fox. Also coached Leeds for a little spell as well. Coached Yorkshire famously in the Roses clash between Yorkshire and Lancashire. Always coaching Yorkshire to victory. Marvellous stuff. Great.
And you sound like Geoffrey Boycott then.
Well, it's not. It's from a similar area. It's from Charleston, or the brothers were from Charleston.
Code in again, bowls to Carter. Carter forward, just defends into the offside. Can't underestimate the role that Ollie Carter's played in this stand, actually, Jonathan, because it's Tom Alsop who's really played all the shots. He's on 92, Ollie Carter on 28, but he's been a really good foil, I think, for Alsop. He's, they needed someone who was going to stay there, because Sussex at the stage they were 124 for 4, so these two have added. How many have they added, Jonathan? Help me out with the maths here. 80...
76, 84.
Yeah, of which Ollie Carter's made 28. Yep. So it shows the point, really. He's batted really nicely, Tom Alsop. As has Ollie Carter in helping him along.
2 overs to go before the tea break then. The penultimate one of this session will be bowled by Don Bess, who is in, bowling to Alsop, who tries to play a bit of a flashing blade cut shot through point, but misses out. Not so far off a little top edge tickle, and he wouldn't want to give it away at this stage, having played so well, got himself into the 90s, got his team on the brink of remaining just the 4 down before tea. Back and across to this latest best delivery that he throws up a little more fully.
Yeah, 4 centuries last season for Tom Alsop, as I average 42, top score of 150.
It's just as a look over his left shoulder, sees Jordan Thompson on the boundary edge. down at long on, but then throws one up off stumpish and pushed into the offside where where Sword Shaquille does the fielding at cover. 3 gone, and the same number to come in the over, and Bessie's in again, wide on the crease. Allsop uses his feet and pushes it up to Mickey Edwards, who's a little bit on his heels, and therefore he's taken on for the 1, and they get through.
That was really well run, wasn't it? I think he spotted that Edwards was slightly deep, and as you say, maybe on his heels slightly. And as soon as he hit the ball, Tom Allsop, he was calling Ollie Carter through, and Ollie Carter turned round and applauded, and yeah, good run. He's always busy at the creases, Tom Allsop.
It's Bess again. It's wide off stump and flat batted away by Ollie Carter. It's not a good delivery from Bess and gets what it deserves, really. Far too much width. But also, you'd have to say that Ollie Carter executed the shot really well. Played it with control.
He did.
Picks up 4.
Well, as I say, we had an email in the last game from a gentleman who was listening over in Australia at the club that Ollie Carter played for in the winter, and, you know, said what a nice young man he is. But the important thing for Sussex was his cricket developed. It's all right going overseas, isn't it, in the winter? But if you go and really make an impression, you're player of the year, that's what you want to happen.
Bess over the wicket again and punched along the deck, this time by Carter to Edwards at long on for 1 more. End of the over. 6 runs from Bessie's over. So he'll finish the session with 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 57 against his name. Allsop 93, Carter 33, 214 for 4. I was in a press conference at it was called the Reebok Stadium, then whatever it's called now, Bolton Wanderers, after a rugby league game in which Great Britain had been stuffed by New Zealand. 40 odd, not very many was the score, something like that. Andy Goodway was the Great Britain coach, and as a former incumbent, Peter Fox had been there working in the media, and he was sitting just behind me in the presser, rammed full of people.
Last over before tea, Ben Code racing in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Ollie Carter. Carter deflects that one down to deep backward square, almost fine leg, and picks up a single. Does the right-hander, he goes to 33, Sussex 216 for 4.
What I thought was great, you know, the journos asked a few questions, and there's always a bit of respect and all the rest of it, but they had been annihilated with apparently nothing going on in terms of a game plan. You didn't know quite what was going on out there. You couldn't pin any formula to what Great Britain were trying to do. And Peter Fox, you could hear him grumbling a little bit about this before Andy Goodway walked in, and then after the journos had asked their questions, any more questions? There was a hand, sort of goes up from the back.
Code in bowls to Allsop, who clips this one away through backward square, picks up a single. Does Tom Allsop, he goes to 94, 216 for 4. Thank you.
And Peter, quite sort of mischievously, as a former Great Britain coach talking to the current one, said, "Andy, I'd just like to know, what was the game plan out there today?" And had any journo asked that, he might have been shot down in flames, possibly. It might not have been, but it might have been. But it certainly wasn't going to get that from a former Great Britain coach. And Andy I can't remember what his answer was, but not wholly convincing, and Peter was letting him know that.
In comes Code, bowls to Carter, who picks up another single, clips that one down to deep backward square and picks up a single. Ollie Carter goes to 35. An email in from John Malone, and John said, the dark clouds have arrived in Bexhill-on-Sea, 35 miles to your east, rain expected shortly. You may get lucky and get the overs completed at Hove today. So it's on its way. The weather forecast was saying late afternoon, early evening rain. So, we'll have to see. But at least it stayed away so far. In comes Code, bowls to Allsop, who picks up the 4th single of the over, just deflecting that one down to deep fine leg. He goes to 95, the total to 218 for 4. 2 balls to tea.
Colleen Allinson says, read on, Fox. I can remember distinctly the commentary from your alias saying, "Oh, the poor lad." Yeah, it was something like,
everybody's in tears, you're in tears, poor lad.
yeah.
Everybody's got their head in their hand.
Yeah, it was one of those sporting moments, wasn't it? In comes Code. 2 balls to go till tea. Balls to Ollie Carter. Carter is 4, defends, plays straight back down the track. And there is no run.
David Coleman says, did Jonathan Doyle, did Adrian Harms say what a great game Don Fox was having in '68 just before the kick at goal? Yeah, if you'd have been commentating that.
No chance he's going to miss this. This is. So, last ball before tea, but a really entertaining session this, as in comes Code. Over the wicket, bowls to Ollie Carter. Carter is forward, defends, plays it straight down the offside of the track. There is no run. Code fields off his own bowling, and everybody heads towards the pavilion in the corner of the ground. Jonathan and I are going to head in the direction of the kettle and the cup. Sussex were struggling a little. It was Pujara. Well, very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the players are just taking the field for the final session of the day. 32 overs to be bowled. Sussex 218 for 4 with Tom Alsop on 95 within sight of what will be his 9th first-class 100 of his career. Ollie Carter on 35. A quick weather update for you. We have heard down in Bexhill, which isn't a million miles, and we're about 35 miles away, according to our weather correspondent, John, that there is a bit of rain. Looks like it's on the way, and certainly we can see away to the right-hand side, away to the east, that the clouds are looking more angry than they have done for much of the day, but they still look relatively high at the moment, so we're just keeping fingers crossed that we'll get through a good portion of these 32 overs. It is going to be Tom Alsop who's going to take straight to the first ball after tea. Just looking across towards the scoreboard, I can see the flags have been really billowing away. They've given a bit of a pasting over on the flagpoles over there throughout the day, and it's still blowing a bit of a gale, but it is going to be is this George Hill who's going to bowl for the first time today, who's going to come in from the sea end, and he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Tom Alsop, who is 95 not out. I can see Jordan Thompson warming up, I can see Mickey Edwards warming up, but it's going to be George Hill. Right arm around the wicket, races it, comes on a bowl, so Alsop with a good delivery. First up, pitching around middle stump and also forward and plays the ball very respectfully to mid-on, and there is no run. The field. Hudson Prentice, who plays that to extra cover, and there is no run. So end of the over, 220 for 5, an over which saw the demise of Tom Alsop, who to the second ball after tea pulled the ball straight down the throat of Don Bess, who was fielding at deep mid-wicket. Alsop couldn't believe it. I don't think the crowd could either, and 100 that was there for the taking. Poor Tom Alsop, he'll feel that he's let a chance slip. Nonetheless, that's what's happened, and Yorkshire have picked up another wicket. Just an update on the weather. The cloud has continued to thicken away to our east. And just looking at that weather, I don't know if we might get an update from our correspondent down in Bexhill-on-Sea, John, as to whether it's raining in that direction, but certainly the inclement weather that's forecast does look to be on its way. So we'll just have to see how much of this session we do get in. We do have the benefit of lights here, so that might well become a factor, but we shall see as matters progress. Sean Sullivan sent us an email, which I'll read out to you in a moment, and I'm sure Jonathan will want to contribute. He had to go and do an update to the listeners in Yorkshire, as in from the Cromwell Road in for the first time today comes Jordan Thompson. He bowls to Ollie Carter, who lets that one go outside the off stump, and there is no run taken by Hope. Thank you, Callum, back in the studio, just giving us the heads up for when our update will be to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. 3 slips in place. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. Thompson in bowls to Carter, who drives sweetly into the covers, but can't beat Don Bess, who's in there, and there is no run. Is that Don Bess? Wait for him to turn around. I haven't got Jonathan here to identify all the players. And there is no run. Yes, indeed, it was Don Bess. It's got a lot gloomier now that this cloud is drifting across the ground, so we may not be a million miles away from floodlights, though I'm very mindful when we're here in the commentary box that we are behind this sort of darkened glass, so often it is slightly deceiving. Thompson in bowls to Carter, who's forward and plays that to mid-on, and there is no run. Adam Lyth sharing a joke with Finley Bean there at second and third slip. They're looking towards the corporate hospitality area, so I don't know if there's someone down there that they know, or either way, something has grabbed their attention. Thompson on his way again, bowls. Oh, Carter's beaten. That's a really good delivery by Jordan Thompson. That really nearly got the outside edge of Ollie Carter's bat. It wasn't far away from bowling him either, and in fact Hope took the ball going down the leg side, which will give you some indication that must have moved into the right-handed Carter, and there is no run. So as was the case after lunch, when I thought Yorkshire bowled really well in that period, they're doing similarly now after the tea break. Thompson in again, bowls, and Carter is forward, plays that to point. And there is no run, fielded by Shaquille. Jordan Thompson, his 11th over of the day, 2 maidens, 2 for 38. Picked up the prize wicket of Chetishwar Pujara, LBW for 18, and also Ali Orr for 20. Thompson on his way again, bowled, and Carter drives to backward point, well fielded by Shaquille Lowe to his right hand side. Maiden over from Jordan Thompson, his 3rd maiden over, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 38. Sussex 220 for 5. Ollie Carter on 35. Finn Hudson-Prentice on 2. Thank you for listening. If you've just tuned in, live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leeds, amongst other stations in and around Yorkshire. Adrian Harms and Jonathan Doidge, your commentary team here today. Doidge is just doing his updates to one of the stations in Yorkshire, as in comes George Hill, bustling in from the sea end of the ground, bowls to Hudson-Prentice. Hudson-Prentice is forward and plays out into the offside, and there is no run. 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a fine leg. Another 14 overs after this until a new ball would be available. I just wonder, it's perhaps a little early to be resting your strike bowlers, but it will be something that will be on Adam Lyth's mind, as in comes Hill again, bowls, and nicely played by Hudson-Prentice. That's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played, just slightly over-pitched by George Hill, and Finn Hudson-Prentice just eased the ball through the covers. Good-looking shot by Hudson-Prentice.
Now, before I do this, I just want to say that we all love Harms at the radio station. Our cricket commentator, Adrian Harms, at the county ground watching Sussex and Yorkshire. Score update to come in a couple of seconds. But this, I'm going to play this from earlier in the commentary this afternoon, which you'll have missed if you listen to radio. And it's just self-explanatory.
But also in one-day cricket, he made a magnificent double-hundred down at Taunton in the 50-over competition. I know some people might say, well, yeah, that was almost a second 11 competition, but it really wasn't. And it's full of shots all around the ground. And I like the way he approaches the game. He works very hard on his game. I think he's a serious player. I hope he's not out next ball. As Thompson's on his way away from us. 360 again. He's in the bowls and that's hits him on the back or blows it. Oh no, he is caught. I can't believe it. On his way. I'm so sorry to all the Sussex supporters having kicked at Oh, can you believe it, Danny? I'm not going to live that down, am I? However, it did happen, and poor Ali Orr was on his way for 20.
You were the one whispering 100 yards away from me. He was the one who missed the ball or clipped it.
Oh, Danny, there you go. So, poor old Ali. So that's something I'm going to have to live down in the years to come. But anyway, it was a bit of fun in the commentary box. Not fun for Ali Orr. He was out for 20. Actually, Sussex have lost a wicket here since tea, Danny. It's the wicket of Tom Alsop, who had batted so well before tea. He was on 95, and then the second ball after tea, he holed out. He hit the ball straight down the throat of the fielder at deep mid-wicket. So Tom Alsop has gone for 95. Ollie Carter is still there. He's on 35. Sussex are 224 for 5. Finn Hudson-Prentice on 5. Ollie Carter on 35.
Keep going.
Thanks, Danny. In comes Hill, bowls, and Hudson-Prentice makes a nice defensive-looking shot into the offside field at extra cover, and there is no run.
It's viral, is this? Now you are going to be world famous on the back of this. I can see it. You'll be presenting a One show next.
Yeah, right. There we go. End of the over. Tidy enough from George Hill. Nice 4 in that over from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Sussex, bit of rebuilding to do. 2-2-4 for 5. Cloud is rolling in. Looks a bit chilly out there, doesn't it? We haven't got the benefit of the lights, so that could happen. And we've had an email in, actually, that perhaps we can discuss as we go through this next over. I'll try and read it in between balls as you're commentating, but it says, "Afternoon, Adrian and Jonathan." It's from Sean Sullivan, so perhaps I'll do it in between deliveries here.
Because Jordan Thompson is in bowling, and that's flicked off his legs.
Sharp.
Nicely flicked too by Carter. He's got it away from long leg David Milan, who put a bit of a jog on with the chase, but I think that's because he was never going to get within cooey of that one. 4 runs.
He says, "I'm enjoying the commentary and hoping for a Sussex and Albion double. What are your thoughts on the IPL franchises trying to monopolise almost all of T20 cricket? Surely it will be to a detriment of the county game if it was to happen. The talk of the new league in the Middle East offering year-long contracts. More to come."
Thompson in again. This time open face, driven out to point where Saud Shakeel feels no run.
So the talk of the new league in the Middle East offering year-long contracts can't be good for the longer format and Test cricket. Best wishes, says Sean. Yes, this was the news that broke, I think, towards the end of last week, of this new T20 league being played out in, I think, Saudi Arabia, is that right? Yep. Which has been proposed in addition to the one that's being proposed, well, not the proposed one, the one that is going to happen in America. Starting this summer, I believe, as well. It's a bit difficult to keep up with all this franchise cricket.
Here's Jordan Thompson down the hill again, this time wide of off stump and shouldering arms.
I suppose, perhaps I'll go first. I mean, I think my view on it, Sean, is that if you were, certainly for young players now, and everyone, careers don't go on forever, do they? That young cricketers you'd have thought are probably going to hone their skills to the shorter format of the game, because if they feel that's where the money is. And I don't think you could blame anybody for that, but I totally agree with you, Sean, that surely long term it's not great.
Thompson in again, solidly behind it this time is Ollie Carter. There's no run. Yeah, it's not great at all, is it, if you love the red ball game. But I'm afraid that is where we're at the moment. And not easy to see that changing, because we can see the effect, as we talk about time and again, don't we, during championship commentaries on this form of the game. Jordan Thompson in now, and that's going to be 4 more. 2 wide, and has been slashed away through third man, which is vacant for 4 more. So Carter motoring on towards a half century now. Say motoring on, he's faced 90 balls for his 43, 232 for 5. That Otis Gibson interview that Radio Leeds are going to be playing out tonight, just a mention of those names of the players that he used to play regularly in the county game. Thompson down the hill again, driven this time into the covers by Carter and fielded there by Don Bess. End of the over. Jordan Thompson, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 46, 232 for 5. Just the 1 point in the match so far. It's gone the way of Yorkshire for having taken 3 wickets. They're on the brink of a second bowling bonus point. And Sussex not so far away from a first batting bonus point. 250 now, of course. And it's going to be George Hill to continue at this C end of the ground, bowling to the right-handed Finn Hudson-Prentice. Hill is in. Hudson-Prentice over the top of that and just punches it through the offside. Bess is giving long chase and does well to flick the ball back in. He's hobbling as he gets up. That's a couple of times he's got back up gingerly, having chased the ball out towards the boundary. Once on the eastern side of the ground, this time on the other, the western side of the ground. They got back, they got through in the end for 3 runs there. A good run between the wickets as well, but Don Bess saves his team and George Hill's bowling figures a run. George with that wicket, second ball of his spell. Big wicket of Tom Alsop, who 5 runs short of a first-class century. Here's Hill over the wicket. Flicked to leg this time by Carter. Edwards gets the hurry up on having seen the ball go past him. I think he thought that short sword, even Shaquille, was up on the 1 when he was out in the deep. He has now come up on the 1 just in front of square leg, and so Edwards has gone a little bit closer still. He's pretty much in line with where I'm sitting. 4 strips to the right of the one they're playing on as I'm looking at it from the C end of the ground. So relatively close in at a short straight mid-wicket. Just a little break in play as Hudson-Prentice readjusts the gloves, gets the bat back in hand, and here comes Hill to bowl to him once again, driven down the ground, but what looked a certain 4, because I don't think Matthew Fisher would have got across to cut it off, was stopped off his own bowling by George Hill. Stuck a hand out. Good reactions from George. Just starting to feel a little cooler, and certainly, as was forecast, increasingly windy out there as Hill's in again. And Hudson-Prentice pushes back down the pitch once more at Jonathan Doidge or at Adrian Harms are your Twitter handles if you want to get in touch, or of course BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Here's Hill again, penultimate ball of the over. Solid defence from Hudson-Prentice. Martin Rowe says, I can remember the Leeds Wakey water splash final like it was yesterday. Don Fox was still in London on the Monday. He was live on Look North, remember that? He took the same kick in his slippers. Yeah, I've heard about this, and was successful. Pressure can do strange things. Here's Hill again. Nicely played this time. Too much width from George Hill. Hudson-Prentice has got it away through third man, which is again vacant. Finley Bean in vain chase, and they get 4 to complete the over. So 8 from it. 3 overs, 1 for 14 for George Hill. You're not quite sure about the merits of whoever decided it was a good idea to get the poor bloke to take the kick again in his slippers, just to prove that it's almost proving how bad a miss it was a couple of days earlier. Lovely guy as well, Don Fox, when I spoke to him, and when I did, it was probably 30 years after it happened, and yet just that one event inescapable for the rest of his life. What sport can do. Jordan Thompson.
Put his name down on the all-rounder slot.
Thompson again, shouldering arms this time. Hudson Prentice to a ball wide of off stump. We've got a bit of passing goal traffic flying overhead.
You'd have seen a bit of Finn, in your sort of T20 matches against Derbyshire a little bit, because Derbyshire got to finals day, didn't they? What, 2 or 3 years ago? Pre-COVID?
Yeah.
Just lost all track of time, actually. Yes. Just about the COVID year, I think.
I remember him playing, but I can't remember whether he probably did get runs against Yorkshire in T20 cricket, because Derbyshire, particularly at Chesterfield, have the wood over Yorkshire. And he's down on one knee here, playing a very expansive, flat-batted cover drive. He's just replayed it as if he was trying to cut it square, but he didn't look like that first time.
No, he didn't.
Missed out.
That wasn't the shot that he played. A little whip round the grounds in a minute, I think, and just see what else is going on in there.
I thought you meant you'd taking a cap round and having a whip round for the commentators.
Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Wouldn't get much, I shouldn't think.
Thompson in, just outside off stump, and leaning into this one this time. Hudson Prentice takes a couple of strides down as if he's going to go for a run, but fielded. End of the over then. And Jordan Thompson, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 47. Sussex, 241 for 5 as we move on towards the 5 o'clock mark.
So around the country in Division 1 of the County Championship, it's been raining seemingly for much of the day down at Canterbury. Essex 164 for 1. There's been no play there since pretty much soon after lunch, really, the last time we looked at that score. Lords Middlesex 252 for 5 off for bad light. Interestingly, I wonder if that is at Lords, because you'd have thought they'd have got the floodlights on. It is being played at Lords, so it's slightly odd. As in comes Hill and bowls to Carter, plays it away into the offside, into the covers. There is no run. Northamptonshire, Hampshire 233 for 2 against Northampton. Let's just see who's in the runs there for Hampshire. Nick Gubbins, 112, not out, and James Vince on 81. So Hampshire going nicely, and at Taunton Somerset 218 for 4 against Lancashire. Hill races in, bowls to Carter forward, a ball of good length, plays it in the offside. There is no run. Now the second division, that's what we're really interested in. Down at Cardiff, Durham are 274 for 5 against Glamorgan. Runs all the way down the order, really. Michael Jones making 69, Scott Borthwick 59, and Ollie Robinson, who I think will be a very good acquisition for Durham. He kept wicket beautifully here a couple of weeks ago. He's 60 not out. Hill in bowls, Carter forward, plays that into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, played well in a warm-up game at Headingley before this season started as well, with the bat.
Yeah, he made runs here as well, made 50-odd here, so he's a fine acquisition. And a busy day down at Worcester, where Gloucestershire were bowled out for 231, which was something of a recovery, because at one stage they were 45 for 7. Eventually bowled out for 231. Tom Price making 109, batting at number 9. In comes Hill, bowls to Carter. Carter forward, plays out into the offside. There is no run. Just in terms of this game, Jonathan, I was thinking we're only 9 overs away now from a new ball being available, and I'd imagine here that Adam Lyth is probably thinking, well, let's keep the opening bowlers fresh. And they'll quite fancy having a crack at Sussex with a new ball, and it could well be the lights could be on by that stage. Hill in again, bowls to Carter, who again covers up, plays very correctly to mid-off, and again there is no run. Carter remains on 45.
Getting a bit gloomier. There were spells off the field in the Leicestershire match at Headingley, but it felt darker there than it does at this point here.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and we are behind sort of tinted glass here, so it always looks a little. Interestingly, the ground staff are just coming around In comes Hill bowls, Carter punches to mid-off again, there is no run, and that's always a sign that, maybe rain is not far away.
It's a bit like that Peter Kay stand-up thing, isn't it, when he talks about the dinner ladies? They can smell the rain, they can taste it.
Yeah, they're just marching around. There's 4 of them, and Ben is just sort of directing operations, and that is a bit of a concern. They're not sort of reaching for the covers straight away, but they're here just in case. The ground staff, they're well wrapped up, aren't they, the lads? No shorts on. Generally, that sort of groundsman's attire, really, shorts, but no shorts in evidence. End of the over. Good over by George Hill. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. He's done a good job for his county, actually.
He has in breaking that partnership and getting rid of Tom Alsop. Shorts order up at Headingley, no doubt about it.
Would it?
Yeah.
Yeah, regardless.
Proper out Yorkshire folk.
Well, I'm not sure they would be today.
It's Jordan Thompson, bowling to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. Still, despite the cloud, it's still just a lovely county cricket scene with those spectators dotted about. A few stripy deck chairs at the Cromwell Road end of the ground, as Adrian says. It's definitely top coat order, I think, out there. And for those sitting on the first floor tier level of the stand side on to play, it's fairly brave up there, I would have thought. There's an inside edge here from Hudson-Prentice, draws him a single and a little tap on the back of Jordan Thompson as he runs past him to the non-striking end. 242 for 5, that takes Hudson-Prentice onto 14, but elevated at that level with this breeze blowing straight into their faces and little prospect of any sunshine as well, with them facing out to the east at this stage. It'll be fairly cold up there.
Cool, not many. Yeah, these are hardy watchers. Let's hope we get through the overs for their sake, though.
Thompson in again, and that's flicked off his legs by Carter through mid-wicket. It's not going to have the pace to make it to the boundary. Code chasing it down. They've got through for 2, and they're going to settle for that. Well, I'm stupidly saying little prospect of any sun. There's no prospect of any sun
Here come the lights.
facing east in that stand over there.
No.
Floodlights coming on.
Yeah. And actually, I'd imagine Yorkshire won't be too upset about that, because new ball lights, you always fancy it might nip around a little bit.
Maybe. Thompson in again, and it's worked on the leg side of straight by Carter. Mickey Edwards is in there with his hair tied up. Lengthy blonde hair he has when he lets it down. There's a few of the spectators just down in this left-hand corner who appear to have dispersed following the tea break.
Yeah, it's not quite as well populated, is it?
No.
You'd need need your long johns on in there, I reckon, today. Crazy, isn't it, considering we're nearly the end of April.
Thompson in again. Short ball. And then it's helped around the corner by Carter once again. Edwards round to the cleaning up, and they're back for 2.
It's always slightly concerning when the fielder doesn't pick up the ball, because he didn't pick up the ball then, Mick Edwards, did he? I think that they yelled at him. It was coming in his direction. He had to move to his right. I think next week it's meant to be the forecast for next week. I know you've got a week. There's no cricket next week for you, but it's cold.
Oh, is it cold?
Really cold, yeah. Yeah, I think from sort of Sunday onwards it's going to get much colder.
Thompson down the hill, driven this time by Carter, but no further than mid-off. End of the over, 246 for 5. I don't care. I'm doing the IPL next week.
Where do you
red hot there?
Where do you that from? Where do you do that from?
Salford.
Right. Okay. No, you don't get flown out there. No. I mean, horses for courses and all the rest of it, and we were talking about all the franchise cricket. As covering cricket, perhaps I ought to be more familiar with who's doing what in the IPL. But if you said to me who's leading the IPL, I wouldn't have a clue. Wouldn't have a clue.
There's a game on today, isn't there?
Is there? George Hill's running away from us, coming into bowl to Finn Hudson-Prentice in and bowls down the leg side. Rather missed out there, Hudson-Prentice, taken behind the stumps by Hope, who's kept very tidily today. And there is no run.
2 games today. One's already complete. Royal Challengers Bangalore have beaten the Punjab Kings by 24 runs, bowled them all out. And there's one in play at the moment, Kolkata against Delhi.
In comes Hill, bowls to Hudson-Prentice. He's rather warily forward there, placed a backward point, and there is no run.
Kolkata Knight Riders 64 for 5, doing it tough against the Delhi Capitals. I think I'm doing Mumbai against Gujarat next Tuesday.
In comes Hill, running in over the wicket and bowls, and again up on his toes, steers that to mid-off, and there is no run. And when I say I don't know what's going on, it's not through a disinterest in the competition particularly, but for me, and picking up on Sean's email earlier on to me, I know the IPL is the iconic 20-over competition, isn't it? But I there's so many of these competitions around the world. I must admit, I can't keep up with the South African League, the Big Bash, and all the rest of it. In comes Hill, bowls. Down the wicket comes Hudson-Prentice. He looks a little bit unsettled there, as if he wants to get on with it, Finn Hudson-Prentice. Perhaps he's got half an eye on the lights, and it was an uncharacteristic shot that he didn't really need to play. Slightly risky, nonetheless, he gets away with it. And that cloud is now getting lower, isn't it? You can see coming in from the east. And I think I'll be quite surprised if we do get through these remaining overs. As Hill runs away from us. Comes in bowls to Hudson-Prentice, and Hudson-Prentice gets runs here, but edgy runs down towards third man. Not really intended that to go. He's going to get at least a couple and probably 3, I suspect. Yeah, Ollie Carter, very quick between the wickets. Comes back for the 3rd run for Finn Hudson-Prentice, which brings Ollie Carter onto strike, who's just 1 short of his half century. He's made a good start to the season, Ollie Carter. Made 41 here against Durham and 33 not out. Maiden first class 100 down at Glamorgan last year, so he waits. As in comes Hill and bowls, and Carter just covers up, plays into the offside. He always looks completely unruffleable, does Ollie Carter. End of the over, 249, thank you, for 5. So Sussex 1 run short of Ollie Carter's half century and 1 run short of their first batting bonus point of the day. And of course the IPL is watched by huge numbers of people, isn't it? So, just because I perhaps not up to speed with what's going on, millions and millions and millions of people around the world are. So it's clearly a very, very popular competition.
Millions and millions and millions of people in India alone.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a conference taking place at the moment between Mickey Edwards, Ben Code, James Wharton's got involved, and Adam Lyth. The latter pair on the bowling front. Not totally sure what their influence might be there, but the result of it is that Dom Bess has been dispatched out to our left to the square leg boundary. They've got 1 slip in place at the moment, but Adam Lyth is moving as if he's going to come in at second, perhaps. Or is he? He's now moving Finlay Bean from gully. They don't seem to know what's going on at the moment. George Hill's been moved out of first slip and now goes in at mid-wicket on the 1 as a mid-on, mid-off. Cover point. Finlay Bean now taken out as put back, I should say. Gully and Adam Lyth at first slip. I think that was, we got there in the end, as Mickey Edwards drops 1 short, and after all of that he's smashed away off the back foot by Finn Hudson-Prentice for 4 runs.
I think it might be raining.
Yeah, Bean immediately come out of Gully now and swapped with George Hill. The ground staff beneath us, 4 of them, are just uncoupling whatever it is they've coupled, the advertising boards, pulling out a few stakes, and it looks as though they're preparing to get the covers on at some point fairly soon. actually see any rain from where we're seated, or I can at least, as Edwards is in.
Shot.
Driven on the front foot by Hudson Prentice. That's a beautiful shot. That's a proper cricket shot, right over the top of it and just punched away. Weight on the front foot.
Lovely shot. I can't see any umbrellas up, but the fact that the lads are down here moving the advertising hoardings suggests that it's that rain may not be far away. I can't see any umbrellas at the far end of the ground, but I think we're going to be very lucky to get through to get these overs bowled. It's coming very quickly, hasn't it? John did say it was on its way from Bexhill.
Edwards over the wicket, goes short this time. If you're going to drive me, I'll just remind you that you've got a back foot as well as a front one. And easily underneath it, Hudson Prentice, who's wouldn't be the tallest of figures. It certainly doesn't appear to be by comparison to some out there. Not that he's short either, but, average sort of height. 25 on the board to him from 30. There's been that suggestion he likes to get on with it, and I think that is proving to be the case. Here's Edwards again, short of length. Cut.
Ouch.
Middled it as well. And it's Saud Shakeel who's at point. Fortunately for Yorkshire, it went straight to him because probably about 6 feet either side and would have been beyond his dive and would have been a boundary. But they got a single. George Hill helping to clean things up there.
Yeah, what they've done, the ground staff have taken the stakes out of the ground, which are actually holding the advertising hoardings in the breeze. So I think they're just sort of getting ready, just in case it does rain. They can very quickly get these advertising boards down and get the covers on.
And again to Carter, short. Helped around the corner. And that will be 50 on the board for Ollie Carter. 50 from 105 deliveries. It was not easy for him again when he first went out there. Had to work for his first few runs. But he's got himself in. And he's now playing well. 50 from 105, 143 minutes, and including 7 fours. And a lovely shot of him there with a mullet and a tash.
Yeah.
The scoreboard.
Yeah. He's only 21, Ollie Carter. He's not 22 until November, but he plays with a good deal of maturity and he seems very unflappable. Another good innings here today, just when Sussex needed it.
Hudson Prentice back on strike following that single. Drops a ball just short of length from Edwards down at his feet. That is the end of the over. Ollie Carter, you say he's what, 21?
Yeah.
He's a local as well, isn't he, from Eastbourne. 17th first class match. That's his 7th first class half century to go with 1 ton. Highest of 185.
Yeah, that came down at Cardiff last year, and from memory in the second innings he made 80 odd as well. But he's, as I say, his place in the side was under a little bit of question because they wanted to pick the best wicketkeeper. That's what Paul Farbrace said. And that was far from certain, but he's made runs and he's kept well in the game against Durham, so he's got the shirt, as they say. In comes George Hill, coming in bowls to Carter. Carter plays to Backwell Point. Need to get a bit of a move on here, but in the end it's a well-judged single because Backwell Point had to come in a fair way to field. Who's that there? That is Finley Bean who fields. One more to Carter. He goes to 51. 260 for 5. Live cricket here on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leeds, and other BBC Radio local stations up in Yorkshire. Very good afternoon. Thanks for listening. Thanks for all your messages. We've had loads today, which has been keeping Jonathan and I company. In comes Hill, bowls. Forward comes Hudson Prentice, plays to mid-wicket, footed by Edwards, who was very quickly in to stop the possibility of a single. It's really quite gloomy now. The floodlights are shining really brightly. We thought it was raining because the ground staff moved to sort of get themselves ready to bring the covers on, but that isn't the case. But it is pretty grey and murky looking away to the east of the ground. See the floodlights reflecting in the flats at the far end of the ground as in comes Hill and bowls. And Hudson Prentice plays it to the offside. He was after a single and he was sent back in no uncertain terms by Ollie Carter. You probably heard the cry of no in our effects microphone. And that would have been a suicidal single to take. Hudson Prentice remains on 26. 260. Oh, there's someone in shorts. One of the Sussex maintenance guys is there with his shorts on.
Quite right. He can apply for a job at Yorkshire.
In comes Hill, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who drives into the covers, and there is no run. I can't believe he's not cold. It's like the posties as he walking around in the snow. As you think, come on, he must be cold. Just the one slip in place, and I think made Adam Lyth is thinking here, right, let's just get to this new ball. Keep things relatively quiet if we can, as Hill is racing in again. Bowls. Oh, and Hudson Prentice gets runs here. He runs this down to third man. There isn't a third man. He's going to get 4 runs. Just deflects the ball down, and Hudson Prentice goes into the 30s. He's 30 not out. Carter is 51 not out. Sussex 264 for 5 as Jordan Thompson claps his hands at mid-on and come on, boys, he says. Not to let this slip, having sort of fought their way back in with those wickets after lunch and then getting Tom Alsop after tea. But again, a nice little partnership between these two coming together when the score was 218 for 5. So only got on a 50 partnership as Hill comes in, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who plays back down the track. There is no run, fielded by Hill off of his own bowling. That is the end of the over, the end of the 75th over of the day. 21 of those overs are remaining. 1 or 2 people I can see sort of packing up bags and things and thinking, yeah, I think we've got cold enough, to be honest. And they're wandering off into the warmth of somewhere else, I think. And there's a big discussion going on between the Yorkshire lads at the far end of the ground as to who's going to bowl the next over.
Yeah, been a few of those.
Yeah.
Got
they're showing us
Shy Hope.
Yeah, they're showing us -1 on the over rate, which isn't really anything to worry about.
So, yeah, still debate going on. Edwards is talking about presumably talking about what he wants to do, what he's trying to achieve at the moment, and therefore the field that he wants to reflect that. Ben Coad having his 2 penn'orth, Adam Lyth as well. And Matthew Fisher is also getting involved. Matthew Fisher, self-confessed cricket badger. He'll be involved in all the theories out there, no doubt. And some. So, Edwards. The end of his run. Coming in here to bowl to Carter. Short ball. He's got underneath this one, but I think he's going to drop safe. He might even drop for 6. It hasn't. Just 1 bounce. And that's 4 runs. You're going to consider yourself unlucky as the bowler because he had no idea where that was going. I think the idea from the shot was that it was going to be going somewhere through the onside. I suppose technically speaking it probably did just go to the onside of straight, but right over the top of the cordon.
And that is the 50 partnership, which has come very quickly actually.
So 55 then to Ollie Carter with that additional 4 runs. They've ringed it here, barring the man Don Bess, I think it is, out at deep backward square on the boundary edge under the floodlights. Edwards in again. That's turned to leg this time by Carter.
Jackie Pelling's been in touch. Hello, Jackie. She says, thanks for the commentary. I'm listening whilst working from home in what was a sunny Polegate. But it's just started to rain, presumably sent from Bexhill. If the rain holds off, I'm looking forward to being at Hove on Saturday. I think the forecast is for a few showers over the next few days. I think tomorrow morning is not meant to be great, but then I think improving. So hopefully we'll get enough cricket in.
Edwards in. It's short and pulled this time. Much more. Well, it felt like it was precise, but it did make a pretty loud noise as if it was down towards the bottom end of the bat, and Carter kind of corroborates that by tapping the peak on his helmet with the bottom of the bat. It was pulled to Jordan Thompson. Ball back with Edwards again, that big white sweatband on his left wrist, and this time ball ends up with Matthew Fisher, who fielded it before, not Jordan Thompson. Shot along the deck this time. little bit of gardening from Hudson Prentice. Might have been a word or two, maybe. Don't want to give this away at the moment, Ollie. We might be going off soon. Let's not lose one before that happens. Still a lot of cricket left to be played in the day in terms of balls to be bowled. As this is pushed into the offside by Carter, who's taken on the field and beats Saud Shakil. Gets through for a single. So 20 overs and 1 ball scheduled still to be bowled today, which at the rate they've been going up, he's going to be well after 6 o'clock. Edwards then turns at the end of his run, coming up from the Cromwell Road end. And he comes, bangs this one in short. An attempted uppercut.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Prentice from that white ball cricket that he plays, but couldn't get any contact with it. Through to Hope, end of the over. And Edwards, 13 overs, no maidens, none for 52. 269 for 5, Sussex.
One thing you learn down here at Hove is that when you go and do the post-match interviews, you're in here in the nice warm, and you go around to the pavilion at the far end of the ground, and it's blowing a hoolie up there. You soon learn that you need to bring a coat on days like today. It was lovely first thing this morning, but you can probably hear the wind.
And of course, on my only previous visit, because it was in COVID restrictions, Yorkshire, if you remember, were getting changed down here.
That's right.
And so the interviews were a doddle.
In comes Hill, bowls to Carter, punches into the offside, and there is no run. The lights are really taking effect now, aren't they? It's pretty much complete cloud cover, and even to the west where the lighter cloud has gone, it's
not looking great, and where it's coming from the east, it's looking even worse, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't. Which was a short delivery, the second ball after tea. And comes Hill again, bowls, covers up, does. Hudson Prentice plays to mid-on, fielded by, who's that down in front of us? Is that Don Best? No, it's not.
Jordan Thompson.
Jordan Thompson, thank you.
He also bends his arm right back, doesn't he, George? If you notice, just before, as he's going into his delivery stride. Some people reach for the skies.
Hill again. Bowls, and Hudson Prentice punches this to mid-off, and there is no run. I think he's done a decent job for his skipper here as George Hill, to be honest. Just the one run off of the over. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, taken 1 for 23, and if he's sort of bowling was almost, it's probably unfair to say a stopgap.
Things players often do. He was a bowler first and foremost before he became a batter. As the first ball of this Mickey Edwards over is turned square on the leg side by Ollie Carter. There's no run. But yeah, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. I know he took a wicket with his second ball. Hasn't got one since, but he's still going at just over 3 and over. And when you look at the scoreboard, that is below par by comparison to several of his teammates out there. Ball short of length from Edwards. Played with control here, round the corner. Finley Bean is at a leg gully position. He wasn't too far away from getting a hand on that, although I think it would have been dying before it went by. Milan dispatched down to the final leg boundary, did the fielding. So at this moment in time, to Finn Hudson Prentice, they've spread the field in all sorts of different directions around
Adam Lyth looks frozen. I think he's just talking to the ground staff below us. Just probably asking if there's rain around.
You don't often see the captain fielding at third man, do you?
You don't.
It's right beneath our feet. Here's Edwards again. Hudson Prentice turns that one square on the leg side, where Fisher picks up, has a look at the ground. Maybe it bobbled on its way through to him. But Adam Lyth's got his hands in his pockets here.
It's cold out there.
And his trousers really are flapping in this sea breeze. 271 for 5. Floodlights have been on for the last 2 or 3 overs, and they are in full glow at the moment. Short ball here from Edwards, and Hudson Prentice just leans back out of the way of that one. 100% convincing, but about 97. just slightly lost his footing.
Adam Blythe looks as if he'd settle for saying let's call it a day and go in the warmth, doesn't he? He looks cold.
Just give him the signal. He can come and join us in the box to get warm for a little bit.
He
and
could
tell us what's been going on out there. What he's been trying to do. Hoping to speak to Jordan Thompson after play today. Now then, Edwards, he's got another not entirely convincing shot played by Hudson Prentice here round the corner. Bess is out in the deep. Ball was in the air for a while.
Wasn't that far away from Matt Fisher, was it?
No. Got a single for it. But you'd say Edwards, without exaggerating the point too much, he's not had any of those little things, has he, that have gone his way today. He's bowled pretty well, I think, quite tidily.
Well, I think he's bowled very tidily.
He's gone for 54.
He's only going at 3 and over, isn't he?
And a couple of those have been
3 and a bit.
A few of those have been streaky boundaries. Some of them have been bad balls, but he's not bowled that many terrible deliveries, and he's bowled quite a lot of stuff that has just allowed the captain.
I think the umpires are having a natter here.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jonathan.
Yeah, you're right. They're going to meet.
I think we might be going off here.
Some of the lads are already
they're
heading in that general direction.
Yeah, I think they're cold. I think the Yorkshire boys have had enough for today. I think they think John Bess is going to come on bowl if we do get any. Actually, let's see. I think we're going off. Are we? No, we're not. Well, John Bess is coming on. I just wonder whether Yorkshire are thinking, let's get through these couple of overs. Let's start with the. But it has got quite gloomy, and I can always tell there's those sort of 2 blue garage doors. That's where the grounds keep, and a lot of the equipment is kept at the far end. There's an outside light there, a fluorescent light, and that's always a good sign of just how gloomy it is here at Hove. So I don't think we're that far away from the umpires having to make a decision here. Anyway, it is going to be Dom Bess. 78 overs gone, 18 to be bowled in the day. He's going to come into bowl from the C end of the ground. A slip is the only close fielder. There are 3 men saving one on the offside. The leg side field for the off spinner is fairly well populated. There's a long on, a mid wicket, a deeper mid wicket as well, a backward square leg, and a deep mid wicket as in comes Bess. In and bowls, and Hudson Prentice, who knows there's a lot of gaps on that offside, was looking to play that against the spin. He played it to backward point, and there is no run. So there's a big gap there between first slip and point. Bess in his 17th over, figures of 1 for 57. He's in and bowls. Hudson Prentice uses his feet and just plays the ball down the ground. And it's Jordan Thompson who trots in from down below us in fields, and Hudson Prentice picks up a single. He goes to 32, Sussex to 273 for 5. Adam Blythe is wondering whether they want to change in the field for Ollie Carter, but yes, they are going to make a change in the field for Ollie Carter. So that fielder at point is now going to deep point, but not all the way to the boundary, about 3/4 of the way back to the fence. Bess is in, bowls, and Carter is beaten. Now, that was a strange shot to play. He knew there was a single there.
And he played that very near the start of his innings, didn't he, if you remember?
He did, yeah.
I was on commentary and he stepped away, and I remember saying he might have got a little feather on that, perhaps.
I could easily have done it there, but he didn't. Bess in again, bowls, and Carter is forward, plays down the offside of the track. This is 119th delivery that Ollie Carter has faced for his 58. He's done a good job for his side. Bess again. In bowls, and Carter is forward. Looks to clip that one away through the leg side. And that would have been the quicker one from Dom Bess, because Carter was slightly surprised. Again, there is no run. Bess in, bowls, Carter stretches forward and plays this nicely through the covers. They've taken 1, there'll be 2 here, because that fielder who'd been posted at deep point needs to race around the boundary towards deep extra cover to field. Gets in the throw. That's the end of Dom Bess's over. He has now bowled 17 overs, 3 maidens, taken 1 for 60, and the umpires have another conversation. And it really is quite gloomy out there now. I'd have thought anybody with any pace. I mean, I thought the idea was now. I don't know whether they have taken a light reading. I thought the idea was you took a light reading, then that was what happens for the rest of the game. And we are going off. And I'm not surprised because it is gloomy. I didn't see a light meter take, and I will be very, very surprised if there's any further play tonight. The weather forecast is not great. So the players leave the field with Sussex. 275 for 5, with Finn Hudson-Prentice on 32 and Ollie Carter on 60. We've got another 17 overs to be bowled tonight, but I have to say I think the likelihood of those being bowled is fairly remote. Of course, we'll keep the effects microphone on, so if you do get further play, we'll get straight back to you. But I think at this stage that does look. I wonder if they've called it for the day. Actually, they're taking a light meter reading now. So I don't think they've called it quite, but I would be quite sorry. Good day's cricket, Jonathan. I would say probably Sussex with their noses in front. They've got the score on the ball, but Yorkshire by no means out of with a new ball available first thing tomorrow.
Yeah, there's obviously very close to that with 17 overs. Well, one over to go before they can take that second new ball. If conditions were like this, you would have expected them to be taking it straight away, but we'll see how things work out in the morning. You're saying the forecast's not that great anyway, so if there's a bit of juice around, they might want to do that as well. They may want to carry on for a few overs more while the ball's soft. It will undoubtedly be so, I'm sure, having been banged in against that abrasive pitch throughout the day. So we shall see. But yeah, good day's cricket. If that is all we're going to see of it, we're not sure just yet, but it's not looking ideal, with plenty of cloud away from the on the east side of the ground blowing this way. And I think, probably out of the two, in terms of what they've achieved on the day, Sussex might be just slightly the happier of the two sides. See what Yorkshire make of it.
Not a lot on it, is there?
No, not a lot, but I mean, maybe just slightly the happier. You think Yorkshire would have wanted to... They said they wanted to bowl first, so to only take 5 wickets in... It's not the full day's play, is it? But it's about 3/4 of a day's play, something like that. Probably not exactly as they would have wanted things to go. And Sussex, having decided to bat first, might have wanted fewer wickets down and maybe another 25 or something on the board. But I think that they'll probably be, sort of 52-48, a little bit happier than Yorkshire probably.
I would agree. Well, if that is it for today, been a pleasure as always, Jonathan. Thoroughly enjoyed it. We'll see you tomorrow. As I say, we'll keep the effects microphone rattling away, because if there is any further play, then obviously, and if you do see on our Twitter feeds or whatever that there is more play, we'll be back with you. But my feeling is that I think that at this stage that is probably doubtful. But thank you for listening, and if we don't speak to you again tonight, we'll speak to you tomorrow.